ahead out there in Enigma. I'm not sure if he goes top lane or they give that to the support and Enigma starts jungling, but they are going to be able to force MSS. Oh no, he doesn't even have to dive away. It's okay.
Yeah, just drives him back with that invis rune. It's not going to find anything with that. And we're relatively even across the board here. We didn't really check out the whole mid lane that much, but Visage has now become a hero, has level 6, and likewise Zeus can be popping that ulti, perhaps if a smoke gank looks good, but that invis actually still gets them something more by popping solo smoke.
Solo's like,
don't
really?
ward solo.
He's like, you're still here? What's happening? This is no longer a lane that no one can play in, I believe. Once the Visage gets level 6,
yeah.
Like, you have no threatening power against the Visage anyway, because your nuke doesn't do a whole lot to the Visage when he's got Cloak up.
He could, like, just get dove by Phoenix and he's actually dead.
Yeah,
like
any
small
slow movement speed slow is all it takes. Wait, he placed the ward.
I guess maybe he thought his smoke got popped by someone mid? I'm not sure.
Huh. Well, he's probably dead. Don't tell him he's going to get Universe. Oh, okay, there goes the Zeus ultimate finally, and Solo just try and get some damage on MSS before he shortly goes down.
Oh, so yeah, the kill on Universe from Zeus. Okay, very nice.
Well, no one's going to return back to this mid lane, but he certainly can't get close, and it does mean Excalibur will take that mid-tier 1 tower at 7 minutes in. Not terribly surprising with a Dro and a Visage lineup, but it is perhaps a little bit earlier than expected. Again, you just don't have the heroes to defend.
Yeah, now the question becomes, what can you do with Visage now?
Okay.
Where do we go? Are we just going to, like, all snowball into a tower? Is that the plan? Or are you just going to, like, try and farm up and do an aura to help the rest of your team join in on that? It looks like he's going for the classic helm. It's very well in dress strats.
Jesus, this Dro Ranger is just getting attacked everywhere. They are refusing to let him get to level 6.
Oh, that hit!
Oh, what? All right, that's an arrow that just nails him. Roger will fall. Could not step to the side fast enough, and it seems MSS does have a dive. He will be able to do a little distance. Ramsey just follows him. Tit for tat there, but Fire Spirits actually giving MSS some time here, just trying to... I'm not sure what he's trying to do, just buy time, I guess.
Right. He's like, I don't know.
I'm not sure if he's making it out of here or not. Moonlight Shadow, okay, maybe he does escape.
Okay, I think Ramsey's missed like 3 CS because of that, so...
And
in the end, it was kind of good.
And they didn't get the tower, right? He pulled the creep aggro off a little bit.
Give him the tip.
Sleep up, arrow out. Leap down. Bop, 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 bop. That's Zeus dead.
I think a lot of the games recently...
Whoa, Pasha really going for the black hole with Ramses TPing in. They'll make short work of Excalibur. No matter how many wand charges he has, there's still... Oh, he doesn't have a waveform. Could he actually get out bottom lane? They're actually going to turn around. Nice storm bolt out from Roger. Trying to go for the body block. MSS misses it for a moment. The extra Warcry movement speed. And Excalibur does get out. They just didn't have the extra mana. With a waveform, nice sleep into an arrow.
Jeez, killing spree already. I think like Ferev has been playing this like killer offlane heroes. I feel like the Ferev Mirana has just looked so crazy in many of their games. So this is what this is looking like to me from Universe, honestly. Oh, here it is. Our downtown area. You can't even see Mirana. She's way out of there. Gets woken up, but doesn't even matter.
They woke him up so quickly. Pasha was really good on that with the idol, but he just didn't see the arrow coming, I guess. Didn't even try and move.
You know what I saw the other day is you can wake people up with Veno wards, and the ward doesn't get the nightmare. Well, of course, not gonna. But I didn't even think it would work. Like you can still target, and the nightmare just vanishes. It's
that's funny.
Well, there you go, guys. Clearly, that's the answer versus Bane.
Tip for your pups: support Veno. Smoke up. Gonna run into the Bane. Stormbolt starting things off. Almost it's gonna be a tough hero to kill for these two supports because they just don't have damage at all.
No, I mean that's what Zeus is for sure. I mean,
yeah. They
but not gonna be enough. So.
Okay. Roger going back in, trying to get some wards down. Finally throws out the Stormbolt. No one is going to be showing up soon. The arrow is going to miss onto Roger. They do manage to pick up that Arcane Root on MSS. He's got to get out of here. No one.
How is he surviving at like level 4? I'm like, does he have raindrops or something? Like, I feel like this Phoenix should just be dead. You know, you self-sacrifice HP. You're up against a Zeus. I'm pretty shocked that he keeps on managing to slip away here, and they are going to smoke him.
To be honest, there's just not a ton of damage, right? If the Zeus isn't close enough for the lightning bolt.
That smoke just got completely revealed, by the way.
Yeah.
They all just smoked my shrine, instantly got pinged because the Thunder Gods were out. But yeah, it's true. He's very good spacing so far, and it looks like he'll get 6 here under the tower.
Excalibur is camping out now in the top lane. I'm a bit surprised they haven't taken another tower yet.
That's my problem. I don't know. It feels like this happens with a lot of Visage games where, like, you look at the net worth, like, how is Zeus above the Visage with how that went? You know what I mean? Like, Visage got the tower and everything, too.
Close range arrow, Starstorm, just nuked it down.
Still above the Visage.
Double drop with the familiars. They do manage to get that tower. Just the single drop and using the other familiar to help secure the CS. Pasha. Nice supernova timing though, but Roger, they might be able to do it, the two of them, but now with the Enigma dead, maybe he won't get it. Oh, it was just about to explode.
Oh, that's so frustrating.
Back up to the top lane. Ramses, they're just hoping to force him to, oh, he didn't even wait for him. He got Fiend's gripped first.
Yeah, maybe a bit greedy there, not going for the shift first, I guess. But, I mean, who catches you in the animation of waveform? He was like, winding up a little, it looked like.
Well, our Drow Ranger, it was a rough time. Level 4 for so long. Spent some time in the jungle. Has level 6, now level 8. It's beginning to get some of those big agility items, the starting stats. Treads, Ring of Killa, the Wraith Band.
Yeah, I don't know. Are Forward committing to this? I mean, they brought all these heroes up top. There's another wave, but obviously that was the catapult that did so much before, and now they will all back away. So I'm not going to force anything too crazy up here, but the pressure, hey, it did work out. Excalibur made his top lane rotation. They didn't kill him. It feels like this is, you know, any sort of a Visage lineup, but especially Drow Visage lineups. If you lose that one fight at the tier 2, it feels like the game's just over. So you want to be as well prepped as possible.
Do you think if Forward went for the push at top lane, that VP would have defended, or do you think they just would have traded towers?
I think they would probably defend, I would guess.
Just because they have like such big team fight abilities.
Yeah. They want to make use of it.
Nice silence out before he gets the sit. Oh man, Ramses is struggling right now.
He really is. I mean, that's pretty brutal. Like instant silences like this too. It's really not much you can do, and they're gonna feel forced to at least trade for this. They have TPs to Shrine, but that's currently covered by Excalibur. There is a decent amount of vision forwardly placed here by SVG. I guess. They glyphed on the catapult wave too, so they had already lost that. Now that this becomes a Roche game for VP, where they have to be like constantly vigilant over the Roche pit if they want to make good use of these abilities.
4-man smoke up. They're gonna just sweep on through. They've got the Supernova, Winter's Curse, Black Hole. There's a lot of team fight on both sides here. There's just a question of where the initiation goes. MSS gonna be spotted, but he's already dove away. They do manage to get some extra vision now from the Zeus ultimate. Universe is already at half HP before the fight begins in earnest, but VP just couldn't get the initiation that they really wanted.
Yeah, now that means that there's like Moonlight Shadow if they want to go a little bit aggressive here with the Thunder God's Wrath being down. There is some vision stacked up on Roger though. He's got Sentries and Dust. Oh, actually he's now used Observer and Sentries. They will catch an Observer Ward just as expiring, so he'll get the refund on that. And Ramses goes back to his safe lane here, but hasn't been very safe so far. 0-3-1. And here they come.
An aggressive smoke forward. I'm not sure if that dire mid ward spotted any of that, but as Ramsey's running into it, maybe they didn't. The arrow just before he managed to get a waveform out. Now the jump forward actually still caught inside the Winter's Curse even after that leap, so the Bane, SVG, gets quite low. Another Storm Bolt trying to finish him off. Roger thinking about it, but not going to try and commit for the kill because he knows the Fire Spirits is going to come eventually, and now he's going to be slowed down too much with the Familiars chasing him out. Ramses tries to come in with the Fire Spirits a little bit, diving out, but he knows his support is dead. At least it forced out the Supernova a bit.
Man, I mean, they get the near kill and the save at first because of the Winter's Curse, and Ramsey able to escape, but that cost Solo his life. Now 13-3, a 4K lead. Coming up to take a fight at a tower that was already lost. I guess they were trying to like, clear out their own jungle, and it did kind of work. They got rid of a lot of the vision that was placed there by 4Game, but now they've taken their objective anyway. They don't really need to play here unless they're hunting for Ramses.
Yeah.
The prize is mine.
Seems like Virtus Pro, Pasha's just going to continue to play on this right-hand side of the map, and they're going to have Morphling up at top, and they'll just try and split push and buy time, I'm guessing, because right now forward, I mean, the world's their oyster, right? You just keep on running down towers. As long as you don't get too overzealous, you should be stronger than VP.
Yeah, you basically, like, I think EG showed a really good example in the very first game of the day where they were so far ahead, but they never went to Roche, because the only way they lost that game was some, like, weird team fight and a very clustered AoE. So they just never went Roche. I mean, how often do you see teams go high ground and they're taking Roche? And it wasn't just because they were so far ahead, it was just because, like, they knew that's the one chance. So forward, as long as they're cautious about those opportunities, then it's going to be very difficult for Virtus Pro.
Earn on Phoenix, but Virtus Pro, they're trying to move in through this area, and if they can actually get the right team fight, they can go and take that tower, but it requires the right kind of initiation, and again, they just don't quite get it. Lightning Bolt reveals SVG, but he's far and away outside of the range of Stormbolt.
I like how they're controlling the bottom half of the map, though, and they're not being punished. Forward aren't just instantly going in Roche or anything like that. Like, so far, this has been a pretty big win for Virtus Pro, I would say, because now you see all forward are just, like, stacked around the Roche pit and around their tier 1, but the majority of VP are farming at the moment. So Excalibur's going to get it started.
They should be able to do Roshan pretty quickly, but as you said, at the same time, Virtus Pro was already set up with their push at bottom, so it means we will be trading out that tier 2 most likely. As there's no need for a forward to go into a fight at this bottom lane where Virtus Pro is already set up. After all, they can just push down mid, threaten the tier 2 of their own.
And our Aegis is on Excalibur, so we can be that little siege engine. Visage likes to be up in the front lines, has a soul, or rather a Solar Crest too. So
one downside, though, being able to take that tier 2 for Virtus Pro is that now you start putting damage on tier 3, and so you know almost every single push, significant creep wave push that comes out into that bottom lane, forward is going to be forced to defend that because they just don't want to let any chip damage start happening on a tier 3, right? That's just like how all of a sudden you end up trading racks for racks, is you let the chip damage do its work at first.
And they have the Enigma for that, which is certainly a possible hero if he's able to play down that zone. They have great vision down there. They've made a complete ring of observers, just like saying, okay, if anyone comes into that Radiant jungle, we're going to know about it.
Wyvern's good at nuking down waves as well, right? So he's another hero that can just kind of shove things out for them. So forward are going to have to make some efforts to be able to deal with that.
Yeah, you can see that, I think, in like the Shadow Blade coming out from Resolution. It's one good option.
Moonlight Shadow, but going to be revealed by the Zeus ultimate. SVG hit by the Malphus. And that'll be a kill for Pasha.
That's their first kill in quite a while, I believe.
Yeah. It's not been a super fun game for Virtus Pro this first 20 minutes. But the game isn't out of their hands too much, right? It's only 4,000 gold lead, considering the tower advantage, which I think it's like 1 tower advantage right now for forward gaming. It's not the worst
it
thing
feels like more, but I guess just because they're like controlling so much, and like the way that every time forward was getting a tower, it was like after kills, and VP were like just getting kind of like rebound towers. They're like, oh, okay, well, there's some space down here, we can get this. But they were always losing a little bit more. But heading later and later, drafts. I would favor the Virtus Pro one. I don't think like forward game, I don't think the draft is terrible heading later, but I'd rather have the old Morph and Zeus on my team. Yeah,
it's definitely one of those lineups that if forward, you start pushing past like 35, 40 minutes, you got to have a significant net worth lead. And Phoenix, MSS is able to dive away, but still hit by the Lightning Bolt, has Malphus on him. MSS, well, he could have popped the Supernova, but didn't really want to waste it like that. Instead, he just dies to an Arc Lightning hit.
It's always a tough question there. He already had enough gold even after his death for the Spirit Vessels, so he might have just been looking at that and be like, yeah, I'd rather just get right back into a fight.
That is the one thing, is like, I hate it when Phoenixes use Supernova.
When it's guaranteed.
Yeah, they're going to die anyway, and it's like, that's still a big team fight spell. So understandable that, yeah, maybe MSS could have survived there, but he wants to be able to hold on to that team fight opportunity.
Yeah, the last thing they want to do right now is give Virtus Pro any sort of space. This Visage just wants to constantly be in a lane, pushing an objective, hitting a tower, so that's why we're all grouping up down bottom and opting for that once again. We're almost into the siege waves too, where he can helm up another catapult for them too.
And he's pretty much their only like really big high cooldown teamfight spell, right? So everything else is like, oh, their other heroes are not bad at teamfight. It's only because they're kind of early game heroes. Excalibur already down to half HP. The arrow's going to come in, does manage to land on the Enigma, but the Visage are going to be dying here. That's just the Aegis, though. With the dive coming out, the Supernova out, a Cold Embrace. Roger's not going to be able to do anything. He's just sitting there burning up slowly but surely. He will be the first of all on the side of Virtus Pro.
Okay, good. Pretty good trade. Oh, MSS. In the middle of this engagement, has the presence of mind to go and snag that bounty rune.
Throws down. Oh, that was an arrow, and he doesn't have the strength morph going down. He's just going to get bursted by the Starstorm. What a hit from Universe. Now they're going to be able to clean up the Enigma as well. Forward now have broken Virtus Pro, I believe. With the buyback of Sven, I still don't think they're going to be able to defend this tier 1 tower. So Forward, get the team fight that was necessary to claim some more objectives.
Oh, very nice arrow there. And didn't even see it coming whatsoever, despite all the vision and everything. Ramsey's getting hit. He was doing really well up top, right? He'd been surviving a couple more gusts this time, always getting it off, but it's very difficult when you don't even see the arrow coming. That vision from the arrow, I don't think wide enough to spot no one, so... Not only the tier 1, but the tier 2. Again, yeah, he did grab that second catapult. Question is, you know, can't go too much further. Oh, geez.
Oh,
sorry,
Winter's Curse. Bye-bye. That is one of the downsides of playing Visage against the Winter Wyvern. Arrow. Oh, it actually landed on the Winter Wyvern, but the Zeus here already spamming out some damage. Goes out the Yules. They have the Stormbolt. Sue, if they can just get good vision of him, they might be able to catch Universe here. Malthus, and finally Stormbolt comes out. That is a mega kill streak given to Roger. So a decent boost of gold as well as the, well, tried to go for the Visage familiars as well.
That's a pretty good hero for it too, honestly, in terms of like how the team's going. A Blink Dagger on Sven obviously changed him by quite a bit. That arrow.
What a hit. You can see the immediate buyback from Roger as Forward start pushing, but it just doesn't matter, right?
And you saw when Enigma died, he had the Crimson Guard pop up, so it was like sitting in his stash. Like, what an incredible item versus a draft strat, and one of the more important fights in the entire game. Could have been quite different had he had it. But Forward, you know, they just took 2 towers in the bottom lane. They go over to their handy playing Drow lineup flowchart, and they look down and they say, oh, are there still towers outside of the base? Yes, kill the towers. And then it's really that simple. So we know the next target that it'll be.
And they've got Supernova for it too, right? So no reason not to go for this. It's always I always find it hard when playing Enigma to be able to get good black holes off against. Ooh. He's going to try and wake himself up, but the Fiend's Grip is already there, and Solo can't really do anything to stop it. He just Cold Embrace, Winter's Curse on a creep, trying to grab some heroes or something, but Pasha's dead. Pasha, the second time now that he's been a bit too far forward and gets caught.
That was as desperate as you see it. I think I don't know what that Winter's Curse was.
I don't know.
Maybe our Zeke never got out of the chair. It's like that's the only thing I can imagine. I don't know.
Tread. All right, well, our flow chart, I think it's kind of skipped a step. Normally you look at, maybe we get the second Roshan or something, but hey, a team fight like that, all of a sudden, bada bing, bada boom, you're hitting the tier 3, you've unlocked shrines, but they don't want to be too greedy. They don't want to get caught in a nasty team fight as the Enigma comes up, and we know Roger is waiting for an overextension like that with this invisibility rune that he picked up. It's going to wear out soon, though, so we may never find that initiation. Sure enough, he's going to retreat.
There's so much pressure on the Wyvern in this game because your Enigma is not going for any sort of like blinks or anything like that. He's just doing this aura build, which is a great build, but that means that he's relying on a Winter's Curse to set up a decent black hole.
Right.
And so that means you have to play like aggressive as the Wyvern. It can't constantly be these like defensive black holes on one hero or even just killing the Bane or something. Like you gotta get the double core, you gotta get that black hole down.
And he doesn't even have the Blink Dagger on Roger to like force something first.
That would be
like
nice.
The idea being like Roger blinks forward and he throws out a stun or something, that's gonna force Forward to react in some way, right? But right now it's just entirely solo, like go in, buddy, just like that.
Yeah, looking for that chaos factor or something.
Hoping he runs into the right combination of heroes that will allow him to get a good Winter's Curse. Roger.
Dude, the sick position 4. Do you see that initiation?
All right, they're gonna sleep him apparently. Sunray out, just some good poke damage. Now there's no way that Virtus Pro are going to be feeling comfortable taking a team fight unless something crazy happens. They actually go back in trying to blow up Excalibur, and they do manage to get him. He will be blown up by that Morphling, who's already got the Shrink Morph too. He's going to be okay against some of that damage. Yes, the Winter Wyvern is dead, but so far it's a good exchange, especially with the buyback already out for the Winter Wyvern, and they're laying so much damage into a Morphling who's still getting away. They're trying to chase him down with one familiar right now, while their Zeus is getting lots of damage on these supports. The Bane's already dead. Rand's going to be healed up by the Cold Embrace now. That is definitely not a hero you can take out. Roger, hit by the Fire Spirits, says, it's okay, guys, I have Storm Bolt. I'll throw it on that Phoenix. We'll finish him off too. Forward. Just put the damage on the wrong hero and lose a team fight as a result.
Rezo's just like, how am I losing a fight where I just got a 3-man gust? Where is my team? And that was without the black hole still. That was a classic situation of the pressure of having the black hole. It just kept this really awkward pacing around the Enigma where they're like, he's almost dead, but they just like run away because the two look at black hole and then they run back in and couldn't, as you said, just spreading the damage, knocking the consistent targets down there. And
I mean, you also can't not push your damage onto a Zeus, right? Like, he's literally just sitting on the right side. He's like, he sees the enemy all running out of Morphling. He's like, okay, cool. Time to lightning bolt some fools.
And that means Blinkdagger is just about done here for Roger. So perhaps the game will change. GPM talent for the Enigma too. They lost the tier 3 though, which does mean the Shrines will be the next target here for Forward Gaming in their flowchart. And then the second Roche, which has a very conveniently placed DD next to it at the moment. And oh, wow. Hey guys.
Like manna from heaven. Resolution says, well, that was a rough team fight, guys. What we could really use now is a Roshan. And Ice Frog delivers.
But everything's up now except for the Undergod's Wrath.
Oh, Ramses. This Moonlight Shadow is making this game rough for him.
What's going on with my Wyvern? Where are my sentries at, Solo? What's happening here? This is... Moonlight Shadow is supposed to be a dead spell now because these lovely sentry blue wards last 6 minutes. And your whole map just gets covered in them. That's all you do is position 5.
So you're saying it's Solo's fault because he bought a... He bought Windlace instead of more sentries?
Basically, yeah. I mean, it's Ramsey's fault for going outside the blue zone.
That's true, that's
the safety zone.
Another opportunity for Forward to go into the high ground. 10 seconds left as the Morphling's back up. But it is just a lot of long-range damage being thrown down, right? There's Splinter Blast, there's Zeus, Arc Lightning. They even throw out a Midnight Pulse on some pushes. It's tough to be getting onto that high ground area.
Yeah, definitely.
Hit the racks.
I mean, how do you initiate with this Radiant line? Obviously, they've been doing extremely well, but I feel like most of it has come from like a weird pickoff. Like the first 20 minutes of this game were basically Nightmare Arrows, and then let's go push a tower.
Yeah.
Like, how many catches did they get over and over together? You can't do that when they're actually sitting on the high ground.
Right.
Instead, you just get really fat.
All right, well, buffet table is open, Forward. They've got the whole map available to them. So you think that's just what they're going to do for the
next... they get a pick off, I guess. I mean, what else can you do?
That's true.
They could go and, like, chip away a little bit. I guess, like, the Visage, but...
So if they don't find the pickoff, what do you bet? Do you think they'll actually still try and force it? Because they're like, we have Aegis. We should probably go high ground anyway.
Yeah, they'll probably wait till the AC, I would guess. And then that's a really good moment. Like the Force Staff, so they can try and bait out a bad play. They have a 9-second BKB from Universe, so... Yeah, they certainly aren't just going to wait forever, but you'll have to be a little bit more tailored with your push, I suppose, with this Aegis. They've got another 3 minutes to do it.
Some update on items. We do have... Almost taking down our Winter Wyvern. That's going to be Solo dead. Resolution managed to get the high ground hit.
Well, they had the sentries.
Yeah. Oh, that's always a critical talent. Level 20 once you have the Aghanim Scepter on the Zeus.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, I guess we're still waiting on that, eh? The Morph Target Allies. The double Nimbus. If they can hold Rax till double Nimbus, I'm calling it. Just got a double Midnight Pulse. They got all kinds of stuff going on.
Okay. I mean, once he has BKB too, that's really going to help, right?
Yes, most certainly. At this rate, I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about this game. I kind of feel like Forward are going to finish it. I think they're going to get it done in time.
Well, he just lost one familiar. They're trying to put damage on this melee Rax, but also look to be retreating. So that's going to get regened up. Another 200 gold for Virtus Pro. Still holding an 11,000. Oh, there's going to be your initiation with the Nimbus. At the same time, they managed to get a ton of damage already onto the Mirana, but leaps away. Pops the BKB arrow. Oh, that was a slap target, and he whiffed it. Pasha will be able to get off the Crimson Guard, get silenced up. Supernova on top of him as well. Ramses is going to try and eat through that Supernova. It's going to be a close call, but he managed to get it. Pasha will survive as a result thanks to no stun coming out. Resolution turns, managed to kill the Zeus. Ramses almost dies here. Cold Embrace, that'll buy him a little bit of time. Now the Winter's Curse placed on the Drone Ranger, allowing Ramses to be able to get away with the buyback coming out from no one. He's going to lay that magic damage into Resolution. There is going to be an Aegis, but SVG, he is slowed down a little bit by the Splinter Blast, but they want to focus on this Drone Ranger. No, he does not BKB. Just throw everything. Throw down the black hole. Make sure there's no way that carry will survive. Excalibur and Universe, they know their Drone Ranger's dead. They tried to retreat fast enough to make sure no one else got caught, but Excalibur was going to get caught anyway. He's going to be chased down by the waveform. And that is going to be 4 dead on the side of forward.
Oh, it's going to be so much experience for Morph. Like, he was level 17. He's almost 19 now, thanks to all that. What a huge save on that. I thought that fight was going to be over with the egg, and then we were going to get the Enigma, and then just go high ground and start chipping away, because at that point, they would have lost a lot of their just, like, casual wave clear. But major save from Ramses with the attack speed boost. Barely gets that egg down in time. And then, of course, the chase a bit too far from the drow.
Yeah.
Aegis not so good up on the high ground.
No one being able to buy back there. Of course, Virtus Pro, like, on the edge of, you know, losing a lane of rack, so obviously everyone's going to try and hold on to buyback, but that one was definitely critical as well. They know they have high ground vision. They're going to be able to spot him. Nimbus down. And that is Bane down as well. So Virtus Pro going to get not 1, but now probably 2 towers.
Oh, and a 10-second BKB for a Morphling. Forward gaming.
Yeah, unless you get Fiend's Grip on him, like, that Supernova's just not going to survive, right? Yeah. He's basically like a Mirana, where he has a mobility spell and he has really fast attack speed.
Roger goes for the bold leap in there. And it's a run back right now. Just all the way straight. Tier 1, Tier 2, into a Tier 3. Uh-oh.
Silence. Ooh, a lot of damage there.
Okay, he had Manta, that's why I stopped attacking. That makes sense.
They won't quite finish up that Tier 3, it looks like. The Siege Wagons should be dealt with quickly.
Nice discipline there from Virtus Pro. Obviously seeing how far a single loss can take you for forward.
Forward demonstrating it quite well. Well, now we almost have a Blink Dagger on solo as well. That's going to make things pretty nasty for forward again.
That's like 20 sentries. I don't know about that, dude. It's a questionable decision here by solo.
Ramsey's telling him right now.
It's like, how am I gonna get gold?
Listen to me. Blink Dagger is not the item. Sentries. More sentries.
Oh, look at this. Pitiful. Support gold spent. Okay, thanks, Layer. Yeah, I get it. They're spending a lot of gold. Always got
I thought you were a support player.
Yeah.
Why are you mocking the support player life? You're sounding like some
I had the funnest game lately. I was Ogre. I just bought sentries. It's like snowballing mid, buys a Shadow Blade. Game's just over because he can't play.
You sounded like a real Chad core player right there for a moment, Trent.
Well, I hear enough of them that I can do a great impression.
Okay. Yeah, I get it. You bought wards, bro. 21-15, a 4,000 gold lead right now. Apparently Zeus and Winter Wyvern are missing. Universe is very specific on that. Not sure why, but it looks like forward. Maybe we're planning to go for some smoke action, are still going to do it, despite the fact they got spotted by the Zeus ultimate. But sometimes it just doesn't matter. You want to make a play? You're going to make a play. And Virtus Pro is outside of their base, so you got to do something to offset the clear initiation advantage for Virtus Pro in this next team fight. And
yeah, just the vision killing them at this point. Aeon disconnects for the Zeus. I like that. So no one just get out of some sticky situations.
To be honest with you, Trent, I don't know how forwards start the next fight unless they like smoke run into a hero or something like.
Yeah, it kind of comes back to that whole, like, they won the first 20 minutes literally off Nightmare Arrow. That's pretty much what it was.
Yeah.
It was just constantly over and over because in the laning stage and in that, like, build-up phase, everyone's so split up. But now that you've just got this clump of Virtus Pro and they've equalized the net worth, they don't have that pressure of being split and farming, then yeah, it's a great question. It's like there's so many auras now, there's BKBs. What to do?
Roger's just going to go straight into the high ground. He doesn't care. He's going to make himself a focus. That way the rest of Virtus Pro can play off of that Chaos solo. Blinking back down into the low ground. They're still not trying to go for Ramses, though. Excalibur is going to be caught, separated from the rest of his team. He is pretty tanky, but they're trying to focus on right now with the Winter's Curse intercepting a lot of those heroes. They will be able to focus down Excalibur because look at them. They just can't get past the Winter's Curse. Now with the BKB activated from Resolution, he tries to come forward, but quickly regrets it. Nice push back there, but Fiend's Grip Supernova on the high ground as well. They can't deal with the egg fast enough. Maybe the Drone Ranger can actually get the space to land the damage, and that's exactly what's happening. They managed to finish up the Enigma. He now turns towards Ramses, who's going to turn into a Mirana a leap away, but Roger is putting damage onto Resolution. He managed to get a Hurricane Pike away. The arrow, oh no, the Phoenix getting caught. Ramses is going to be able to run him down, actually turning into a Mirana for a moment, very low, but it doesn't matter. He had the Starstorm damage, and okay, maybe it does matter. MSS had the dive away, and has a TP, so he can hide somewhere in the trees and get out.
No.
No, but he spots him. That's all they need.
TP.
He's good. He's good. He's good.
All right, slightly close there. Looks like that's still going to be about a 2,100 gold swing-ish for all Virtus Pro. chaos. Roger just hopped in there. He's like, we're just having a fight. You guys don't get to pick your perfect initiation. The eggs have been very defensive throughout this game too. Even that egg. It was like the fight's going a little bit poorly. I have to egg up here. And it looked like for a moment Rezo was going to have the damage. But just couldn't clean up that morphling in time. He held his morph for so long too. So there's always that like second health bar being available. And you got the escape mechanism of the leap.
I think in these situations, Excalibur has to embrace him being the pseudo-initiator. And I'm saying his initiation is pretty much going, attack me.
The face tank.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Because look at everyone else on the team. Like, Dro cannot be there. Mirana, obviously, nothing you can really do. You hope to land an arrow, but that's about it. You can't Supernova to start a fight, because that's just, it's going to be cleaned up so quickly, it'll be inconsequential.
And this is why it's very rare to actually see the 5-man ranged drought lineup.
Yeah.
They're really not that common. Tends to be a Centaur in there, an Earthshaker, or someone who's just got to get in there.
Even just Undyings, right?
Yeah,
like the Undying Dro Ranger is a duo that's been pretty potent right
now. That's a merch Dota right there.
Exactly. You run in there. I'm going to die, guys. I got 2 tombstones off. Let's go. Virtus Pro. They're going to run into Moonlight Shadow Forward Gaming. If there's any opportunity for them to win a fight, it would be this one right now where the Invis goes undetected. Resolution pops BKB, hoping to be able to deal with Pasha fast enough. The Supernova on the side. Pasha not feeling like he can go for the BKB just yet, but no one's already blown up the Bane, and they're saving Pasha until an arrow comes in, locks him down. The Cold Embrace just not going to be good enough. The BKB fading now for Ramses, but does manage to finish off Excalibur first. Now going to wait for him into the enemy. Willing to take the fight because how tanky he is. He's already been silenced up as a Murata. Managed to pop the Manta, though. Headed by the Familiars, he's not going to be able to swap back. He is dead now for 80 seconds, right around that Roshan pit. Virtus Pro have the opportunity to take control of the game, but losing their Morphling means they lose control of the Roshan pit now.
Dude, how did he not take double Nimbus? I'm so upset right now. He took the waveform attacks targets. What are you doing to me, Ramses? Surely, that's got to be the better play. I'm pretty stunned. Like, get the refresher share, this triple Nimbus.
All right, I'll be honest with you, Trent. I have no idea. You're 100% it works that way?
Yeah, okay. I'm 100%.
Right.
You get Ogre multicast for some damn reason, and you get Nimbus. I don't know why, but I promise you that's what happens.
All right. Then shame.
Yeah, then shame.
Like, wait, solo. At least Forward does not feel comfortable enough taking, well, maybe with an MSS, Shiva's initiation like this, Winter's Curse just stopping Forward from trying to get the initiation in. The Phoenix was already slowing him down enough. They were a little bit scared of that fight. No one's joining them now, though. They're going to try and recover off this side area. Now the jump in from Rogers, looking to be able to blow up. Does manage to get the Bane first thing first. Resolution has to turn and go for the Sven instead with the Cold Embrace placed on a Solo. Solo immediately blinks after the Cold Embrace, so it's going to be a support for a support.
Okay, that's all one Morph is dead, though, so that's a pretty big win for VP, I would say. Like, that you're pulling them away from the Roche pit.
No Supernova while you still have Black Hole. I'm not convinced that they can do Roshan themselves, though, on the side of Virtus Pro.
They can definitely do it very quickly. However, they can't do it if there's any sort of contest. So, like, if they can catch Forward away from the pit, or they can get enough pickoffs that doesn't matter, and Ramses can go, like, super low and just, like, race the Roche, then that's fine.
Yeah.
But he can't be in there at, 700 HP doing Roche if they're nearby.
And it also feels like one of those situations where Virtus Pro don't need to Roshan. Like, they win the game by stopping Forward from Roshing, or they can win the game by actually getting Roshan themselves. But all that matters is just, like, preventing the Aegis.
They could deny this Aegis, and I think they win. You know what I mean? Like,
I feel you. Moonlight Shadow gonna go down. Winter Wyvern gonna be taken out first here. That is a good start. That's a big team fighter already out. The Nimbus is gonna be dealt with as they just want to play this left-hand side of the map, knowing that Virtus Pro is willing to commit everything to keep this Roshan fight intact, and that's why the Winter Wyvern bought back.
I mean, they not only they steal the gem away from Solo, but there was already like this perfect dire ward right at the bottom of those stairs where they are playing right now. And they just kill it. They're like, oh, sweet. Thanks to the gem, dude. That was absolutely terrifying.
Roshan marching out of the pit.
Who wants to kill me? Why isn't anyone on Team Roche?
Oh, man, it's a third Roshan refresher shard, too. I forgot about that. All right, we're going to smoke up, wrap around, but that's where Virtus Pro is, and Roger's going to make it his initiation with the Moonlight Shot. They have actually done so much damage already, but the Phoenix will be able to get off the Supernova. The BKB activated by Ramses. He'll deal with the egg as quick as possible, and he does have it down. Sure, Roger's going to go down, but Ramses still on the front line. He's already dealt with the Drone Ranger as well as the Phoenix. 5 acts from both of them. He's been hit by an arrow, though. Excalibur's trying to get some damage onto him, but the Black Hole's going to be able to lock down both him as well as the Birds. They finish off Excalibur, and poor SJW, well, he's already on the wrong side of things. SVG will fall. And that just leaves the 3 of forward.
Yeah, he keeps holding his Black Hole for so long. I really like the way Pasha's been playing. Just like keeping that very key moment of the fight where maybe there's like a chance of a turnaround or something, and he just zoned out everyone else.
Yeah.
Brings down Excalibur. Fight's just over. I can't believe they just won a fight where they just took a Phoenix from 100 to 20%, still got off the ultimate, and still somehow you win. That's a very good sign of your team fight versus the opponent team right now.
And they 3 up with no Supernova. There's no way they can contest Roshan.
Yeah, Arrow will just kind of fly in, scouts it out, but it will belong to Virtus Pro. And they'll just take it all. Aegis on the Morphling, Cheese, and Refresh Jar. But he'll hand that off.
We're going to see that last team fight again. I mean, the Supernova going off, like, just barely doesn't actually change things, right? Because really good Winter's Curse, first of all, stalling up the Drone Ranger's damage at that point.
They don't have the best follow-up to the egg, too. Like, Phoenix has been very successful lately, as, well, you know, sorry to curse their MSS, but will be brought down. But a lot of the teams that are picking Phoenix and winning with it are just getting these, like, super sweet follow-up skills. And Forward have been one of them, but...
Whoa, Ramses.
All right. Don't play with me here, Ramses.
Doesn't lose that Aegis too early. Oh, but that double! They made it take down Drone Ranger, and there goes SVG as well.
That's the dieback.
And that's the end of the game.
Oh, how quickly things can turn with the old Drow strat. I think you have to credit like how well they really did play that first like 25 minutes because, you know, as cheesy as Drow strats kind of can be, it was relatively flawless to a point. And obviously we reached that point, and Virtus Pro completely broke them. Very well played.
You're seeing apparently this is one of the longer games of our very first day here at ESL 1 Hamburg, and this is just what happens with the Drone Ranger strat. As you were saying, like most of these Phoenix, they have some sort of ability that kind of covers them. Yeah. Some sort of AoE stun or something like that.
There was Birds here. Yeah. That was it.
You didn't have it here, and it's mostly because Forward drafted that kind of lineup, right? Where they were like, we're winning this in the first 25 minutes of the game.
Yeah, so there was no like Teamfight Phoenix really here. This was, I mean, it was early Teamfight Phoenix, but it was definitely not when the game gets hard and there's actually attack speed Phoenix.
So was there any teamfight that really stood out to you? That was the one where, like obviously the Roshan fight, but it felt like the game was already trending the way of Virtus Pro. Yeah. Where was the fight that happened that kind of changed the game to Virtus Pro being the narrative?
It was when they were retreating after one of those attempted high ground pushes with the Visage Aegis, and Roger just like jumped out, and he just like created a fight at their shrine, and he's like, then there's this chase down that begins. They get a couple kills that they really needed. That's when the game starts to turn, because that's when we got into like this level. He went from like 17 to 19 on the Morphling or something like that. They end up getting the BKB right after too. So.
All right, well, you heard trends break down. Now to hear more from the panel.
Thank you very much. Yes, I have to give massive props to one of our expert men on the panel, because whilst we were watching that in the green room, we were studying the match in the first 20 minutes, and I made a comment, Forward came in smashing Virtus Pro right now, and Fog said to me, wait till Morphling gets 20, because if he gets there, Virtus Pro crushed them. Guess what? That's why we have experts on this program.
I'd love to take credit for it, but he didn't take the talent I thought he was going to. I thought he was going to take more of Target's allies, and I thought he was going to turn into Wyverns and Zeus and stuff like that, but he didn't. Yeah. We know that you do get Nimbus, but you have to stay in the Zeus form in order to take the damage from it.
You didn't need to give that away. You could have just gone with it and been like,
I'm an honest man, Paul.
I'm
an honest man.
Yeah.
No, in all seriousness, I actually thought it was an excellent game by Forward. I think just some small mistakes ended up losing them that one, but I love the way they played that whole early game, the pressure they put on. They were just not allowing Ramses to play Dota pretty much. Every time he showed his face in the lane, the Bane came over and it was just like sleep into Arrow or beautiful Fiend's Grips time and time again. They were playing very good control about the map. I felt like it was actually like one little mistake around that shrine area that I think they closed up on at the end there, where I saw Universe miss the arrow on a slept target, and they overextended past the base. And I don't really want to like just put everything down onto one play there, but that missed arrow into an overextension by Rezo. They lose their Aegis, humongous comeback for VP, and then Yeah.
I mean, like you say, he put it on one player because actually Universe had a good game outside of that, and
Awesome
some of the arrows early on as well were just unbelievably well placed. So
yeah, that's the purpose of VP's draft anyways, that they picked better team fight, knowing that like if they delay the game a bit and they get past this like strong period in the mid game or early mid game where gyro strats are really good, then it'll be fine for them. And that's basically what Forward Gaming also wanted to do. They opened up with a Drow and a Mirana, knowing that like, okay, we've got our good combo, and then they picked a hero that's gonna make sure that no matter what, that lane dumpsters. Like a Mirana and a Bane are gonna dumpster anybody. If anyone of the enemy dual lane leaves a lane, you've instantly got an arrow, sleep into arrow, if Bane can get behind and get the sleep setup, which he can because there was an offlane. So there's so many different ways to approach through trees, and that just super secured them in the early game. Then they're just crushing mid game, and then just VP fell off a little bit until they got to late game, and then everything kind of worked out.
Score on the screen, 42-minute game. Universe the highlight on Forward Gaming, 9-3 and 18 on that Mirana. Great game from him, apart from the one big mistake at the end. Also on the other side, I guess the standout's probably Ramses, 10-6 and 8, 9-3 and 16 on the Zeus as well. So difficult stats-wise because you kind of go, yeah, it wasn't one of those stat kind of games.
I mean, we had our lovely Vlad talk saying, "He's like, guys, I need an MVP for that match." And me and Kevin look at each other like,
I was thinking Mirana. Wait, they lost.
Wait, they lost the game. Yeah, we were like,
can you do a Mirana? Can you do an MVP for the losing team? I don't think you can.
It was just, I mean, great teamwork. I liked Pasha's itemization personally. I liked the Crimson Guard build. He held on to his black hole a lot of fights. He was just kind of this tanky presence, but I thought it was, for them, it was much more of a team effort than on the side of Forward, where it was like Universe and SVG would kind of command.
We have to pick one out, and we have picked out Ramses in the end as the MVP, which, the Morphling.
He caught back up.
Yeah, I mean, that was the point, where he caught back up and then became very dangerous, and they had to shut him down. They did shut him down towards the end as well. Again, does it come down to small things when you're playing a good team like that, Kevin? Is it those one missed arrow? Is it? Can you really pin it all on that?
I mean, if you want another car, yes. And I don't think Ramses necessarily played the best. There was a lot of early gank moments where he did kind of, didn't feel like a Morphling game where he was a pain in the ass to kill. Felt like, oh, he made a couple of mistakes here and there. And it wasn't always really ungankable ganks. It would be like they're gusting from nighttime at max range, or they're getting a Fiend's grip off just barely before he gets the waveform off, and maybe he didn't morph. And like things like that sometimes happened where it didn't make him, he looked very killable at multiple courses of those early games. I'd argue maybe, I don't know, there's probably lots of things going into that, like really smart ganks with little resources, but I guess I would say no one definitely played really well. I think Zeus played really well, considering that he's up against a Visage, he didn't get fed. He was always checking for wards, like his KDA, the only time he died was like Bane rotations with Mirana arrows, like, there's a lot of good players on the dire side. But
okay. We're going to head to a break in a moment. I just want to get your quick thoughts on, we were also talking during the draft, and we failed to mention, of course, they've got a new coach, and he is drafting. So I understand he's kind of drafting mainly with the help of Ramses in the team, but maybe that's the reason that we had such different heroes this time around.
It did feel very different.
It did,
typical.
didn't it?
It looked like it was like a team secret draft where they're like, oh, pick all these team fight heroes and aim for the late game and win that. But it was instead on a different team, so maybe a good direction to push those guys since they are so talented. They made something like Sven support look really good, moderately good in the early game, okay in the mid game, and then good again in the late game.
He has like it's hard to like gauge too, because support Sven has this like invisible impact in a lot of team fights because he's just war crying, and you're like, how much did it actually mitigate? I'm actually like trying to look up the numbers of what the percent mitigation is afterwards. You
do that in the break because we've got plenty of time while we take a break here and pay some bills. When we come back, that will be game number 2. Can Forward Gaming get themselves back in and on level terms in this best of 2? Virtus Pro, the defending champions, make it a 2-0 start to their defense of the campaign. We'll find out after the break.
Intel technology powers the best of esports, and the best demand a superior level of performance. So we're introducing the 9th Gen Intel Core i9 processors, designed for the world's best gamers. In celebration with our community, we're hosting the 9th Gen Intel Core i9 processor Dream Stakes. We want to bring you inside our world of esports for once-in-a-lifetime experience that only Intel can provide. Enter for a chance to win a trip to one of 9 world-class events across 3 sweepstakes. We're taking the winner and a guest behind the scenes for a one-of-a-kind VIP treatment. Winners will also get the latest 9th Gen Intel Core i9 processor and walk away with exclusive swag. Enter for your chance to win starting November 5th, 2018. Visit corei9.intel.com to sign up for more information.
Remember where it started. Your first experiences. Remember where you came from. The journey you traveled. The journey you love. Remember where it started. And imagine where it will go. Rise on.
See? Red Bull gives you wings.
Because it's forever. Because it's juicy. Because it's fresh. Because it's 2 patties of 100% premium beef, legendary special sauce, crisp lettuce in a toasted sesame seed bun. It's the Big Mac.
Bitburger 0.0. Select your favorite. Containing vitamins, isotonic, and with unbeatable freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.
ESL 1 Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Alienware, Logitech G, and Pay Safecard.
ESL 1 Hamburg 2018 continues on our very first day of action. 6 days, of course, of main action for Dota 2 to come, or 5 after this one if you can do maths. It's too early already. I'm not doing maths. We already did maths earlier with Gold. It got out of hand. We're not doing that again. If you want to follow all of the action as well, don't forget over on Stream B right now, Team Asta are taking on NIP in that game. Actually, just checking in with the NIP Team Asta game. That's still in game 1. It's headed north of 46 minutes right now. So long game between those two in game 1. Game 2 is about to get underway on Stream C right now as well. That's Complexity in action for the first time with Skembaloo. They're playing EVOS and they're 1-0 up right now in that one. But we're going to turn our attention to game number 2 between Forward Gaming and Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro winning the opening game. We're back at the panel once more with Purge and Fold. And Jensen, I kind of want to just talk a little bit more about that draft from game 1, because it was a very interesting draft. Maybe not interesting from a Forward Gaming perspective, but definitely from Virtus Pro. Very unconventional is the only way I can come up with the right kind of adjective to describe what that was for them.
I wouldn't say it was unconventional just because of like the Sven support. Besides that, I think it was still, mostly what we see from VP.
Didn't feel like VP though, did it?
I guess the Zeus too feels a little bit weird to me, because like no one is usually more of like this really active guy, but he played phenomenally on the Zeus. But yeah, their draft just seemed like they wanted to take it to the late game, stall it out, and they were able to actually hold versus forward, and then yeah, Ramsey's able to carry as a Morphling. So it feels a little bit greedy, but yeah, you can't make these type of mistakes versus VP if you're forward, especially if you're playing a Drow lineup. Drow lineups are the ones where it's like execution is the most important. You have to play that absolute precision.
Okay, let me ask Kevin a slightly different question, but still related back to the draft. If Forward play that game again, do they win that game with that draft?
I think they can. They definitely executed quite well. I think they needed more kills on Zeus mid during the laning stage, and past that, I mean, they had some late game execution errors. But it's hard to get opportunities. I mean, one of their most one-sided team fights was getting a great arrow on Enigma, or I think, which let them set up a great initiation. But it was a little hard for them to force fights in really advantageous ways due to the heroes that they had. So that was kind of the problem. They can get all the outer towers pretty straightforward, but once they're trying to go high ground, they almost need to pick first. They did it with an Aegis. Just they got cleaned up halfway through the fight. But it's very difficult to close that out. So you could argue it's a drafting thing that no matter what, as long as, like, if no one dies like 2 times in the laning stage or something, even if he does kind of okay, that catapults their opponents in an even bigger way and lets them snowball those towers even harder. So it's like if no one just dies a couple more times, or maybe their off lane goes a little bit worse, or their safe lane goes a little bit worse, maybe it would have been just a super stomp by Forward Gaming. So it was very close. It really just comes down to execution.
Get into the second draft momentarily. Fold, I want to talk to you as a former pro, playing pro games, because they are different to what we play on the pub circuit, obviously. And is there an element sometimes when you're ahead like that, like Forward were in that first 18 minutes, you don't necessarily, you aren't as far ahead as you think you are sometimes. You sort of think, this is going well, but actually you realise afterwards, no, we needed to be way further ahead. Does that happen as a pro player? I mean,
for sure, but you can't, like, you don't really want to think about that ever during a game. It's right afterwards, you look and you're like, wow, I felt like we were 20k gold ahead. Right. But we were only like 7k or 8. Well, actually, I think they were like 11.
Yeah.
At one point in that game.
They were up over 10.
I think you always have to like just step back when you know you're the team that's the worst team, flat out. Like they know that they're not a better team than VP. You have to just take it step by step, and yeah, the game was close. They played really solid. It's just those last 5-6 minutes, those last 7 minutes. It's versus a team like VP. If you're playing versus these monsters, VP, LGD, OGD, G, if you want to throw them in there, sometimes you can't make like any mistakes because they'll run with it. It's not just one mistake. They'll turn that one mistake into 5 mistakes.
They certainly did that. First pickaxe this time around from Forward Gaming. Bans feel the same.
They took out the Drow though. They gave it respect.
The Drow, the Drow's gone from the Virtus Pro side. I didn't like playing against that.
And Morpher moved as well, which was kind of some of the issue. I mean, it was really good X solution. because pretty much no matter where the egg is, Morphling should have waveform range, super high attack speed with all his agility. He can deal with it. So maybe it'll make their team fight better if they do go on the same line.
Nice flexible first pick for the Axe.
Do they Wyvern or Undying here on VP? Because I know they love Undying versus Axe. They put him in the lane versus Axe, and Axe just gets crushed. Like, super hard. Solo plays it. I've seen him do it time and time again. I think it has to be one of those two versus this hero.
You said Undying or who?
Wyvern, just because it's just Wyvern. It's great. They also still do have Ogre. Ogre also is great versus Axe in that laning phase. It's okay.
It's interesting, actually, over on the C stream right now. Complexity taking on EVOS in their second game. They're still just finalising the draft. They opened with an Undying Mirana.
So
for EVOS. So.
I think this Phoenix pick is also a bit of a block pick as well. Like having both Axe and Phoenix would be really good, just because if they're about to kill the egg, if you jump in the right time, do a Berserker's Call, it wins the team fight in a big way. So it's already a good hero. It's not typically something VP would open with in the first two, but I think it's very clear here.
Okay, a couple of supports on the board. Yeah. It's been massively popular with a lot of teams in this last 4 weeks.
There's like the big three for me that I like, or actually the big two in particular that I like playing versus the Axe. It's the Ogre, because you just don't care. You just walk at him, you hit him over and over. It allows you to stabilize your lane, where Axe usually is going to dominate. The Ogre changes that, or it's the Undying. It's just these beefcakes that don't care.
Yeah, we talked to all of the analysts that will be on the desk over the next 6 days for their most popular pick and their surprise pick that might be popular. Purge and Trent both went with the Ogre as the most popular. So that would end up as being the most popular pick, and that includes picks and bans.
My most popular is not doing so good.
Do you want to talk about Centaur, or...?
Yeah, if they pick it.
I mean,
we've
seen it
earlier.
once.
It was picked earlier.
We've seen it once.
Big fan of that hero.
Your surprise was Dazzle, as was Purge, by the way.
Yes.
You haven't seen it at
Which
all.
we haven't seen it, but this is the team that if it's going to get picked at all on a regular basis, it's going to be Virtus Pro, isn't it?
And I think the games that I saw it picked, it was against a Centaur. Maybe that's part of the reason we're not seeing either hero, is that if Centaur's not as popular as other cores, then we don't need to see Dazzle. And somebody like Ogre is just, as a whole, generally safer than Dazzle anyways, because you're just far tankier, you're slower, but tons of armor, tons of regen.
Yeah. We've also spoken about the popularity of Invoker with Virtus Pro. It's found itself a second phase ban.
I think you always... I'm getting down to the point where I was watching these games the other day. I think you always ban this man's Invoker now. He was just so flashy. He's like, oh, I'm going to do Exort this game. Switch it up.
Does it continue to... Because Virtus Pro have their own kind of drafting meta, I want to say. For instance, Brood. It used to be a 5th pick. It used to be a surprise. Oh no, we've been brooded. And then it became a second phase pick because everyone knew they'd just ban it last anyway because they don't want the cheese. And then people started banning it in second phase. So what did Virtus Pro do? They first pick it.
Yeah.
Is that what we're talking about with Invoker here? Is it the same kind of, they used to 5th pick it, then they second phase pick it, now it's getting second phase banned. So is it, if they really want it, they're going to have to pick it first, aren't they?
I don't think first pick. I think first two.
And that's not going to work.
Good, but it's not great. No, it's
not
not the
work.
same monster as a Brood.
Brood can lane basically anywhere,
Yeah.
more or less. And Invoker basically is so much safer in the mid lane just because he's such a slow hero with low armor. He would be outbeaten by so many 1v1s, even by non-typical 1v1 heroes.
Yeah.
There's an interesting green, highest rated pick in the middle of that, which is the Huskar.
Yeah, not at all abnormal. He's kind of a Brood right now as well.
Yep.
Don't think we'll see him this game, though. Maybe if Forward wants it, but I don't see VP picking it versus Axe and Bane. Those are two traditional heroes that are very good versus it.
This is what we were talking about just before the break as well. Zeke, the new coach with Virtus Pro, drafting alongside Ramses as the drafting team, if you like. You can see they're literally not talking to the rest of the team either.
Yeah, it's just them two.
No.
And they're throwing some inputs, it looks like here. You see no one talking about over there. We have lost the draft for a moment. Oh, God.
You want to do voiceovers? No, I'm terrible at these.
It's all right.
You said you were good at Ogre now.
We've got experts on it. Let's do radio draft. Let's do what do we think they'll pick next.
So they had Ogre Phoenix, so they already have their two supports more than likely. They could still throw the Ogre as Pasha's hero, but was Enigma actually taken out? I think they could still look at the Enigma. I know Pasha's been loving it. Maybe he doesn't want to play it back-to-back, though.
They've picked something, I think.
Did feel like that, didn't they?
They picked something, I think.
He stood up quick. He's like,
there is one of
I finished
116 heroes currently picked.
Nervously awaiting a pick.
Yeah.
That's what that looks like.
Necrophos was
It
banned,
does,
right?
They do look a little bit nervous, don't they?
Necro
Yeah.
was banned, right? Because they had Axe. And,
second phase.
Yes, okay. Because they had Axe, and I think that would have been a really good pick for VP, but that is taken out.
It was forward gaming ban.
But yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I mean, playing Axe versus Necro is not fun in lane or throughout the grand scheme of the game.
Okay,
there we go.
It's full screen draft for now.
We can talk about the Centaur.
Yeah, we can talk about the Centaur because that was one of Fault's potential popular picks. It is a third pick for Versus Pro.
So, yeah, just overall, it's just I think it's just a really strong hero. Usually you want to see what the enemy core kind of is, but I think he just provides you so much. He provides you a way to start the fight, create chaos. You have a Phoenix who can always like go in afterwards, and you can protect the egg with the Centaur too. He builds all these like items that you really like to use, just like these Crimson, these pipes.
And a Lina for forward gaming.
Lina's really good here. It's super good against the egg, like disgustingly good against the egg. No matter where he puts it, you can always catch up and attack really fast. More burst damage to follow up on Axe or Bane setups, and lots of range and speed as well to get away from Centaur or to follow up and kill him if needed. So I think it's a pretty safe pick right here. It can also be flexible in lane. I think there's the Centaur pick to me, at least the first thing that stood out to me is that maybe if they're worried about creep cutting by Axe, they'll just put Centaur in the lane and he'll just tank the creeps and kill him as well, equally fast, so it kind of gives the solution there, perhaps. This is a hero that Axe actually does well against his PL.
However, I think Ogre is one where he's the X factor, right? Like Ogre's the one he's the one who's just beating the Axe the whole time, so you can get him kind of low, and Axe is a bit low armor. Yeah. I do agree though, I think Axe is incredibly good versus PL in lane and throughout the overall scheme of the game.
Is it as broken as Trent would have us believe?
What, PL?
Axe.
Oh, Axe? I think he is. He's very good versus a lot of your traditional carry heroes right now. Because, I mean, it's still like the same concept. Like, you get your Blink, your Blade Mail, and you can kill pretty much anybody.
We'll get Trent's thought when we pass it over for the commentary. Leshrac, okay.
That's a PL counter.
Yeah.
Very good against PL.
Not a popular pick, of course.
Could that be
very situational?
So do you think it could be a support Axe now and they run... Because I like the Leshrac when it's a core as a counter to the PL. When it's a support, you don't do nearly as much. I think this could be maybe Universe, right?
Yeah, I could see that. I don't think he's very viable as a support. He's occasionally worked there just due to like spell abuse, but if you're up against a PL, you just need to get semi-tanky, and you can get pretty good solutions against it, actually.
Okay, so just a
gain and BKB maybe.
A single ban from both teams remaining, and a single pick to wrap things up. What wraps this up nicely for forward?
I guess they have a front laner with Axe. They have a tower hitter with Leshrac. They have PL solutions. It looks pretty good.
Yeah, maybe that is MSS's hero. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't know.
Is it worth
I'm not too sure yet.
Gambling on the support? Like, there's enough burst damage on VP where it feels really dangerous as a support to me.
Yeah.
So if he gets gone on by...
I just feel like I wouldn't see Universe playing. I feel like I'd see Universe playing Axe 10 times over at Leshrac. That's the only reason why. I think maybe they'll run Axe Lesh as the dual lane, and they'll try to put pressure on the PL. But
so like MSS Axe, and it'll be SVG Bane, and then maybe an offlane Lina or Lesh.
Yeah, I'm not too sure.
I could certainly see. I mean, it's kind of a cool idea. I mean, both Lesh and Lina sort of provide PL solutions, but having both just seems really good in a lot of ways because you can protect. Even if you throw a stun to try to catch the PL and you doppelgangs, you've always got another stun to follow up. I just feel like it's so much magic control that it's going to be a long time until PL feels survivable.
Yeah, and now that they banned the Pugna, that makes him feel even more so that that's a core Lesh.
Yeah.
There's an anti-mage ban. I feel like we haven't seen one of those in a long time.
They had a game in Autumn Brawl actually where it went over, and it went 72 minutes or something, or 73 minutes versus No Pango, and No Pango almost won with the AM. It was like super close game, AM versus PL, and VP ended up coming back.
Maybe some residual mental issues for Virtus Pro then.
It's a hero that you can get to a point where you can fight versus PL. Like you can get your farm speed, and it used to be a traditional counter to the PL in a way because you get that farm speed, but PL just feels like it's just way more consistent carry.
AM is definitely back in the game, and the problem with the VP's draft right now is their first three heroes are all magic focused. So something like an AM would have been extremely survivable outside of fighting PL, and he can always get away from PL. So
it's a triple L from Forward Gaming. Lina, Leshrac, Luna.
So Luna not very good at PL in much later stages of the game, but Lesh and Lina should be able to push him to that point, is one of the nice things about it. And something like a Luna Axe dual lane also sounds pretty good. Luna's kind of weak, can't defend herself well, but Axe Call can cover that. Luna can amplify Axe's damage. I kind of like this as a Centaur lane solution. I feel like it's going to be Luna Axe, they'll throw either Lina or Lesh mid, and they'll throw the other one as a core in the offlane is my assumption. Like, they can harass PL quite easily with that.
Maybe.
Maybe
I
Lina.
think it's going to be, I think Bane Luna and then Axe Lesh bottom. I don't know who's going to play the Axe and the Lesh, though. I think it's going to be an MSS Lesh rec for some reason, even though I would like it more to be Universe. It's a mid Lesh. Okay, so support Lina.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
MSS Lina.
Okay, I like that better than Lesh support, for sure, without a doubt.
Wow, I guess no one really wants to play Zeus today.
It's a good Zeus game.
I mean, why not?
It's a really good Zeus game.
Yeah.
It is Universe X.
It's very annoying to play Axe versus Zeus.
He's quite happy with that, I would imagine. It is a second consecutive Zeus game for him, though. We'll see how that one pans out. If the first draft was unconventional, that was a little bit more along the lines that we're used to, but it's still a bit out there, isn't it?
A little bit, but we have seen Lina supports, not that bizarre. The Lesh is something that I think has been ready to occasionally join the meta, so I'm excited to see it.
Yeah.
But I just think the Zeus pick is really good this game. Like, against all these spell-casting, semi-low HP heroes, Zeus stays slightly out of cast range. He's going to bolt those guys. They're going to get bursted down in team fights if they get stunned once. I think the Zeus is going to be a little bit too strong in the mid-game.
Okay, interesting. Fog, final thoughts?
I think heavy emphasis. If the Axe has a really good game, then I think it's going to be forward, but other than that, I'd still stick with VP.
Yeah, yeah. Prove their worth as a defending champion, that's for sure. Right then, I think we're just about ready. This match is about to get underway. It is, of course, 1-0 already to Virtus Pro. Can they convert as the defending champions try to go...
That's right. Thank you, Paul. We will be talking about Axe. We're going to be talking about every hero in this game, too, though, of Virtus Pro versus Forward. In case you were wondering, Trent, you can talk about anything you want.
Yeah, just no Axe throwing. The last time that was brought up, I didn't look too good.
That didn't go so well.
We'll cut that one.
Yeah.
So the question mark for Axe, for me at least, is it's all about the creep cutting shenanigans. You know, I went to do my research for this tournament like a good boy that I am, and I got about 5 minutes of replays before I thought, you know what, how do you beat this stupid Axe? So I just went and did lobbies for like half an hour. The answer is you don't. You just can't stop this guy from cutting.
It's impossible.
It's very
Game
frustrating.
over.
If you don't have Nightmare's it. Like, you Nightmare him and then the creeps run by. That's like the only solution. So curious, just like, I love the way when Axes take the spin level 1, they cut a wave or two, get level 2, and then they turn that into the lane. So they want to bring that battle hunger over, actually pressure onto this PL. So those are the kind of questions I'll be looking for.
See, the problem was, Trent, you weren't thinking outside the box enough.
Clearly, I went through every hero, dude.
Support Ursa.
Doesn't work. It doesn't work.
What?
He battle hungers you and he runs at you. No, I promise you. I tried everything.
No, you just fight him with Fury Swipes.
No, you lose. You lose to spins, dude. It's pure damage. You get melted.
No, he's level 1. Huh?
It doesn't
He has
work.
battle hunger and spins?
Doesn't work.
Holy
No,
crap, that is an amazing Axe.
All right, don't take this out of context here.
But yes, you're right. You're absolutely right, Trent. The creep cutting Axe is a problem.
It's very frustrating.
And does Virtus Pro have what it takes to deal with it? Is Ogre good enough?
Well, he even needs.
He's okay.
Cut. You know, there's certain questions there too.
That's
just
true.
Like a lot of teams, at least in like Kings Cup NA, they were doing this strategy. I think Boris was playing a particularly very good position for Lina, using it with the Axe in these kind of situations. A couple teams were also doing that too. Weavers, Linas, anyone who can just like have this kind of annoying damage and harass people under the tower if you end up doing the creep cut. But most importantly, Axe also just harasses the hell out of your lane.
Well, that was an interesting little play. SVG cutting through the tree, gets himself stomped, but Excalibur was wrapping in from the side, so they will manage to secure both the bounty runes on this side of the map. And Virtus Pro will walk away with only one of them.
And it looks like it'll be Excalibur and mid on the Lesh track versus no one, so nothing too shocking there. Lesh versus PL, the core matchup. Everyone talks about having this Lesh track to help clear out the illusions and everything. We saw it a couple times at TI. Some pretty excellent games there, but usually you see them like almost in lane. I feel like it's the most common thing where it's like a PL mid that people go for that Lesh track, but this was an earlier decision from Forward to opt for this counter pick.
I can't help but thinking that like Forward has a similar kind of strategy to game 1. They're in a similar kind of situation where they're going to be trying to take control of the map early, but this time their lineup just like it covers the two problems they had, right? Which is they fell off really quickly last time. Here, Leshrac and Luna will actually scale pretty well going later on to the game against Phantom Lancer, and then you also have like this hard, crisp initiation and the axe, right? Last time it was like, hope we hit an arrow.
It's like maybe they won't run away from the egg. That's pretty much the best case scenario there.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see. I liked the way Fog summed it up on the panel. I think a lot of this game rides on Universe. You know, he's the guy who's supposed to take all of this easy net worth from cutting creeps like this and then convert it into an advantage for your team. Well, Solo even have to use the branch there. Bonus regen.
I can't believe he came back for that one deny. Solo is going to be chased a bit, taking a lot more damage, but in the end, he did get that deny.
Yeah, and Ramses has been last hitting this wave outside of the tower there too, just to help guarantee the range creep and everything. The damage of PL, it's a little frustrating. It has a very high variance, so want to ensure he's getting the most important last hits while they're all gone.
So if you can't stop the axe from creep cutting, next best thing is having a carry that does okay with tanking creeps himself. Like Terrorblade is an instant thought, right? Because he starts off with such high armor. Venom Lancer is not bad in that regard, right?
No, not too bad. So he's got 9 when he's under the tower, but this is why you choose this Lina. Why I've seen so many teams do this, because she's like this ridiculously long attack range. She can just like blast some spells at you, so she's going to be constantly harassing down your regen. There he goes again. He's doing it.
There he goes.
And they see this is what he does. He just runs at you with battle hunger, dude.
I mean, I can't believe Solo's even trying to do anything.
I mean, if you're an Ogre player, your HP is supposed to be regenning. If your HP is not regenning, then you're not playing Ogre correctly, because that's your second mana bar up there.
He's going to turn around, throw out an Ignite on MSS. It feels like he could just pretty much leave the lane, and the lane would be the exact same for Ramses.
Yeah, I guess there maybe is the threat dive.
Oh, they managed to hit the stomp onto Luna. The low-range hero Resolution is going to get popped. That's a double edge from Pasha. Claiming the first blood. That is not something that I would have expected.
No, that I can agree with. I mean, the Phoenix better in the aggressive position than the defensive one.
Run, Solo, run. Get out of there.
Ogre yourself away.
Well, the axe has burned through all of his regen, but now he's an 800 HP axe, level 4 with double stout shield.
Yeah, he can just go pick up the ring whenever, too.
Yeah.
What Universe was doing is, you guys might have seen some axes as of late, just getting this, like skipping the blade mill.
Oh, Stomp gonna whiff there. Pasha is gonna get popped. Or excuse me, Roger, rather.
Pasha's popping off this one kill.
Yeah,
that must have been what you were talking about. Yeah. I am. Blade Mail. This might be one of those games, honestly. Like Blade Mail doesn't have that much value versus a Phantom Lancer, a Zeus, a Centaur. So what instead he's been doing like a blink, a pipe, and then back for the old Force Staff. And he just plays Bat Rider.
Yeah, I could see that. Crimson Guard isn't bad either, right? Against a Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, for sure. A couple different aura items, especially when you have to get the Vanguard anyway. So
yeah,
I think the hardest problem this game for me for forward is who's going to catch Zeus. Support Lina, like she's not getting that really Shadow Blade Yules or anything. How do you stop Zeus from just being this nuisance in the back lines? And you don't want to jump him with Axe. I don't think that's how you want your fight to start. I feel like the Axe has been more focused onto the PL.
Right.
So that's the big question mark for me. Maybe you can make it work with the Force Staff. You can like grab the Zeus and try and like actually drag him into the engagement. Curious to see how they make it functional for themselves.
It's just like in the first place, Zeus shouldn't be in a position to get caught.
Right, that's the thing.
Right, like he sits so far back. You're gonna have Centaur and Ogre and maybe even Phantom Lancer on the front lines.
Yeah, it's usually some sort of an invis hero. But
Lina gonna be caught here, gets the call out, but the Doppelganger is gonna be managed to dodge a lot of that damage. Still gonna get some spins though. Ramses got to be careful here. Fortunately, Universe did not get the spins. He only got one of them there, despite the whole creep wave on being on top of him.
Yeah, that was very dangerous for old Ramses. I mean, level 2 Battle Hunger. Just a little unfortunate in the spins for Universe. Fortunate for Ramses, of course. And we do have the level 6 now on the Zeus, so some threat in this bottom lane will burst. But they've really been driven back. He got level 3 when they got that kill on the Luna, and since then he's still just kind of been stuck there. And Luna's actually climbed her way back up into 4, almost level 5 for Rezo.
That is unfortunate, because they're going to want to have that early level 6, I presume, because they've got this nice global combination of the Zeus Thunder God's Wrath and then the Centaur Stampede impact that now they're going to be able to hit the stomp here, trying to pop SVG, and they do manage to get it, thanks in part to the Zul's. Now Resolution is going to be in trouble. They're going to go for another double edge. He had the tick out, and he barely gets it with the Fairy Fire.
Oh my
He'll survive
God.
to that last
the branch, the stick, the Fairy Fire, all adding up to 16 HP remaining. Ridiculous.
Smoke up from SVG. Gonna help secure this bottom rune, which is going to be a regen for Excalibur. That's a value one, but if he can manage to get the sleep on the Zeus, that's even better. Set it up for the stun. Roger is just not gonna be there in time to be able to stop that sleep stun combination. That means no one is dead, and Excalibur can regen back up to full.
Couple of nice setup heroes for Bay in this game between Lina and Leshrac. So first time we'll get to see that abuse out of the old horseman. Universe, I like how he's just like playing in the wave, and Solo's like, "Where's this Lina?" You know, it's just wandering around a little by the tree line, at least keeping her back somewhat. But
yeah, he's playing a game of hide and seek.
Yeah,
he just wants to stay away from Solo and Ramses as much as possible. No one. He's going to come up to this top lane. We're going to have Universe taking a lot of damage here with the lightning bolts, and does manage to get the overkill, but is going to be caught by the lightning bolt before he could use that movement speed to retreat.
That's worth for the ogre for sure. Slowing down the stacks.
They almost lost mid tower though.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. Yeah.
That is one of the big downsides, right? Anytime you face up against these Lashracs or Drag Knight's probably the more common one.
There was this other one, some green ghost lady, but I don't really I don't think that hero exists anymore.
A long time ago. In a Dota patch. Far away.
She'll come back. She's a 7.20 hero. I can feel it.
Oh yeah, definitely. You know Ice Frog's like, it's been a while since I've seen that one.
At least they'll get some experience this time. So Creep Wave forced itself onto the tower. The Eclipse must be coming up here pretty soon, I imagine, though. And yeah, just like one more wave for Rezo, and then that threat's going to be there. And oh my goodness, no one. He just runs right up into them. Come down to like the bottom rune spot.
And now he may get blown up. Actually, Pasha's going to be able to protect him. Double edge onto Luna. That'll be the first kill. MSS being chased out by Roger a bit soon. No one almost dying to the Bane, but he's going to get stomped up as well.
What?
No one.
He does get caught up.
MSS comes back, does manage to get that kill. May be able to get Roger as well, but doesn't commit. Afraid of the stomp by Pasha. Wants to be able to save his own hide instead. Cutting down, managed to get the LSA onto the Centaur, preventing the stomp. And our game's gonna lag out. And, to be continued.
Laughing Squawk. I hear ya. Okay, so I guess that was them too.
You know, for a split second there, I thought MSS was trying to like mind juke the Centaur. He's like, oh, I'm gonna stay out of vision on this side of the trees and loop back around or something. And then I noticed the Centaur was stunned for a very, very long time.
Sick illusion. Wow. Okay, how do they not kill no one? He face tanked an LSA, a Luna point blank, and a Bane.
Well, they didn't have Eclipse.
Yeah, but I just can't believe that. Must have had a full wand or something.
Yeah.
Well,
and to get the call.
Such is the life.
Setting up for Excalibur to be able to get the kill onto Solo. Maybe able to get Ramses as well. Ramses choosing to fight Excalibur because he does have the Zeus already TPing in, but they're getting a lot of AoE damage in. He's going to scare back the Zeus. Nice dodge there with the Doppelganger. Ramses then using that Phantom Rush to jump onto the creep wave to be able to get farther away from Universe. So he will escape. Thought they could take the fight with the Zeus coming up there, but turns out that Virtus Pro is just incapable of fighting this big boy Axe.
Yeah, if he didn't have Max in the Phantom Rush, pretty sure he's just dead there because they had saved the stun. They didn't use it with the Nightmare from the Leshrac. But there is still a tower there. Don't let your eyes deceive you.
Yeah, Universe is acting like it's not there. Does manage to get the sleep onto no one. That'll slow down some of this damage, but Universe is already at half HP. Now he does have that Vanguard. As long as he stays ahead of the Zeus, he should be okay. That's why Excalibur is going to make sure that no one can't really cut across this way. In fact, with a double Battle Hunger, both of these supports got to be careful here. Roger taking a lot of damage over time here.
Meanwhile, there's a solo Centaur mid and a Luna by herself bottom with all of this chaos being forced in the top lane and knocking that kill. He just goes right back into it with MS's help now.
Managed to get out. Zeus ultimate goes out, trying to blow up SVG. MSS is quite low. Managed to get off the LSA. Ramses super low. Get him, SVG. But no, he dies instead. Double kill for Ramses. Now Universe going to be caught as well. No one's just going to wait until that next Lightning Bolt. Unless the Rat can actually stop him. Manage to kill the Ogre. Keeps no one back. Lightning Bolt won't be there in time. Universe does manage to get away.
So that'll still end up being 2 supports for 1 as the Ogre pays for his life, but they'll get the Bane and Melina. However, space for sure, as Rezo will even TP to the mid to try and just deal with this catapult a little bit, and of course clean up some free farm. it's going to be Hood already finished up for our Leshrac, so Skylar maybe hoping to play a bit aggressively here. And then he's going to be looking for our Blink Dagger from Universe next. He's about 800 gold away, and that's where things should kick off a little bit here for forward. MSS has that Laguna Blade. I'm sure he'd love to get a smoke going pretty soon with his axe.
And then they've got a lineup. They could just play 4-man aggressive, right?
Yeah.
That'll create some space for our Luna to farm. Their idea. They have to make sure that the Phantom Lancer doesn't get too far ahead of this Luna, right? Like once he gets hard, the game starts getting really hard. Unless they just have a pretty significant net worth lead on forward.
Stampede is in 10 seconds. Egg is ready. I assume Thunder God's Wrath also, yep, about 5 seconds away here, so.
And an Invis rune for the Zeus.
Yeah, common sentry area, so maybe that's why he was a little worried about going up the high ground. Probably a good choice, even though there wasn't one there.
Instead, it's going to turn back to mid lane. They know Resolution is actually cutting up through the jungle. Not sure why he would even think to do that. They're going to pop the Stampede, hoping that Solo could catch up, but not going to be able to get there in time. Instead, tries to stun up SVG. Now, no one is still taking a little bit of a nap, but it's Ramses who comes down from the top lane to try and finish up SVG. The hit from the split earth doesn't actually land onto Ramses, and now Roger committing fully here because he does have that Supernova. They managed to get the stun onto Leshrac. Now pops a Supernova, but maybe it's a little bit too late. They are going to try and fight it. No, that TP out. Universe will get caught by the stun, but he has that big Vanguard. And I don't think Virtus Pro want to try and mess with him at all, but Roger wants to mess with MSS? What?
I guess he thought that the damage would be there from no one in time, but clearly it was not. Can't confirm. Laughing Squawk.
Ambitious.
To say the least.
You can't go anywhere in life without ambition, kids. And that's what Roger's got. That's
during
how he
all
ended up on VP in the first place, right?
That's right. You know. I mean, the guy he replaced too. Tough. It was tough at the time. Lil was seen as this massive force, and now he's in Peach Bay. He's just baying it up. I don't know. He's on vacation or something. He's hitting the beach.
Oh, he managed to get the Blink Dagger and jumps onto the Luna. SVG and Resolution. They thought they were hunting Pasha, but it was the other way around.
The greatest prize.
SVG, he'll be caught as well. Oh, the hunters truly do become the hunted. SVG popped by no one. Gives them a bit of space there at the top lane. They are getting a push out from forward, but this is looking pretty favorable for Virtus Pro. The fact that the net worth lead really isn't extending too far in the favor of forward, and they do have the Phantom Lancer top net worth.
Yeah, for sure. Especially the fact that like all of that Chaos top, what did Centaur do? He just like chilled bottom, and he just got his farm. He caught up, at least item-wise, to the Axe, because they both have the Blink Dagger. And as an Axe, you're supposed to have that first like Vanguard Blink before like any other hero. That's kind of your goal right now in Dota at the moment. So the fact that Centaur's able to get a Blink at relatively the same time means that they have sort of this equal force in these team fights now.
Right. Level 10, they need that extra bit of attack speed, but we're going to watch Solo die here in the top lane. He's just kind of tanking it for the team. He knows they're probably going to be trying to push that tier 2, but...
14 minutes, level 5.
Oh.
And you're just picking on the poor guy, dude. Where's the multicast? It's a hard life.
Icerock's going to see this and he's been like, maybe I need to give 2 tomes at minute 10.
Have I gone too far?
There's a lot of supports who are sitting below the level 6 threshold. They're going to be able to get to sleep here. That should be a very, very dead Zeus, as there's no one in the area to save no one.
Centaur was up top denying a tower, so I think any inhibitions for them to jump were completely killed there.
Ramsey's just been playing like super aggressively inside the Radiant jungle, which is probably not the expected place to try and hunt him out.
Yeah.
So it's kind of allowed him to focus entirely on farming. Not too many gank attempts being thrown his way. Universe going to run into him, manage to get the call. That's a big one if he can actually get the spins to back it up. The Fiends group is there. Culling Blade cuts him down.
Very nice play there. And that was all during the bounties too. But Roger wisely will snag at least the top 2. So it looks like we'll go 2 for 2 here as Ford just had that last one at the bottom right to pick up. And they will hop right onto that tier 1 though with their Leshrac. Doing it once again, just drown it up here.
This becomes the dangerous point because the Luna, Mask of Madness, has the level 10 talent and everything. This is where you start getting into full farm mode, and you're going to see that Luna will go from like being 1,000 below the Phantom Lancer to probably in the next 5 or 6 minutes being, you know, 1, 2, 3K above the PL, considering she just farms that much faster.
Yeah, they're trying to change that.
Spot the Lina, use the Stampede to jump on top of him. MSS is dead.
Not the target you want when you commit the full vision of the Thunder God's Wrath, unfortunately, for Virtus Pro. But this is a support that likes to get out of control. I mean, she's the highest farmed of all 4 supports, so it's not the worst target they could grab. This Lina, I assume he's going Aether, and then usually it's like the Yules, or but this Aether Lens first has been very popular because the range is actually ridiculous. Awesome. He just gives up.
Oh no!
Oh, he's a haste rune. Goodness.
Yeah,
they weren't expecting that. Thought he could be a little lazy with his timing. He's like, it's an ogre. Where's he going? You know, Nightmare might end, but let's say he's not going to go anywhere.
Pasha may be able to jump onto Resolution here. This is a big pickoff. They can actually get it. Roger's going to follow it up with the Icarus Dive. Manage to get some Fire Spirit's damage in. Just run him down on the Sunray. Resolution tries to juke it, but there's too much damage. Now SVG going to complete his teleport despite his carry going down. Virtus Pro may not have the catch, though. Oh, maybe they do. Thunder God's Wrath will actually take out that Bane. Universe did manage to play ahead of the Ignite. Excalibur's got to be careful. This is exactly what the Leshrac is meant for, but, well, does actually kind of give up on that kill with Solo wrapping around. Excalibur is still going to be able to get away. Whew.
Okay, all right, time to stop the bleeding there forward. Don't lose your mid too, but very nice series of events there for Virtus Pro. A couple key pickoffs. I love the way that they abused that vision of the ward too. Just as it was expiring, Solo just runs forward and tries to ignite onto the axe, just so he can't lurk around and look for good counter initiation opportunities.
He's going to call that one, holding the Centaur in place. So MS, whoa, okay, there's just not enough damage to lay into a Centaur, and he's going to just stampede and run over some people. He's going to catch out Excalibur, the Supernova. They're going to go back to the safety of that Super, knowing they just really shouldn't overextend themselves into a Luna with the ultimate. A good call too. Take the tower, smoke up, back out.
Yeah, just take away any opportunities here. And wow, Solo, he has some work to do here. He's got himself 5 Observer wards, plants 1 down, 4 to go. Time to just paint the map red. Being chased a little bit here by Universe. Oh, he just drops one right in the way while smoked. Okay, all right. Looks like they might be eyeing up this top tower. You know, I'm not that great at geometry, but my basic trig seems to suggest that tower's in a good area to fight.
Triangulating. Oh, MSS. Picks up the Invis rune. Just going to try and keep pace. Does manage to get the Invis call down with the Eclipse. That is how you kill a Centaur. Not a measly call LSA Laguna Blade. You need the full kit and caboodle.
Oh, the caboodle.
The caboodle too.
The caboodle.
That's probably a Canadian word, isn't it?
I don't know.
It sounds like a funny Canadian word.
Loonies and toonies and
Loonies
caboodles.
and toonies and caboodles.
I got oodles of caboodles. Ramses again just marching south, but okay, this time they're so close to him with this. Oh my god. Just goes the other way, and there it is, spotted out. Good luck, Roger. Brave soldier.
Icarus dive, TP out. Can he make it? No blink. And no stuns.
Very nice. They do get the tower, though. Good call there from SVG. Eyes on the prize, that guy. He doesn't care about kills, you know. He's looking at runes. He's looking at tower denies.
Luna ahead of the Phantom Lancer in net worth right now, but it's neck and neck.
Just as he said, it starts creeping. She's creeping, crawling.
What's the next step for Forward?
Forward gaming. So we got ourselves the pipe next for Universe, it looks like. So he's sticking with what he's been building up as of late. It definitely gets tougher heading into the tier 2s. No question about that. Oh,
Stampede trying to run down bottom. MSS always pushing out those side lanes is very susceptible to these kind of ganks. And I think it's a trade-off that Forward kind of accept.
Yeah, it's part of picking this hero in this role for sure. It's like she's trying to be Wyvern, but she wants to have a damage impact, and she doesn't have that survival aspect of just flying over the trees and TPing out.
Yeah, but she has to get a little bit closer as well to the creep waves, so. And it's just tough. Thunder God's Wrath revealing you, allowing the Centaur to just get the vision to blink, stampede, and run you over.
Yeah, honestly, the fact that you use both those cooldowns every time to do that, and they're not getting Luna, is like a win in my books, if I'm on Forward. Because I feel like I'm still getting more for my team out of it.
Sure. Once Resolution has BKB, We're probably going to start looking at things like Roshan for forward and whether or not they can actually take that, because Virtus Pro do have this really good team fight hero in the Phoenix.
Yeah.
That Supernova, even when you have BKV, can be super dangerous around the Roshan pit. It's just too many good angles for a good egg. See the breakdown with gold of our Luna. A lot of lane creeps, a lot of neutrals.
So in terms of like initiating a fight now for Virtus Pro, if they were to get a decent smoke, that means they probably are going to have to be guessing the movements here of Forward Gaming. So they're thinking things like, okay, are they going to be targeting this tier 1? How do we intercept with the smoke? Because they need that Thunder God's Wrath Stampede pickoff into an actual team fight, not just a one and done. They want to be like, okay, we killed one hero, now let's chase. Like, let's use the abilities of PL to just be a stupid team fighting hero.
Excalibur gonna run into Ramses. Ramses will run away from Excalibur.
But not a lot of heroes you see that happening. It's like Diffusal, Yasha, PL. No, oh my goodness, run!
But it's pretty much like it's done its job, right?
Yep.
You've burned the Leshrac, and they do run into Luna. Okay. That is exactly the hero they want to find. Nice. SVG may get caught as well, or maybe it's MSS with Lightning Bolt slowing him down. Enough vision for Solo to get the follow-up stun.
Maybe you can force Roche now with just like how much better PL is at it. But okay, they're not going to force anything. It is only 30 seconds. Maybe if you're like all right there or something and there's a good rune for it, there's a chance. But you'd love to try and like force a buyback there or something. But that's much better than just grabbing a Luna. Just a Lina. We get Luna and Alina. That forward vision there from Virtus Pro, helping to secure that kill. You know, just kind of these classic farming up spots for the Luna, just following her pattern based off of the Radiant jungle ward.
I have to say, I'm beginning to feel like Virtus Pro has taken some really good control of this game. The fact that the Phantom Search is really keeping up or staying ahead of the Luna is a big problem in my book for forward.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like he can just like farm at his will or anything. Seems like he's being pressured quite a bit. He's not just like hitting Ancients over and over or anything like that. He's gonna come down to this bottom lane while the rest of the team just heads north. Seeing what sort of target they can find. That's a pretty good one.
They're pretty much doing what Virtus Pro just did. Gonna run into the Zeus. Managed to get the call from Universe, so that will guarantee the kill.
Yeah, that doesn't look like they'll get the end one, unfortunately for them, though.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, PL just stuck on that wave in the bottom, and Luna's forced back over to the western half of the map there, so she's heading up towards those Ancients at least now, but she doesn't have a jungle.
And I think that's concerning. Like, yes, Zeus is a great pickup, but Zeus isn't your game-winning hero. It's the Phantom Monster, and now they're going to get the initiation of the team fight here, trying to pop the Lina, get him first. Now it's going to be SVG running him down. They turn around, trying to get some damage on Pasha, but he's so tanky. They manage to get a good Supernova on the side. Resolution trying to deal with it as best they can. Universe gets stunned up. He can't quite finish off the egg. It explodes, and that is a lost fight for forward. They're going to lose Universe as well. They bought back on their supports as well, just to try and get back into that fight, but it was already over.
Now those are some egg defending heroes right there. Centaur Warrunner is just fantastic. The Stomp, I've seen so many teams use this.
Yeah.
And then even Solo being able to chip in there finally as Ogre with the Fire Blast to make sure it wasn't going to go down.
And there was just, I mean, they tried to turn and run some damage into Pasha, and thanks to his pipe, it was like nothing.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like this Lina, I don't know if she's a hero that you can start a fight without. Feels like they really need some of that additional damage. Feels like they need a whole lot this game.
Yeah.
Whereas this Virtus Pro team looking pretty solid at the moment.
It was like 10 minutes ago, the pace was okay. You're like, all right, forward's gonna need to start picking up. Basically, they need to be swapped places, right? Forward should be 5K ahead right now for the game to kind of be even.
Yeah.
But instead, Virtus Pro having this kind of lead. And again, Ramses being such a pesky carry. They're going to have the heart. They almost has it. He's going to have a heart at like 27 minutes. How does, like, I don't care what you have, Luna and a Leshrac, that just won't matter. That guy's going to have way too much HP for this early on to the game. They do manage to get to sleep, hit the Split Earth, hit the call, the follow it up. They manage to get the Fiend's Grip onto the Phoenix as well. All right, there we go, forward. You get something for your troubles. Managed to get 2 kills and prolong that heart timing.
Yeah, the streak even goes to MSS too, so now he can actually maybe try and build himself up a little bit more here. I don't know if Tranquil's out here his only aspiration. See if he can go for that Yules or whatever he feels like can actually help this game out. I don't know if he thinks he needs a Shadow Blade or something.
Yeah. Resolution. Can you actually do it? Thinks you can. They're going to try and go into the Roshan pit. They picked off like the most important core in the Phantom Monster, and they picked off probably the most important team fight hero in the Phoenix. At least around the Roshan pit.
They Thunder God's Wrath. Okay, there we go. The second buyback happens. That's what they're waiting on.
All right, forward. You're going to back up, right? Yeah, you better back up, because this is not a fight you want to take unless you can get the fast pick off onto Solo. Ogre already dead. But now the Supernova's going to come in. Really good Fire Spirits now with a call. The Stomp actually came in, but still the Supernova falls thanks to Resolution's BKB. They turn the Eclipse on. Pasha's dead, and Virtus Pro, you tried too hard to take that one. Oh, all thanks to that Resolution BKB, though, man.
Yeah, they had gotten so far ahead, it felt like. But forward, force a Roche fight, force a buyback on a Phoenix, and, well, not so quick on the Stomp that time. Excellent BKB. That really looked like that egg was going to go off, and then the damage is coming through and all the cleanup, but they were able to force it at an extremely good time. Zeus was 500 gold away from Nimbus. If there's a Nimbus during that fight, there's a pretty good chance, I would say, that VP are able to either just scout it a little bit better, because obviously they just drop a Nimbus after the buyback to be able to like perfectly place that egg. But they found their moment there for forward gaming.
Same goes with their pickoff on the Phantom Monster, right? It was just like, so it's the perfect two heroes to run into in a situation like that. Perfect timing right before he actually has the heart. Wow. Yeah. You were right. Tranquil Boots is not the only thing that he wants in his life. Instead, it's Phase Boots.
That's it. He's still eyeing that ring. He's like, I don't know. Will she say yes? I'm just not sure. Gonna go for BKB. So that's gonna be his egg protection. Can actually pop that thing. So probably not going to matter too much, honestly, when he gets to level 18 for Phoenix.
Yeah, once they get BKBs, they have guaranteed ways to kill the egg, right? Because there's no BKB piercing disables like that. No. So as time goes on, this Phoenix is going to have to play more and more defensive with the Supernova, rely on others to win the initial outside of the team fight. Excalibur's looking to be able to chase down no one here. Goes the wrong direction, no one. Oh, he's going to run into him now, though. No one does really have a fast way out of here. He does have Solo trying to get here, but Universe already making the rotation as well, so no one's going to be run down quite easily, and Solo will just add one more kill to the table for forward to clean up.
Jeez, I'm looking at this, just thinking things like, man, but how are they going to kill this PL? Like in a normal like fight scenario, it looks so difficult, but it doesn't really matter if you just clean up an Ogre and a Zeus like this. In Universe, he is going back for the Blade Mail too. So maybe not this like 4-staff build, even playing a couple other games. I thought maybe Shadow Blade might be the play for him, because again, I feel like the Zeus could be an issue, but obviously he's just getting caught on the side lanes. And Pasha...
Oh, Pasha! Oh, no, he thought he blinked, but he juked him! Pasha acted like he went into the trees outside of vision, and they thought he blinked away. Unfortunately, such a cute maneuver will still result in the same outcome. He's dead.
It looked good, though. That was definitely stylish. So yeah, applause to you, Pasha. You deserve it. No question about that one.
Make sure if you die, you go out in a stylish way, right?
I mean, that's what's important.
Go out looking good.
Oh, I have to say, Bloodstone's probably one of my most hated items in Dota. I feel like this item almost never works out well, but this is a great game. Excalibur, he got it, didn't die. He's 5-1 and 7. He's up to 22 charges. The guy farms so insanely fast now.
I mean, I just can't believe how quickly this game changed, right? Like a 5k gold lead, again, for Virtus Pro was like, that's a massive lead to have for a lineup that, you know, oh, once they have hard, it's going to get really hard. And then now forward, going to sit 1, 2, 3k up probably, as they have decent control of the map. They have this free farming Luna and Leshrac. Like, once you get these two heroes space, like they just clear through creep waves and neutral camps so quickly that
it just shows how important that like whole teamfight aspect of the Stampede, the Blink, the Stomp, and then the Thunder God's Wrath and everything, all with the egg. Like, it was all just going flawlessly for them, but when the BKB came out for Rezo, it was just like, oh shit, this doesn't work anymore. And then the buyback, they weren't expecting it, I'm guessing, with the buybacks, because they got absolutely destroyed at the pit.
So they've taken some control back into their hands in the side of forward. So their next timing is got to be those BKBs, right? It's super effective versus the Zeus. They don't really have anything that pierces it to actually get disables, and you don't have to worry about diffusal blade.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. I wonder if maybe Universe will even consider one. No, he has committed for the Blade Mail, so that will be his choice.
As you said, not really going to be effective against a whole lot of heroes unless he catches that Phantom Monster.
Yeah. Even PL is just like, I don't know, it feels kind of weird because it's one of these heroes that like he's so illusion based, you know what I mean? That's like where like, all his damage comes from, and he's like such ridiculously high armor that reflecting the physical at him doesn't feel that strong, but I think it's because he realizes they kind of have damage issues a little bit because this Lina is a support. She's not like itemizing that way, so every little bit helps.
And if he does manage to get a call while like Yules is down or something, they may be forced to throw damage into him.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, stop leading things off. They do manage to catch this axe, so that'll be good setup for the Splitter that actually hit the Phoenix. They might be able to take him down. No Supernova available. The Centaur's down as well. The Eclipse looking to be able to run over these heroes, but Ramses took out the lead on the side and is still able to get out. Nimbus Cloud out. Excalibur's a little bit low, but he does have the Aegis, so instead they're going to finish off the axe. Just trying to get away, but can you really get away from Ramses? He's got that Phantom Rush. Excalibur's just trying to get as far back to his side of the map as possible before he loses this life, but they're just going to wait it out. They know the Aegis timer. They wait till it goes away.
So good.
Oh, that's perfect. Sure, they easily could have killed him twice there, but instead, they just played efficient.
Yeah, I mean, you're not really sure, like, maybe buybacks are coming or anything like that, so just perfectly done there.
Oh, the lightning bolt! It finds SVG right as he thought he was going to TP out. This is now
depressing.
A level 20 Zeus. Rough.
Even got his last raindrop charge. Oh, that one hurts. So what that cost him? The buyback just on the Centaur War Runner? I think that's probably okay.
Trent, I'm having a little bit of deja vu. You know,
Just
this time around,
bit.
Forward didn't like take a tier 3 or anything, but it looks like this is just going to be the run it back where they just go down mid. They almost finish off Resolution. Yeah, they will be able to get him. The call goes out, only hitting Illusions. Universe knows that he misses the real one, but he can't do anything about it. Excalibur coming in. Well, you've got Stampede, so...
I think both teams won and lost both games. This is incredible.
Yeah. At some point in time, it felt like, okay, Forward's doing it. And then, no, and now it's over. It's VP. Maybe that's a VP specialty. They make you think, maybe we can't.
Getting a little bit warmed up here, it would seem, at Hamburg for the squad. So just about the Aghanim Scepter here for the Centaur. If that guy didn't look beefy enough already, slap a couple extra patties on him. He's the Big Mac. That I can tell. Hey man, I've been waiting for McDonald's sponsorship for years. The fact that we McDonald's ads, we gotta abuse the hell out of this.
Okie dokie.
Get a Shadow Shaman later, some McChickens. It's gonna be great. Can't wait.
Wow. I see you did do your research for this event, just maybe not the most traditional aspect of it. Now they jump in, they're just going to go back in. As soon as they see Excalibur slightly out of position, they try and throw a Nightmare on him. That's not going to change anything. So with the Supernova being that big team fight occurrence, they just can't fight around it. They have to leave Excalibur to die. He's dead for 40 seconds. They managed to get a Fiend Script, though, onto the Zeus. If they can follow up that damage, Eclipse going down from Resolution. They managed to finish off that Zeus. Now they got the call on the Phoenix as well. And asleep, a Nightmare. Solo's going to give up his life to wake up Pasha so he can blink away. Goodbye, my friend. I'll die to save you. Forward will hold for now, it seems.
Oh, let's look at that. Okay. Still can't kill our Heart PL, but they did get themselves the melee racks in the mid as well as the full lane in the bottom, so obviously it's going to be quite the lead here. Still only 6k, actually. Feels a little surprising, I guess, because they just spent so much on buybacks before, but... Butterfly for the Luna. Maybe with Satanic, or just going to go Manta first? Okay.
I mean... There's no doubt the Butterfly will help, but it's still a damage issue, right? And now you've got even more damage problems with the Centaur Aghanims.
He's even going to go Crimson Guard next to... He understands exactly what's going on in this game. He's like, they only have so much damage possible with this lineup, like between the Pipe and the Crimson Guard.
Right.
At least you have the fact that he's not
needs some pick-offs. They tried to catch somebody inside of this jungle area.
And away they go. Man, Rezo playing it a bit risky here, just like the solo push down bottom, but I guess they just have good enough vision that they see these heroes. They see Ramses up top right now with the wards too, on the high ground, so Rezo is safe doing this.
You got to be a bit of a risk taker at this point, right?
For sure. Yeah. Someone has to push to this bottom lane. And Lina, as great as she is, because you take the two talents with like the Light Strike Array, and then with you can just like help clear the waves really quickly, but she can't do that when the lane is gone. So you kind of, that's actually a pretty big blow to this support Lina. This is now like 2 lanes that you can't like instantly push anymore. So she's like tap every last little creep now.
Roshan. Just coming back up. Zeus. Just throw out that ultimate. Spot around. They managed to find a ward. Just getting some ideas of what's forwards up to. As long as Virtus Pro don't get surprised, they shouldn't lose control of this game. Got a firm grip on it. 26-29, a 3,000 gold lead, but a Phantom Lancer who's really out of control. Nice.
That Nimbus.
MSS. Nothing really bad will happen as a result. Virtus Pro aren't roshing, nor are they trying to pick off MSS right now.
They totally got his TP though.
They did.
So burn. They all just left vision of that ward and then walked back in over it. So and then they okay, they're just seeing it with the gem. Solo maybe gonna pay for the smoke, but that's probably okay.
It's a classic hard 5 position play.
Is it ever?
You just gotta run out there, see if you can pick up those runes. You run into a smoke, well, you say, at least it wasn't you guys.
Yep. And he knows that this is Roche timing, so might as well buy back. He wants to be there for the fight. But the pressure is certainly on Forward Gaming to kind of force that, because eventually Virtus Pro can just wait them out. They can just say, look, that bottom lane will push in. You're going to have problems. We know that we don't need to actually fight you 5-on-5 here. Okay, that Butterfly just got finished for PL, and the MKB is now done for the Luna.
Yeah.
That's a pretty big moment.
Again, you have to take certain risks. Resolution says, I can't go Satanic, can't go Manta, gotta go straight for the MKB. I gotta have an answer to the Butterfly, because we have to win some fights right now. We have to be able to secure this Roshan. Unfortunately for them, the lanes are just constantly getting pushed in. The conceding control over the Roshan pit now, and Virtus Pro might be able to do it quickly here.
It just doesn't seem like there's any way they can contest this.
Forward. They may not be able to smoke up. They may just have to run in. Roshan's already at half health, though. It's a battle around the Roshan pit.
Oh, they're going to leave?
They're going to leave.
Wow. I mean, again, there's no reason for Virtus Pro to take a risk.
I'll say lands on a solo. He did buyback earlier. Managed to hit the stomp onto the Bane. The call out from Universe, and they do manage to control these heroes. Can they actually focus down Ramses? Managed to get away with the Doppelganger before the Eclipse could do any of its damage. Resolution, all that damage is just going to be gone. Excalibur going to be chased away by Ramses, and the Sunray is going to be enough damage from Roger. They've lost one of their big damage dealers without getting anything on the side of Virtus Pro.
Great teamwork from Virtus Pro. You could tell, like, no one was so ready for that. He knew that if his Centaur and Axe or PL are going to collapse together like that, the Axe will blink in and it instantly goes.
And they just didn't have the follow-up stuns fast enough. Excalibur, not sure exactly his positioning in that team fight, but the Split Earth not there in time. Now they're still going to try and contest, because Forward just can't, like, they can hardly kill Phantom Lancer once. They give away the Aegis. It's damn near impossible, but...
Yeah, and the longer they take, like, the creeps have just been banging on that bottom lane, too.
Well, now they're just going to have to play some high ground defense and hope that that Aegis will wear out, but it's a level 25 Phantom Lancer. Now it's the Doppelganger CD.
Oh, Sadie, so... God. Alright, well, I'm good. I think I'm ready to call this one.
You're ready to call it 4 forward? They don't need to play anymore? The refs are going to step in before this brutal onslaught of a team
I think
fight.
I can see Jack waving the towel from here, actually. Take him out.
Managed to get the call. Immediately, the Eul Scepter as well as the Sunray follow-up. So hard to get damage onto that Phantom Lancer with that high amount of HP. They're just going to focus on the Axe for now, not needing to overextend and chase any damage-dealing heroes. Universe will eventually go down now with the Supernova out, and the Disarm placed on Lina, meaning they don't have an answer to the egg. Excalibur's being dealt with by Ramses. He doesn't really need to go for the kill, but he'll leave it to Pasha instead, who does manage to pick it up. Resolution turns on his BKB, kills the offlaner, yes, and takes him out for 100 seconds, but Ramses still focusing on that tier 3. Roger backing away, does not get hit by a stun just yet. Ramses just going in. He's going to try and take out SVG. The rest of his team is backing up, but this carry says, I'll handle this all on my own. LSA going to be dodged once again by the Doppelganger. Lina dead now. 3 left. Only 2 actually with the Nightmare going down on Resolution. He'll fall almost immediately and chase him all the way to the fountain. If you want Ramses, there's nothing that can stop you now.
Is it bad when they're in your fountain?
That's pretty bad, Trent.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Just wanted to check. That's a pretty stylish way to end the game. You know, Pasha, you thought you were cool. Well, Ramses will end it with an ultra kill in their fountain, so take that. You know, cool Mr. Blue. I don't know what Head & Shoulders did to his hair, but he's, I guess Sumail's gone, so he just wanted to bring some of that stylish flair in the hair care.
True.
To Hamburg.
I think you were going to keep the
I couldn't
rhymes
couldn't
going.
Get something going.
Maybe in order to get rid of it, he needs some nair. That was the next
He'd look
line.
good. He'd look good like that. You know, just full on shave. You know. But
Maybe finally he would get that other sponsorship.
We're getting there.
Well,
One
I
day.
mean, that was a rough one, to be honest.
Yeah, it was. I don't know. Did I ever feel like they were gonna do it?
Like there was that window where all of a sudden it went from 5K to 2K, and it was like, well, if they
BKBs.
continue the snowball, maybe.
Yeah.
So, but in the end, Virtus Pro just looking dominant, as they always do at ESL 1. Can anybody stop Virtus Pro?
Beep, beep.
They head to the panel for that.
Other shampoo products are available, of course. Thank you very much to Cap and Trent for the commentary on that game. Virtus Pro, as Cap said, yet again, they come to ESL 1 and they dominate. They look unbeatable yet again. I know it's only game 1, or at least series 1, but my goodness, what a way to start. They are 2-0, and it looked pretty straightforward. Let's find out from Fogged and Purge whether they agree with that assessment. It looked straightforward, was it?
I felt like Forward did have some great signs again. They had some amazing split earths that caught the Phoenix mid dive twice, and that kind of won them 2 fights out of it. But overall, I think VP just, I mean, they showed why they're so good. They just know exactly how to play around it. Solo, just this guy, time and time again, 9 deaths. Or more deaths, actually. I have 9 right here, but I think it's going to be updating. He tanked so many ganks. He literally just walked in and revealed the smoke gank time and time again, and he allows his backline to do so much. No one in Ramsey is just able to do so much just because all the information that's given by him as well as the Centaur.
It was a little hard for Forward Gaming to take team fights, right? Because if they initiate on PL, they have to do a chain stun. If they initiate on anybody else, it takes a lot of spells to kill those heroes. And on their side, they have a bunch of squishy heroes on their lineup. And I think the reason they picked Luna is because if the enemy team uses Stampede and runs at them, they needed a hero that can basically bring team fight damage to the opponents. Because when you have all these squishy heroes like Lina and Leshrac, you need like a Ravage or like a ton of magic damage. So it kind of covered them in that way. But Luna definitely felt like a liability in a lot of cases in the laning stage. But at least it still gave them that. So it's like they needed to be a little bit farther ahead, or the Lesh needed to get his BKB at a good time. Maybe don't buy a full hood, maybe just get a cloak and get a faster point booster to make a faster bloodstone. Maybe would have been better, because the delay to his BKB was just a little bit too long. That there's a couple fights where he just instantly died, especially that one Roche one where he got like spirit vesseled and chased up to the Ancient with the sun ray on him. There's just nothing he could do in that fight. And once you get BKB, you can stabilize a little bit and actually fight PL without getting mana burn. It's super important, because you need to be the guy that can deal with the PL, because the support Lina cannot do it herself, and nor can a carry Luna. That's never going to match up well.
Scoreboard on screen for you. Highlights over on the Forward Gaming side. Again, Universe standing out 8-4 and 13, but it's the statistics of the Virtus Pro players that do stand out. In particular, man with the ultra kill at the end. 13, 2 and 11 from Ramses, topping the scoreboard for his teams. But it doesn't tell the whole story, Fold, does it? As you said, Solo, the sacrificial lamb in this particular game, just gave them the ability to go and do that.
Yeah, and also there's some clutch little things. Of course, the Aegis play that we saw, them dancing around waiting for Excalibur's Aegis to run out. They get that big kill, they get a chase forward. Rezo's running into his base. The creep spawn and surround him as well on the Luna. He dies. It was a series of unfortunate events for Forward Gaming, but VP just have such a good understanding of their timing window, it does seem. They knew exactly how to take that fight, because they ignored the Lesh. They're like, he has Aegis, kill everybody else, then we chase him afterwards. Wait for that Aegis to expire, and that was like the big swing for me from when VP took over the game.
It was great piece of anticipation, great play. Highlights for Forward Gaming, because obviously this is not done for them. They've got plenty of matches to go in this group, and they can still get out in the top two spots as well.
They're playing the best team in the tournament, and they could have probably won game 1. Game 2 was a little bit harder, but they still had some really good signs. Yeah,
I thought they played better game 2. They just had a couple squishy heroes, and they ganked Zeus a lot better this game than they did the previous match, which felt like an improvement. And they still got Ramses once or twice at good moments, but it was still an uphill battle in a lot of cases. So just a little bit of a tough game for them, but they kind of almost had the right thing going, just maybe a little too greedy to try the Lesh Lina as a surprise thing.
Okay, quick word for Excalibur. How did he rank up for you?
He played great that game.
Yeah,
I thought maybe some itemization criticism, but yeah, he played really solid consistently that game.
Yeah. Doesn't look like a liability in this team, does he?
No, I'm still kind of sad not to see Eduardo, because seeing the way that they put up that fight versus VP, if they had their full lineup, that could be really cool.
Yeah, that's a good point. Let's take you through our MVP for this particular game. It is well, it's the same man again. Is he on his way to another Benz? that could be one of those questions. It's Ramses who is taking the MVP in game number 2, just as he did in game number 1, for the ultra kill at the end of the game, and also putting up 13 on the scoreboard as well. Any disagreement from that?
So I thought it should be Zeus originally. I think Zeus for sure should have gotten it last game, but looking at the scoreboard again, like, he actually had crazy numbers this game. I was focusing too much on that one bounty rune gank that led the double kill into the Roche fight for Forward Gaming, but he played excellent that game. Definitely a great game to have a PL, but yeah, solid play by him. Good itemization too.
I loved his. I mean, the items are pretty standard, right? On the
he shaved Manta.
He did shave Manta.
Valuable, good idea against all the nuke heroes. I mean, it's not that difficult, I guess, but still, he got it fast.
I was impressed mostly with just how much he kept up in last hits while also keeping kill involvement, right? I think he had 60 something percent or 70. Yeah, high kill participation, and having like 400, keeping last hits with the Luna is pretty difficult. Like, even if you're ahead on a PL, you can do it, but Ramses did a great job of just being ahead, finding the farm, and finding the fights.
I did think no one did great with Nimbuses, though. They were fantastic consistently in fights. It made a big difference, but yeah, Ramses was better.
All right, good stuff. God knows how they do it. Talking of gods, the man that played Zeus in both games is with Siraction Slacks right now. Let's hear from No One.
Thanks a lot, Red Eye, and indeed, I am here with No One. Man, great series. You guys always are winning these ESL events, going for those most Mercedes, and you're off to a great start.
Thanks.
Yeah, no worries. So, talk to me about Forward Gaming. I think that was your first time ever facing against them. What's the review? Any good?
We faced them at the TI, actually.
Oh!
Yes.
My mistake.
They were like, I don't remember actually, Team Tech, but we lost, or, no, we won 2 as well. It was not easy, but we were pretty confident in our picks.
Yeah, speaking of not easy, that first game was pretty close. They were doing pretty well, and then what do you think? Did they kind of throw it, or did you guys just have a really good plan?
We just have the best plan actually in this game, and we throw it at the start of the game. If it didn't, it would be easy for us, but they outplayed us so hard that we need just to def high ground. That's the only way how we can win, and it works.
Yeah, you guys seem to be
OG stuff.
Oh, okay. Learned a lot of lessons from TI. Speaking of which, after TI, did you learn any lessons from them? What's the new VP looking like post-TI?
You need to just to def high ground to win the game, actually. If your throne is not dead, you can win.
Yep. Well, that is why they call it Defense of the Ancient there, my friend. All right, last question for you. You guys seem to be valuing the Zeus. I'm seeing that a lot. What do you think is going to be the most picked hero at this tournament, assuming that there's not going to be another patch?
Maybe Morphling or Invoker, actually.
Invoker?
Yeah. Patch didn't change after TI, and it's the same, actually. So, I don't know. Maybe Morphling.
Okay.
I predict it's Morphling.
All right, well, we'll see if that prediction is correct as we continue the tournament. No One, thank you so much for your time. I'm sure I'm going to be doing a couple more interviews with you as this tournament goes on. Thanks a lot, guys, and back to you over at the desk.
Thank you very much. Siraction Slacks there with No One playing Zeus twice in this particular series. He says it's going to be Morphling, which I don't disagree with, but he also said Invoker and then quickly changed his mind. And I tell you why he changed his mind. Because they want to play it more, and they don't want to give that away. They don't want to tell people that they want to play lots of Invoker.
I like the just OG things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was happy for Slacks. He's complained in the past, and no one would just give him like one-word answers. I was like, oh, that was actually a fantastic interview. Gave some good detail about Game 1, gave him that mentality about how their draft felt confident. So it's cool.
Yeah, very good stuff indeed. Thank you very much, gents. We're going to head to a break right now, but we do have one more series to come today, of course, so don't go too far away. NIP in action in our final game. They're also in action right now over on the other stream against Asta. They're a game down in that one, so we'll have to wait for them to finish that match, then take a little break, then come back. So it might be a little bit longer before we're back on your screens. But next up, it is EVOS versus NIP. We'll see you soon.
Intel technology powers the best of esports, and the best demand a superior level of performance. So we're introducing the 9th Gen Intel Core i9 processors, designed for the world's best gamers. In celebration with our community, we're hosting the 9th Gen Intel Core i9 processor Dream Stakes. We want to bring you inside our world of esports for once-in-a-lifetime experience that only Intel can provide. Enter for a chance to win a trip to one of 9 world-class events across 3 sweepstakes. We're taking the winner and a guest behind the scenes for a one-of-a-kind VIP treatment. Winners will also get the latest 9th Gen Intel Core i9 processor and walk away with exclusive swag. Enter for your chance to win starting November 5th, 2018. Visit corei9.intel.com to sign up for more information.
Remember where it started. Your first experiences. The journey you traveled. The journey you love. Remember where it started. And imagine where it will go. Rise on.
No matter what your passion is, soccer, rugby, racing, or esports, become a part of the experience with the moments we deliver.
Data analytics gives you the advantage of getting to answer questions in a faster time. In esports, you have a topic where all those technologies can be applied with an actual great purpose.
Bitburger 0.0. Select your favorite. Containing vitamins, isotonic, and with unbeatable freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.
the whole world at our feet, watching seasons change. Our roads were lined with adventure, mountains in the way couldn't keep us from the sea. Here we stand, open arms. This is home where we are, ever strong in the world that we made. I still hear you in the breeze, see your shadow
ESL 1 Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Alienware, Logitech G, and PaySafeCard.
We like to play Ember because, I don't know if you guys noticed, but if you see a picture of Mickey later, you're going to notice when he has a mustache, he kind of looks like Ember Spirit. Like, even though Ember doesn't have a mustache, it's like weird. I don't know why, but he really looks like Ember. So we like picking Ember for him. Boxy is like an honorary member at his local bar, so Brewmaster is a natural fit. And I mean, I guess you can take the others.
I mean, I really like playing Potom, so I hit my arrows unlike Fata, so yeah. It's really nice playing Potom, and Aiden always sets me up with ST, so, you know, it was a good draft. I liked it.
The game is starting. This is the noise that Dota makes when the game starts.
We're pushing high ground.
No, they're pushing high ground.
Oh,
We're defending our base.
Oh,
this is what's going to happen. Someone's going to stomp. He stomps him with a centaur. It's really good. No, Kappa, wait. Oh shit, we're getting dope. Alright, they gold. I'm not really sure what's happening, but it looks pretty good for us.
Where am I?
I'm baiting everything. This is, oh, I know what this is. I bait everything, and then I buy back, and I'm going to save Boxy with my disruptor.
I feel like I'm dealing all damage here.
Look, I'm going to save Boxy. They're going to die for him, and then he's going to get a split off, and then we're going to win the game.
Look at the arrow on the Aegis. Look at the arrow on the Aegis. Arrow on the Aegis. Arrow on the Aegis. Oh, I missed.
You missed, dude. You flame Fata, and then you do that.
Oh, that was, I probably had no coffee
Fata would have
that
landed that arrow, dude. Anyway, basically the point of this fight was I did everything. I baited them all, I bought back, I saved Boxy, and we won the game.
Double
and Max
kill.
missed all of his spells.
Me and Boxy just carried that fight, I guess.
Dude. I did all the damage.
Triple kill, boys.
You just took the kill steals, the usual.
Nice game.
Are we doing well? I'm not sure.
How are we doing?
Are we winning Media Day?
Vodafone presents the pre-match.
Welcome back, everyone, to ESL 1 Hamburg. Thanks to Alliance as well for breaking down Alliance on Alliance. So I'm sure we'll see a few more of those over the next 5 days of action. 6 days, of course, in all. Brilliant Dota we've had already today. A little bit more for you as well, just to spoil you even more. Last 2 games of the day will be fought between EVOS and NIP. We've also had a little bit of a change here at the desk as we welcome Trent back to the desk alongside Purge. Trent, how are you doing? Have you recovered from Axism?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Didn't quite get it done.
Yeah.
Game.
Didn't quite get it done, did it? No. Not quite
Hard
as
life.
broken as you thought, or
still broken? No, he's definitely
still broken.
Definitely very good.
Okay. All right. I don't want to tilt you again and get you, going stuff. But let's talk about these 2 teams, EVOS and NIP. Gents, what do you know about EVOS?
Second best Indonesian team. Boom ID, I always feel like has been a pretty strong contender the past while, but these guys
don't need to be mean already.
I'm not being mean. I'm being genuinely serious.
That's pretty accurate. Yeah. I mean.
That's quite a feat to make it here for them. Obviously, they were the better team. They beat Boom ID in the qualifier, but consistently over the past year, Boom ID has looked like one of those teams I always thought was going to break out of C. They're the kind of team I expected to show up here, but it's EVOS instead.
Kevin?
So,
I mean, they seem kind of good sometimes, but not always.
Yep.
It's not.
Sound like a magic 8-ball.
I mean, the first time we heard of a really good Indonesian team, or at least one that qualified, was basically GSC. Like I know you watch a lot of C games, I don't. So that was the one that I could think of. Then when I heard of the second best Indonesian team qualified, I was like, that's a bad sign, really bad sign, you know, because Boom ID got wrecked when they played GSC. Unfortunately, the one in Indonesia. So I don't know. Like they looked okay in the replays that I watched them play. I watched them play 2 games. They played against the other TNC. Tigers is the secondary team. They beat them 2-0 in one of their matches, I believe. And they all played them, so I was like, okay, there's some potential here, so we'll see.
And then got 3-0'd by
Which
is the Predator in the grand final, and it was a very yeah.
They're here. Was that a 3-0?
It was a 3-0, and it was very one-sided.
That was a 3-0 into a forfeit.
Exactly.
It's been scrubbed from the record. Didn't actually happen at all. That didn't happen. Okay, do you know what? I don't feel like I've had enough info from you, so I'm going to get some information from a pro player. Who better to ask about teams that we don't know much about than PPD? Can we see that? It's coming, apparently. Well, it's kind of small down there, but anyway. He says, I don't know a single player on your team. And that was the note that he left.
Do you think he was hoping for a note back? Like maybe they'll tell him some stuff?
But EVOS played along with that. I want to congratulate them, actually, seriously, because I think you guys are a lot of fun. Thank you very much for playing along. I know that you put it out on social media, had a bit of laugh about it and a bit of fun about it, so it's fantastic. And I guess, I think these tournaments, for me, Kevin, are a perfect platform for teams like EVOS who aren't well known globally to come to these events and put a stamp on it in some way. Now, they've already taken a game off complexity. Let's not rule them out. Like, as you rightly pointed out, 2 games off Tigers in a 2-0. That Tigers team is actually a decent lineup.
Yeah, and even if they completely wash out of the tournament, they can at least sell that piece of paper in Indonesia for sure.
Oh yeah,
guaranteed. That's got to be worth at least $100. Someone's gonna want that, you know.
I want that paper.
Stick it on eBay straight away. Their opponent's NIP. I mean, you know, this is the amalgamation of 2 teams who finished in the top 8 at TI8. It's two guys from Secrets, 2 guys from Optic, with Saxo obviously thrown in there as well. Decent player. Played with Blinkpool, I think, last year. With Misery's old
at the
team.
End. Yeah,
yeah.
Was there.
So, you know, it's 5 known quantities of players coming from effectively 2 factions merged into one. That's got great potential, isn't it?
Sure. I was kind of placing them alongside Aster. I was curious to see how NiP were going to stack up. They got worked. They gave D-Stones his hero. He played Invoker game 1. And he did his normal
4,946. No, I'm making it up. But he's played a lot of Invoker.
I would have believed you. That's pretty much...
Exactly, because he has played an awful lot of Invokers. So why would you do that?
I don't clearly they thought like they
test.
You know, maybe fight the enemy that you know.
I mean, Peter's known for that, right? He likes giving teams what they like to see whether he's got the strategies to beat them. And then the second game, they were like, okay, all right.
And they still got beat.
You don't have it. So, yeah. Tough start for them. They'll be looking, I would presume, on paper, they'll look at this and go, we have to 2-0 this one.
Yeah, they're going to look at this and be like, we don't know any of their players. That means we should be able to win. They lost their qualifier, but still made it here. There's a lot of things going, but there's got to be pressure as well. And that's one of the big negatives of being such a star-studded roster, because all of these guys are extremely talented at their position. So, I mean, there's going to be some stress on the line, especially after going 0-2 against Aster. They've got to get some points on the board, or they have a better chance of getting eliminated.
Yeah, it was a 40-minute game, that second game as well. It's a long game against a team that, you know, on paper you'd look at, as you rightly pointed out at the start of the tournament, look pretty even on paper, and you think that might end 1-1, and that would probably be a reasonable result. They've lost that 2-0, and that puts them under a lot of pressure to get out of this group in the top 2.
Yeah, and I think you pointed out earlier to Aster have been playing a lot, which is something that hasn't really been true for NIP. They haven't been involved in nearly as many like online leagues or anything like that, or just like grinding out matches and stuff, and that clearly helps someone like Aster, even if they have to do like the big old travel and whatnot for the tournament.
Yep. EVOS, by contrast, 46-19. I know it's only local. I know it's within the region, but 46-19 on this current patch. That's a decent amount of games. They've got plenty of experience. Presumably the draft should be quite solid.
Got to play a lot of those open qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, it is a lot of broad team skill, but it's pretty respectable. And the fact that they took it to Tigers, I think, is impressive. And yeah, we could get some points here. It's possible. I've got to see some fresh games.
Okay, and if there's a downside, it might be that their favoured heroes are somewhat out of the meta right now. I'll go through some of them. Jakiro, for instance, just no one else playing Jakiro at all right now. Medusa, some teams, I guess. Brewmaster, again, not many teams playing it. We've seen it earlier today. But then they do play a lot of Necro, Rubik, Ogre, so there's some in there.
Those are all viable,
by
all means. It's just like region preference that's going to change how they pick a little bit. And I think what we usually say when we talk about a new team that isn't as proven is pick the comfort picks, because trying to adapt your playstyle is sometimes hard if your experience is not as wide, and do what you're comfortable with. That way, if you have nervous issues, it kind of covers all the bases. Pick the heroes you're good at, and then hopefully you can make that work. Otherwise, if that doesn't work, then you get in this position where you're like, well, we can't pick our comfort. Now we got to pick meta, and then they just start getting fully crushed. They lose confidence, and the game's over. So if they got to get some wins, I think, and hopefully that earlier win that they had today is going to give them some of that confidence and help keep their confidence going so they can do better throughout the group stage and not get eliminated right away.
Yeah, they have taken a game already off Complexity, so that's a good start. Is it a similar path to Infamous and Pain over the last 12 months, where we saw them, as Kevin rightly pointed out, they started playing comfort heroes to start with, then they kind of lost their way a little bit and went, okay, well, we'll play the meta then, and they couldn't play the meta, and so then they went back to this kind of hybrid, and that didn't work. Now they're much more organised. They've had more, I guess, more training, more help, and more opportunities. This is quite early on, isn't it, for EVOS?
Yeah, they're at the very bottom end of terms like that like opportunity scale. Like, this is not a team that can easily get into majors or minors because the region's pretty stacked. So you have to, there's only so many slots, especially in the first qualifier. And I believe for the next minor announced 2, it looks like there's only going to be 1 spot for C as well. And depending on how many major slots there are, that's really tough in that region. Extremely difficult. So this is a great opportunity for them. I think just focusing at the very most basic stuff in Dota is what you have to do in this sort of situation. Just like win your lanes. Like that's, or at least like have a good game plan for your lanes and like really be thinking about those matchups, because a lot of times these teams get here and they have these like great plans that they think are going to work, I feel like, and then the laning stage, the most basic thing, falls apart and the game just it gets real ugly real fast.
Yeah, I mean, I think back to when Pain started playing at the very beginning of the DPC season last year. One of the things we always seem to say almost every event was they look great for the first 20 minutes. And then they just kind of lost their way. It was almost like the laning stage makes total sense to them. They get it, they know where they're supposed to be, they know what they're supposed to be doing, they know the timings, they know what's good and what's bad. And then after that, they kind of go, oh, okay, we're in uncharted territory a little bit now. This game could go all over the place. So a good team like Virtus Pro would just crush them.
It could very easily be like they're not good at predicting where their opponents are moving and when they make moves. That way they get caught off guard more often than they catch their opponents off guard. And in those kinds of late game movement things, there's almost no way to come back if your opponents do late game moves better than you. It's going to lead to Roshans. It's going to lead to small advantages that take towers and then eventually high ground. So you cannot give up those little advantages, and you can't be outmaneuvered that much. So yeah, everybody can win the laning stage if they have the right mechanics. You usually know pretty much where everybody is, and there's some slight variations. But from there, the game gets complicated, and that's really what sets the high level teams that are skilled from the really organized, good teamwork teams.
And unfortunately, that's something that you only get when you start playing against those similar teams.
It's the golden experience is key, isn't it?
And
I hate saying it almost to some, because they you talk to them after and they're like really disappointed, they didn't do very well, and show what they can do. And you kind of go, don't worry about it, it's a really great experience. And you almost feel patronising, because like how many times have we said that to teams when they've come to their first big international event?
I just think it's the wrong word.
It is experience, like, but it is valuable.
It's just wrong. Experience is like I lived through something and I learned from it, kind of.
Jeez, that's morbid.
I learned from the emotions. What you should say is like, this is an opportunity to watch replays detailed and try to figure out why they outmaneuvered you constantly. Like them experiencing losing, like yes, that's going to help them get through adversity in future tournaments, but it's more like learn why you're bad. That's basically that's really what the reality is. But you're like trying to pat them on the back, like, oh, it's gonna be okay, buddy. No, they got crushed, and now they have to go do some hard work to catch up.
Okay, all right. I obviously need to man up when I'm talking to these players, instead of being nice and trying to help them. I just need to be more like Purge and mean.
Depends if you want to keep your personal relationships. Give them what's important.
Let's talk star players on the side of NIP, because they've got Peter, obviously PPD. We know he's a renowned captain. He's a great drafter. He's a good man manager. He's put some amazing teams together over the years. Not in question as far as that's concerned. But if the ones that are standing out last season had to be 33 in that Optic team, he was just fantastic at almost every single event, and he seemed to get better at every event. He was like, I'm ready, I'm here at TI, and I'm ready now, I'm in the form of my life. But it didn't quite drag everyone along with him, did he?
He had phases. At first it was like, he's also the kind of person that, kind of like how we talked about Alliance, where everyone keeps moving the goalposts. It was the same thing for 3-3, where it was like, well, this guy's not really good. He just plays Visage and, Bat Rider really well or something, and then he picks up a few more heroes, and everyone's like, okay, now he can play 4 heroes very well. But then he just kept on proving and evolving, and really did become a big star on that roster for more than just cheesy draft picks.
And then we've got Ace in that team.
Speaking of cheesy draft picks.
There are a lot. He can pretty much play anything, and he's renowned for playing some of the more cheesier heroes in the board.
Meepo,
absolutely.
Lots of finger click and action.
Yep, can do all of that stuff. So in many ways, obviously that looks like an upgrade over PyCap. No disrespect to PyK, he's fantastic. But by the way, where the hell is he and why hasn't he found a team? But then that's another subject to talk about later. But it does seem like an overall team upgrade. I mean, Peter's looked at that and thought, okay, there's an opportunity to grab this guy. And then alongside that, they get Fader, who moves back to the mid lane as well, which is arguably his better position.
I would say the two that really scream out to me is 3-3 and Fada out of all of them. I think Ace is fantastic, but I think 3-3 and Fada have been like the players on each of their respective teams that stood out as like amazing. So the fact that both of those get thrown on the team, Soxa at his time, at his peak around TI6 was also one of the best 4 positions in the world, or one of the best supports in the world. And PPD, maybe not always the best mechanically looking hero, but has had such a consistent history
hey, that
of placing well.
Is tough,
that
Kevin.
there's nothing negative. Well, you can criticize PPD about some things, maybe letters and being too blunt like myself, but fantastic player and has such a history of success that you also can't criticize him being on the team. It's really a great roster.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, we've seen rosters with potential. Gonna bring out Fnatic, for instance, last season.
I thought you were going to make a VG potential joke for a second there. No, then what was happening?
We could
no,
go down that road.
No, that's okay.
Is it a little bit too obvious?
Wait till we get to those games.
I think that you definitely have become a dad.
Thank you.
Yeah, because that was definitely a dad joke in the making. Yeah, I mean, lots of teams have had potential, Kevin.
Of course.
Lots have failed.
And
what makes this different?
Did you win or not? That's it. I mean, that's really all it takes. Did your team make it? No. All right. Well, cut the weak ones. Add some more boss tier players.
I think Kevin would make a great coach and a great manager of these teams. He wouldn't take any shit. Would he be like, guys, you were shit. I'm cutting 3 of you.
He needs like a hood.
Like,
just
wait,
like
what? We
whispering.
only played 1 game, Kevin. Like, we can't leave mid-tournament. He's like, no, I'm cutting 3 of you. It should be brutal.
It's good. Someone
has to be that way. You should obviously be a team manager, Kevin.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been there.
He's hoping the angrier he gets, the faster the game will start, I think.
You guys are misrepresenting my brutal admissions of facts. You think I'm just going to kick people because they had 1 bad game and tell them that they suck?
I'm asking you if you would. I'm saying, would you be that? You know?
There's a lot of circumstances that go into answering that question, right? Either you're not presenting. How am I supposed to answer this accurately? Get out of here. Change the topic. Go ahead.
Let's okay. Well, the draft has started, so that's saved us. All right, so we're going to get into the draft right now and see where this heads. Is there anything that EVOS need to be careful of? Obviously, we've talked about the flexibility of NIP in the draft and what Ace can. But do they care about that stuff, or have they got to focus, as Kevin said earlier on just making sure they get the right draft for them?
Focusing on our game is definitely important, but yeah, there's always a balance. It's like every game in Dota. It's, you know, you gotta take out those key heroes that NIP want to run. Just be aware of like certain matchups. Like maybe I don't really want to be a Necrophos-based team versus NIP because of things like that Batrider that I know they're very good at, even if they haven't played it that much lately. So just take all those things into account, but try and play your best Dota. See if it works for them. Yeah, thumbs up, guys.
Yeah.
They will get rid of the brood, so a little bit of the cheese, but instantly into the tiny NIP, no fooling around here, putting that draft pressure right back onto EVOS.
We haven't seen too many tinies make it through today.
No, banned first phase like every game, I think.
But it's amazing core or support.
I'm pretty sure you're right.
Yeah. And okay, they go instantly into the Necrophos. So that was kind of what I was wondering, is if they would indeed do it. It seems like they're confident enough in it, and right for the Undying too. Very much a stabilizing hero.
Definitely helps against Tiny. It's kind of hard to kill him, so the burst isn't quite as good. And you could reduce his base damage a little if you spam decay, so that works out too.
Do you really want Phantom Lancer? I think probably one of our most common second phase bans. Obviously fairly good against the Tomb. I don't think you need to commit that early for it though.
It's a good point. It's good against Tomb. Yeah.
It's like kind of okay against Necrophos. It's hard to get him with the Scythe and stuff. The other thing would be the Treant Protector. Is still in the pool, but he suffers a lot versus the Undying, but it is something that they, of course, have been running quite a bit. But they'll grab the Lina instead, who's also very good against Tombstone, and Necrophos. So this has the flexibility option now here of being positioned 4, or the mid hero 2.
Yeah, I definitely like the Lina better.
And they're 10th pick, so that's actually the perfect scenario. We saw a couple teams do this in King's Cup actually, where they would take the super early Lina, and you never know, because you have the 10th pick, so it's like this could be the mid, and there's not many matchups that like totally destroy Lina, but if you see some sort of matchup that you're like, okay, I don't want to run Lina there, you just grab another mid.
Would you say that that Lina's that viable as a sport? Because I think it's you can play it. I just don't think it super excels. There's a lot of times where Lina will just die, where another support would have been probably okay.
I've seen
survivability-wise.
I've seen her a lot, and it does look very good. But I think she needs certain conditions. Like she needs pretty strong initiators because you're drafting a 4 roll that doesn't initiate well. So you have a tiny for that, which is at least okay. I think a team fight 5 is very good, but unfortunately those are in very short supply. Like Winter Wyvern is just absolutely the most ideal one. It's pretty hard to argue with that. But beyond that, like it's pretty hard to run like Lina Silencer, for example. I don't know how good I feel about that as a support duo. You do want at least one reliable stun.
Does Ace kind of look like Pycat to you guys now?
With the hair, yeah. I think he's going for something
there.
Yeah.
It's like, I want to go Ultra more.
I was thinking he kind of looks like a really old Harry Potter, just with the glasses and the gray hair.
Yeah,
you know?
it didn't help.
Time's been rough on him.
Yeah, I guess.
Prepping for the potential Lina mid, I guess. I mean, some teams seem kind of happy with the Lina versus the TA these days because it feels like Linas have gotten much better with dealing with it, but don't really want to have to mess with it just in case they decide about Lina mid.
It feels like a hero that you don't want to play against for like a tier 2 team, like TA. There's like, I feel like there's a
like a
almost
snowballer.
every good mid player can play TA really well.
Yeah.
And it has matchup advantages, and it can like 1- and 2-shot heroes a lot of the times. It just feels like a hero to remove. Can back and jungle easily.
Is it also a dupe? Does it also send a message that Lina's going mid and then EVOS plan for that and then actually it's a support Lina?
I mean, if it's a support Lina and they have a TA on their team, you don't want to play the game either. Because then you're genuinely getting one shot at various points of the game. That's just not fun. Like, you can't defend yourself easily. So, either way, worth banning.
And the Mirana still in the pool. They will ban the Batrider as expected, so they got away with their Necros in the first phase, which was something that was banned out both games, looks like, versus Cole. So they had the Undying and the Mirana. That was their opener previously, and Mirana's still in. Nothing really screaming that it's an amazing game for it right now. This should probably be some sort of position 5 for them. They ran the CM earlier, but Ogre is still in.
It's interesting that it wants them to pick Pudge when they have an Undying on their team. That sounds a little...
That would be an anti-synergy.
Yeah.
With the Tombstone and the zombies.
We would definitely get a Red Axe, yeah.
So they go with the Rubik. It's kind of interesting. I thought you maybe want Ogre because he's someone who can not be targeted by the Tiny for like free food.
It is kind of good against both Lina and Tiny. There's a lot of good spells to take.
Null Field's okay too.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, even like magic resistance to your allies. When you have an Undying and an Echo, that's actually fantastic this game.
It's a pure green draft as well so far.
Looks like a hero they've been pretty comfortable with too when they're playing through their matches in King's Cup C.
A Bounty Beast Chin.
I assume the bounty must be some sort of an idea versus Necrophos with like the track and just like amping the damage back on him, and maybe the Undying too because he just like is suicidal, so he gives you free gold.
And there it is. There's the Chin.
Sap got it.
So I think it's a lane stabilizer, which is good against Rubik, who's kind of weak in lane. Can be good against Undying to shut that down, and then also good potentially to save allies against Reaper Scythe.
There's the Mirana. It's heavily predicted to come out in the second phase.
Now, that is interesting. It does not look like... Okay, so we'll just get it. Yeah, I guess with the Chen, that makes a lot of sense. IP, maybe just kind of walking into that one.
Hey, look what's on the highest rated picks from SAP. There's a Meepo.
Very good Meepo game.
It is a Meepo game.
Counters Mirana leaps. Guarantees Tombstone kills, basically. Guarantees Chain Disable on Necrophos. If he uses his second skill, you can just mass poof, deal a lot of damage.
Does it come out here in position 4?
They got Ace. Meepo in position 4?
Yeah, be weird, wouldn't it?
Yes,
I don't mean
would,
position 4, I mean the 4th pick.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, no. The position 4 Meepo, now that would be something.
Yeah,
oh, they actually don't have...
That would be the wildest call we've ever made.
They actually don't have last pick, I guess. I was mistaken. Messed up my order
arrows.
I know, I need my arrows or I get totally lost.
But boy, do I love this overlay, Trent.
Yes, true. It's looking good. So Chen can play in lane with the Tiny. That could just be their combo right there. Playing like aggressively is a little bit of a duo. I feel like Chen's these days are mostly playing as 5s though. Just kind of like chilling in the safe lane, using one creep to harass, maybe roams a bit for the bounty runes.
Like ganking and lane pressuring the Necros feels so easy too. Like
who's that?
That's not bad either.
It's a strange hero.
Anti-Mage was banned out in the last series that we had here on the mainstream.
Matches pretty well against Undying in lane. Like, you'll lose your health, but you just drain his mana, which prevents him from decaying you anyways. It works pretty good against Necro at various stages. Like, getting Reaper Scythe is almost impossible. Morana is usually pretty magic heavy too. It's like they're actually pretty all in on magic damage right now. I mean, they'll have Undying ulti at least to amp damage, but AM is actually pretty solo survivable this game.
This looks like a Pugna game or something from EVOS. I feel like I just want to like flip the switch and just go, because as you're saying, I feel like they definitely have damage issues heading late. And there's not a whole lot you could do to solve that unless you like all in on some other similar crazy hard carry.
EVOS have the last pick here though, right?
Yeah. So they'll get to see at least what sort of defense Nip will have, and maybe if it is valuable enough to stick with the Pugna.
So what's the AM counter? Something physical damage? That's kind of single target, I guess.
What's the classic counter?
Zeus.
Zeus. Oh, sweet, sweet magic. AM is just a hero that, like, the whole idea of how he plays is just so gone that a lot of those, like, more typical counters just aren't even really available anymore.
Meepo is technically the best counter, according to Dota Buff. OD, PA, Troll, Legion.
Yeah, Troll was the one I had on my list of heroes that might come up, and
I don't know if I like Troll against Tiny too much.
yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it, with the other heroes they've already got.
PA could work. I kind of like it against Lina, because it's kind of hard to land the stun. Against Tiny it doesn't sound that great, but it's also kind of good against it.
I think they...
But are they at a... No, they still have a core slot.
Yeah, I think they might just go like DK or something though for EVOS. I don't know, I feel like they're
Like a
trying
safe
to...
spot.
Some way to just like push the game forward. I think that I would rather just try and play a faster game versus NIP. I don't think you want to go late versus that stack of players.
So as we were saying earlier on, if you weren't with us just before this draft started, their favoured heroes right now are Jakiro, Necro, Rubik, Ogre, Brew, and Medusa.
It is not a Medusa
Do
game.
not go with the Medusa. Invoker Anti-Mage. Mike, the greed is real.
Is it?
My goodness. This is Alina AM Invoker game. This is Alina...
No.
Is it Alina support or off?
It's probably support. I mean, it could be Tiny as well, but it's probably support. They're just going to go Quasflex Invoker, they're going to get a Spirit Vessel, they're going to put it on the Necro, and they're going to freaking kill Necro as every chance they can put it on Dyne, put it on any hero that's about to get healed. It is like a prime Spirit Vessel EMP game. Definitely. I think this is pretty straightforward for Nip, what they want to do. They're just going to do 4-man stuff around the map while AM AFK farms. EVOS cannot kill the AM easily with the current heroes that they have unless they do like a lift into arrow. Even like Reaper Scythe, how's that going to work? Like they just actually don't have AM solutions with their draft. Their draft look cool, but like they just like found the carry that counters that. And now they found a mid that's also good against it. Maybe they'll have a good solution here.
And they go for the Beastmaster, which the SAP bot was telling us 3 rounds ago.
Okay. Well, Beast kind of sucks at level 1 right now. His axes got nerfed in a big way, but he can work later on. He's got a way to hunt AM at least and lock down. And if he goes like Medallion, maybe it can be enough damage for his team. But
really good Anti-Mage Ags game, just saying. That there's like Scythe and there's the Roar, there's like Telekinesis. Everything is just this single target. Like, man, whew. I've been gunning for that thing in this game.
There's the overview. The connections in green signifying good synergy. Not a huge amount on both sides, has to be said, and also the red threat assessment is also pretty...
Threat assessment.
However,
I feel like it's like the robots of the future.
It looks like DEFCON 4 for EVOS in this game. Now that's an incredibly greedy set of picks from NIP, isn't it?
I wouldn't say
in some
incredibly.
ways.
No.
It's a little greedy.
The AM is a little greedy. What else is greedy?
I think Quasflex Invoker's like... It's not as active as other mids. I think he's on like the higher echelon. He's like
it's the active version of Invoker outside of Sunstrike. That's why it's going to be okay. I mean, I don't know what his mid matchup is because they picked maybe it's like a Marana or something mid, but I just feel like Nip's a better team. I think they don't. I don't think Evo has a good AM solution, so I feel like they're going to be able to play the game they want. They're going to play better. They're going to create space for AM, and AM's going to get out of control. I think it's going to be like a 25-30 minute game.
Okay, Trent.
Maybe
quickly
35.
I could see them doing it. I'll take EVOS. Why not? Okay. I could see this working.
I'll take your win.
They got the speed.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
trust the beast.
Okay.
Guys.
This is the guy that picked the Night Stalker as being the most popular pick here at the ESL 1 Hamburg. Who knows? Let's head to our commentary team and find out whether Kyle is impressed with his NIP draft, as he after giving me a thumbs up in the background as well. He's alongside OD Pixel. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Paul. Yes, indeed, getting ready for this one, EVOS versus NIP. And yeah, Carl, what do you reckon then? We've got this anti-mage coming in, not a popular pick, but are you a fan of this?
I think it's just cool because it's a big throwback, you know, all the way to TI1, TI2 era, where Chen Anti-Mage was an incredibly popular combo. I think that they still complement each other very well. Chen's going to secure the laning phase, give AM space, and you kind of make up for Chen's lack of map control as you get the mid game. Plus, the Quaswax Invoker goes all the way back to like when Black was playing with Vici Gaming around like, what was that, like the TI4 era when they were dominant. Like, it's super powerful, especially as a counter to Undying, because you drop the Tomb, Tornado EMP, all of a sudden team fights changed, you have incredible peel, and if they don't have any method of killing the Invoker, you just kind of run away from the Tombstone.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, sort of the setup, you know, those big game fights, a good EMP into a Mana Void, you know, that can be a crazy amount of damage if they find the opportunity to really lay that down onto someone. But definitely, it's going to be a very interesting match to see, because what do we know? EVOS, they have managed to take a game so far against Complexity. They're coming into this one, obviously considering records and the lineups, this is going to be the much bigger challenge for EVOS here at this LAN in terms of the first series they played today. And NIP... I mean, do you think, would NIP have drafted this anti-mage if they were against, say, another team? Say if they were against, like, a VP or a Secret or an EG, or do you think this is pretty much a, you know, a we're better than you pick?
I think you're right on that. Yeah. I feel like it's similar to Alchemist, which is the ultimate we're better than you hero. You get punished a lot harder by teams more talented, whereas when you're already favored and you have more experience, AM puts the emphasis on the other team to beat you.
Yeah.
And especially when you're comboing it with Chen, like, I want to just enunciate more on this, because you can't really beat a Chen in the laning phase. It's going to be very difficult for them to pressure the AM properly, and as Trent and Purge were saying, you're just going to kill the Necrophos. Like, there's nothing you can really do to keep this hero alive, and we saw this earlier today where he was in like a 3-on-1 situation. Necro just stays alive and is actually able to pressure those 3 heroes out of the lane. If you can't play like a bully, it's just not. It's the same way you stand up to bullies in middle school, right? Okay. You can't be afraid. No. You've got to fight back. And if you're able to do that, all of a sudden the bully's no longer a problem.
Well, let's see. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, getting into game 1 of this 2-game series, EVOS versus NIP. And let's see if EVOS have it in them to deal with the anti-mage draft that NIP have decided to go with. It's bottom lane already. Avil on the Beastmaster, taking a bit of a punch here, losing a lot of his mana, losing a lot of his life. Should be fine to get back underneath the tier 1 tab, but NIP already with the 3 heroes down here, looking to bully EVOS away from these bounty runes. Top lane, bit of a setup here. Saxa with the Light Strike Array onto Logic. But Death Pulse comes back out in return, and now Whitemon and Illogic giving 33 a bit of a rundown. Another Light Strike comes down to hold back the Necrophos, but Whitemon going in, getting the Decay build. In fact, down bottom, Valechu was able to pick up First Blood, taking down Ace. Saxa's got another Light Strike holding them back, but EVOS, they're going to be the ones bullying NIP away from these bounty runes. And in fact, they look like they may even be in position to grab all 4 here. As they don't get anything, they get a second kill. As EVOS, they start the game with 2 kills and all 4 bounty runes.
Well played. That's what you got to do against a Chen AM, right? If you pressure them away from the bounties, like, you shouldn't be able to fight that. I think if you're NIP there, you make a big mistake trying to contest both sides, because you lose those 2v2s.
I mean, it really did see this sort of play, this sort of drop. Maybe NIP have come in a little too cocky. We'll see. They've got to be careful as they start the game 1k behind, down to those 2 kills and 4 bounty runes. I don't think I've ever seen a team start a game with 2 kills and all 4 bounties. That does not happen every day.
Definitely not. Maybe in a few of your pubs, but professional play, it's quite rare.
Yes. Well, let's see. So these lanes, what do we got? Which lane do you think is going to be the most one-sided lane for either team? Is there sort of a matchup we're seeing on these side lanes or in the middle that you feel like someone's going to really struggle?
I think top lane's going to be very difficult for the Tiny Lina combination. You don't really have the ability. These heroes, they have static damage output. You have your spell combos and that's it. And you're playing against 2 heroes with an 8 self-sustain that have far more harass potential as well. I think you get out-regened up here. They're just going to be saved by the fact that Tiny, he can pick up a tree. You know, it's just, most people have to last hit with their bare hands, but he's always going to be able to get at least 50% of a lane for the most part.
Let's see, Whitemon with the wraparound. I mean, Saxa already.
Look at the damage.
Absolutely. Just a bit of a chase down. Saxa has got another Light Strike, so should be fine, but getting absolutely beat down by Whitemon there as he's forced back out away from that top lane. Definitely looking to have that strength that you said you'd imagine to see. They do turn, get the Light Strike onto Whitemon. Heal's going to be there from Illogic. Whitemon actually getting blocked up by the creeps, but the Fairy Fire comes in, turns around, gets the decay, still alive for now. 33 trying to find that final touch, but a good juke round the trees keeps Whitemon safe. As he's under the tower, 33 does try and have a bit of a look, but he tanks two tower hits for that one. He can turn around and punch this. Soul Rip claps there with a mango. Whitemon gets the kill onto 33. A third kill for EVOS. As mid lane, Fada dove a little bit here by Facehugger. Will turn with the cold snap. There's a wraparound. Look at this movement from the Rubik. You can't expect this as Fada. As there we go. Flychu's there with the control. Fada's gone. And EVOS, a fourth kill in this laning stage, just 2 minutes in.
He walked through the ward as well. Not sure that Fada should have been caught sleeping there, but that's the benefit of playing so aggressively in the mid lane. Fada has no time to look to his right because there's a Mirana on his hill pressuring him under tower. All of a sudden, Rubik shows up and Peter's a little preoccupied microing. However, the AM does have a free lane. This is the benefit of the Chen safe lane strategy. In the past, you typically go like aggro tri-lane with the Chen aggressive, whereas nowadays you get your Q level 1, then you take this hard camp creep, and all of a sudden it's effectively 3 heroes in this bottom lane against a Rubik Beastmaster. And this is a great move by Rubik though, pulling the creep wave. You can't contest this lane anymore.
And IP are able to get themselves on the board and kills as top lane. The two of them are able to punish Whitemon. Did see he was hanging around very low on HP and mana, so maybe Whitemon getting a little carried away with the start that he was able to get and not backing up to heal. Cost him his life. Come back into the lane now, because like Facehugger's well in the middle. I mean, he's hanging around. He's got to be careful. Will back up. I believe he's got some regen coming out on that mid courier.
Does the Wraith Band swap too? Love to see that. Gets him a little bit extra HP.
33. And on to Logic. Whitemon keeping Saxa away from this attempt from 33. As indeed the CS for this anti-mage is the big worry at the moment for EVOS. As you say, this is a free farm anti-mage. Mid lane, Fada playing around with Facehugger, went very deep for the attempt on the kill and he gets punished. Good outplay from Fada there with the tornado usage. Punishes Facehugger.
Is that really an outplay? That seemed like, feels like Facehugger just played himself.
That's top. Whitemon gets himself a bit of revenge. Takes Saxa down. So a real brawl on this top lane between these dual lanes. EVOS and NIP absolutely going at it. Fada's able to secure himself the haste room top.
Yeah, it's a big problem. There's this anti-mage. As soon as he has Treads Aquila down here, he can be effectively left alone, and you don't have a real method of killing him without investing 2 cores. You need the roar into a Scythe or a Mirana arrow, and it's very difficult to take down a hero like AM if that's your only answer.
And they're getting kills, more kills on the top lane as they take down Illogic. Getting aggressive. Mid lane, Vlaychu with this smoke, coming with the wraparound onto Fada. This could be a good setup as Fada does not look ready to expect this one. There's a few right clicks, telekinesis, and the finish off from Facehugger secures the kill onto Fada once again, with Vlaychu doing its best to make these movements mid and keep his Mirana on top.
In the meantime, Avil on the Beastmaster down bottom spots out PPD's rotation. Even though it's nighttime, you got a glimpse of him, and he knows he warded that high ground, so expect that to be sentried soon. Bounty rune spawning in 2 seconds.
Oh, and look at this, Vlaychu. He goes from that mid-rotation straight up towards the top to help sort of brawl with 33 and Saxa back up Whitemon. Bounty runes. We're going to see 2 go the way of NIP, 1 go the way of Vlaychu. Maybe Vlaychu can look to set up for a kill as they're chasing down Saxa. Saxa trying to hide in the tree lines, but they're on top of them. They've got the telekinesis drag back, and Saxa will get punched down. Mid lane cold snaps on Facehugger. He's in a lot of trouble. He's got to be careful. Does have a leap and a salve available and will back up and salve. Bottom lane, Avil, he's going to be open to abuse from Ace and PBD as they'll start to dive him. He'll try and bottle himself back to safety, but there's no escape for the Beastmaster. As a kill secured for Ace, more money into the bank account of this free farm anti-mage.
So I'm very surprised they last picked a Beastmaster. If you get the opportunity to 10th pick something against an anti-mage, it needs to be an answer. Some sort of counter that throughout the entire game is going to be able to deal with him. I feel like Legion Commander was the only answer really left to them, or at least something like an Axe, though I think that was banned. Beastmaster has no game down bottom, and he has no method of getting back into this game either. Like, it's a tempo hero, much like the entire EVOS draft is predicated on being ahead in the mid game, and at this rate, that's not going to happen.
So, opening here with the Avalanche. Light Strike, he's got the Ghost Shroud, comes in before the tree toss, and Whitemon's there with the wraparound. Also, Vlaychu seeing if he can get a look in, see if Saxa oversteps the markers, who waits. Waits for the Lina to go forward a bit now. They drop the Tombstone, get the control with the telekinesis, and Saxa's taken down. As Vlaychu really making the movements all across this map. This is some fantastic Rubik opening in the first 6 minutes.
He hasn't made a misstep just yet, and this is a game where they really have no moves. Like, I'm not going to say EVOS is out of this game, but like this is a very difficult early game for a Rubik to play, and he has given himself an incredible foothold.
They're looking to go in again. Saxa TP's back, but look, Vlachu and Whitemon, they're still there ready and waiting. He does get the two-man light strike, but can they get the grab? Telekinesis indeed, Vlachu's got the control, blocking Saxa off here with the body blocks, allowing the Death Pod to go through. He's trying to get himself back towards the shrine, but the soul rips there from Whitemon, taking Saxa straight out of the lane as quickly as he came to it. We are going to see more rotations now, as I believe PPD is heading over to do something about this problem. And PPD, he's got himself the Siege Creep and the Satire Tormentor, throws the nuke down onto Whitemon. Whitemon, he's got a fair bit of strength stolen, so he'll be okay. He's able to walk away. PPD's able to push them off, but isn't able to find anything in return.
This great ward, though. This is the best ward to play around as Dire in the safe lane. You have Mirana collapsing as well. Faceseeker's here to set up. Lift is prepared.
Let's see what they can do. There are 3 members still here of NIP.
They're going to know there's a ward here if they keep playing like this, though.
Control. Set up onto Whitemon. Faceseeker throws an arrow. Only catches onto the Tiny, and Fada's going to be there as well. Good leap to dodge the Tornado. Vlachu still gets caught. Whitemon trying his best to retreat, but the toss forward's there. Fada in position to pop down the MP onto Vlachu. They'll get the Rubik. The rest of them backing off. As there was a 4-man movement there from NIP to get them out of that area of the map. Does get them a kill.
It's worth, even if they don't get that kill, you're fine forcing a 4v4 because you know that down bottom you have an AM versus a Beastmaster. That's an 80-20 matchup, and your Anti-Mage is 100% the win condition in this game. You just need to buy time. If it's even in 20 minutes, you're going to take the game. So just keep forcing this, waste EVO's time, and ensure you don't lose towers.
And you can certainly indeed see that paying off in the numbers. 46 and 19 on the CS at the moment for Ace. And a lot of tasty solo XP to benefit him. And Vlachu's trying to do his best to pick up a little bit of action from this lane, but it's going to get very hard to kill this anti-mage without a rotation from the Necrophos or the Mirana.
Yeah, and it's just so hard to play against this hero when you have nothing that can actually lane against him. As soon as he hits a Tread's Battle Fury timing, he can blink on any solo
just take
core
all your
by
mana
himself.
away.
Yep.
And you're done. You're done in the lane. I've got 3 members down in now. Aviel does have the Primal Roar ready, so a Roar into an arrow would do it, but look, he's playing safe. Ace knows.
I mean, it's pretty, I don't want to say it's like a basic rotation, but I mean, it is. Even with the Aquila, he knows that the moment you make this move, this is the Radiant advantage where you just don't have to give a damn about your bottom safe lane tower.
Quick combo for the 33, nearly finishes off Whitemon. He does get the heal off. Now, Aviel will TP top. They've got the Tombstone down, they're chasing down 33 behind the trees. 33 in trouble. Reaper's Scythe comes down, takes him out of the game for 30 seconds. They do lose the Dire Courier there to the neutrals. Look like the Undying. Whitemon was not looking where his courier was going as it got sent out to him and got taken down by some neutrals.
I like that move, though. You know the AM is TP'd up there. May ensure that... Oh, whoa. They might get him.
Oh,
Caught an arrow.
have they got the damage? Ooh, Ace. He's able to just blink off in time. Axes will be thrown out, but won't quite clip onto him. But yeah, Ace nearly throwing away his life there.
And something that we've seen now, it used to be just the elite teams, but now even these more tier 2 squads learn how to rotate properly around the map where, yeah, they commit 4 heroes to top, but they leave the Rubik bottom. He gets a level, a lot of gold. You need to ensure that if you're going to abandon a lane that's pushed that hard, just let someone soak up those free creep waves because they represent a hero kill this early in the game.
Wrap around here, Aviel. Goes for the Roar, onto PPD, Ace, focusing on Logic. They've got the Light Striker right down as well. Does get the Ghost Shroud out, it's not going to save him from the Mana Void. They'll lose PPD, but Ace gets a kill onto a core. So, good trade for NIP, managing to get their anti-mage involved early in the fights. Arrow connects, but of course nothing they can do about that one as Aviel and Vlachu hang around the middle lane. Aviel trying to build towards those early Necro books. But Ace's farm still continuing to get pretty out of control.
That was a good sequence, though, for EVOS. I mean, better than they can expect because they have slowed down Anti-Mage considerably. He could easily be 5k net worth if they hadn't forced him to rotate and move out of lane a couple of times. Their issue is just going to be how do they actually kill towers? Because if you don't take tier 1s, inevitably AM gets Battle Fury and starts to eat the entire jungle.
Bottom lane Fada trying to go onto Logic here, but Logic's got backup from Vlachu. Deafening Blast comes out, doesn't have the Reaper's Scythe available, so didn't have that extra bit of lockdown and damage required to kill off the Invoker, so Fada's able to walk it off. Would have been a big catch for the two of them, yeah, 5 seconds until that Reaper's Scythe's back online. Fada's still playing around with them. Does have to be a little careful now that the ult's up on Necrophos.
I really like Ace just decided to go for Treads instead of rushing the Battle Fury straight away. I like that decision. Would have preferred he do that earlier, but I like that he recognized, like, hey, I just need to stay on map and continue to apply some sort of pressure. I can't be forced. Like, it just feels bad playing Brown Boots AM unless you have a free game. And I think that this is what's going to allow him to just lane up off lane against Mirana indefinitely.
dropping the tombstone here, but it is going to quickly be farmed here by PPD and Saxa as they'll get 150 extra gold here for PPD's Chen. One of the creeps in return. 11 for 6, less than a 1k lead. Very close game at the moment. In a game that's close at 11 minutes, is that good or bad for the team of the Anti-Mage?
Definitely good in this game. And I like the way that they're moving around the map as well, where AM's top and Invoker's bottom. These two heroes are incredibly difficult to take down. They can hold these towers, and then the supports now have the freedom to move and kind of shift where NIP is going to apply the tempo. And in the meantime, Tiny Lina, like, you can't pressure mid lane with this Beastmaster, so effectively they force stalemates in all 3 lanes, and that's just buying time.
Whitemont with the haste. They have sort of sat the couple of them down here. They really want to try and make a move onto Fada. See how safe Fada plays. Got vision on him. They drop the meteor. If Whitemont and Vlachu can get the wraparound, they'll have a good shot at getting this kill. Extra TPs are coming in though. It's getting harder by the minute. And Saxa is there. PPD is also there with the wraparound. EVOS may have waited a little too long to make the play. A 4th TP coming in from NIP. As they'll focus down Vlachu. Moonlight Shadow will not save him as they've got the nuke damage to dispose of him. 33's also got the avalanche. Doesn't have the vision though. Whitemon and Illogic will be kept safe under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow.
Yep, the issue is, again, Ace just chilling up top. He's fine laning against Marana. He has no threat whatsoever. And even if he's trading evenly, there's no qualms for this. And they do a good job on NIP. They rotate, protect the tower, get a kill. Beastmaster feels very ineffective at the moment. He needs a great rune and a lord somewhere.
All the means to deal with the Ghost Shroud. Doesn't matter if he pops it early or late. There's going to be this huge amount of magical burst or physical. Either way, it's a hard game at the moment for Illogic to stay alive when there's 3 heroes on top of it.
Just look at the way NIP plays. They have a defensive safe lane ward. Even though there's 3 heroes there, they place another ward and they just back away. They're going to push this lane from afar and chill at their tower. In the meantime, Invoker's mid, AM's top. They have no issue with this whatsoever.
Fada just taking a free tower, as it were. Now he is. He does a lot to this tier 1 mid. TP does come in from Illogic on the Necrophos. It's 33. He's going to have eyes onto Facehugger around this room. As Facehugger looking for the 14-minute one. Does manage to grab it. 433 is able to get him with the stun. Fills up his bottle, but still, yes, the timer ticking for EVOS as Ace's Anti-Mage. Leading the net worth, 6k total at the moment, and over 1k ahead of the highest core on EVOS's lineup, that Marana. With the Demon Edge just about 600 gold away.
Beastmaster's got a Necro book though. That's something.
Yeah, because they certainly start pushing, helps find the pickoffs too, but top Fada, good tornado onto the 2 of them, EMP down as well as they'll try and back up. Whitemon, low on mana, pops the stick charge. He's still got enough to turn and fight. They'll look for the arrow, does get the connection onto Fada. Can they do anything with it? They're trying to bring out Veil in range. They've got the Sora jump forward, the Hand of God comes in, but it's not enough to save Fada as Invoker falls. EVOS trying to see if they can get more out of this engagement as Facehugger moving in, has the Arcane Rune popped as well, so he's going to have those extra sort of downtime on the nukes. And they get the control of Veil, goes for the Brawl on the side. He's found himself Saxa. Saxa with the stick charges turns. Light Strike Array is going to be juked out by Avil. Saxa's still got the movement speed to get himself away by the looks of it. I don't know if Avil is going to be able to find this, as it's going to be EVOS looking at 33 instead. The rest of them surrounding the Tiny, looking for the bigger kill, and they'll get it as they take down the Tiny, PPD, Chen, and the Invoker. 3 kills for EVOS.
Yeah. That was excellent. I mean, that's what they needed to make happen. It's a very low percentage play, but they have to force that fight. Even though they had preemptively dropped the tomb, they know AM has no interest in this engagement, and you need to collect kills. They have to finish this tower as well. But once again, Fada just doing his best to delay the movement of EVOS. Just slow them down. Even if you lose this tower, make them waste another minute or 2. That's very valuable time for your Anti-Mage, who's still free farming top.
He really is, and he's got that Battle Fury complete. 15 minutes in, and his Battle Fury treads and Aquila, very good timing. Now still obviously vulnerable until that point where he really gets the Manta if they can catch him. The ball's going to be stolen. Here's PPD and Fada. Turn their attention towards Avil. Moonlight Shadow's going to be out, but Dust is there. PPD prepared to find the pickoff, despite the invis. They can set something else up with Invis Logic, looking towards sort of this mid.
I don't know if I like this Force Staff on the Necrophos. I understand its reasoning.
What are you getting at this game against?
You want to juke the EMP.
Make sure you don't lose your mana.
The problem is you're still playing against a lot of stuns, right? I would much prefer him to go for more scaling items. It's really not a Radiance game, but at some point, maybe, you know, you'd like a Hex to, and you can't go third item Hex when you already pick up a Force Staff. It could be a nice BKB game, but I feel like you need like, it's tough. I actually have no idea what you buy here. Maybe a Yules. You know, if you're going to go for this sort of item, a Yules into a Lift will always land kills on the Anti-Mage, and Yules into Arrow is a very effective combination with Black Lockdown too.
Fleichu with the blink that he stole from the Anti-Mage. He's got the setup straight in with the Roar and the Reaper's Scythe. That's 33 down. 45 seconds. So one of the pluses of playing this Rubik against the AM, you're always going to have that opportunity for an easy blink steal.
I love how Sox has been playing this, though. He's just consistently shoving waves, being a nuisance, and now here comes Fada to do the same.
Could find a good setup here if EVOS aren't too careful. They can't group up. Fada looking for the angle, gets the two-man tornado, EMP down, but they're able to move themselves out of the range of it. So no mana will be lost today. They can continue to push here with the Necro Book and making good use of that indeed. 17 minutes in, EVOS will be able to claim the Tier 2 tower top away from NIP.
I really like the way they played that as well. You have to zone, because if you allow these heroes like Lina to come up and poke your creep wave, that push is dead. But they position the bird aggressively, they play aggressively Undying, diving tower, and it's just a very well executed move. Beastmaster as well, choosing not to max that inner beast so that he can get an max out Call of the Wild very early on. You need that because they already lack tempo, and you need to win this game in the mid game. Who's going to be auto attacking thanks to that aura, right? You have a Necro and a Mirana. Save that for later. Ensure you get that extra creep. It also allows them to set up for Roche if they can get this mid tower.
EVOS straight up with the smoke again.
Oh no.
You just find PPD. PPD out alone. Leap forward from Facehugger. He'll start the attempt, and then Logic and Fletcher will come in for the cleanup. PPD's gone, and they're now in position to push onto this Tier 2 bottom. They don't have the Beastmaster with them, so it will be a little slower than the push up top. But it looks to be a push they'll get away with. As NIP don't seem interested in contesting it. They're more interested in trying to find a kill. As they're setting up, looking for that Beastmaster top. And Fada has got the catch with the Tornado. Aviel keeps the distance though, and that may make it a little too hard for NIP to catch. They won't get the kill, and they'll give up their Tier 2 tower bottom. 19 minutes in. And in a game where they've got this anti-mage, they are losing the map control.
And look, I love the wards they placed on that move as well. They now have three actually, if you count that one on the high ground all the way up top. But they have this great vision now. They get the 2 towers bottom. They can leave this lane now indefinitely. They do not give a damn about it. And they can go collect mid tower and then Roche. They need to do this within the next 3 to 4 minutes because you don't want to fight into the AM Manta reveal. That's going to be very scary for you in a game like this. One stun and the AM blink in is immediately going to land a kill on any hero of his choosing.
Got a double damage rune ready on Facehugger. Looks for the arrow. It's going to be blocked by the Ancient. And so he'll at least be able to take that away. Nice bit of gold for him. Away from the anti-mage.
This is great. I wish they were ready to dive on this tower. They have the ward behind. You need to be willing to kill this Lina.
Saxa leads in. It's going to be spotted out by the creeps. So EVOS, again, getting away with these pushes. Fada goes for the angle, gets the Tornado EMP down. Will not hit onto Whitemon. Keeps the distance, drops a Tombstone down as well, just in case there was the potential of Ace jumping in on the anti-mage and looking to commit. But Ace, he's elsewhere, continuing to just focus on farming up that Manta. And you've got a full Blink Dagger now picked up as well on Fleichu. So, as well as the opportunities to steal the anti-mage's spells, he's also got his own maneuverability to rely on.
Yep. It's really well played, and I wish they had just walked into Roche, but they feel not quite confident with Tombstone on cooldown, but it's going to mean that Ace is going to have the Manta in time to possibly be able to contest that. But if you're Nip, you may just kind of let Sleeping Dogs lie and just not contest it whatsoever, but EVOS has got to force it first for us to be able to find out.
The 3 of them on EVOS heading down here. We'll see if Ace gets tempted to jump in and do something. He's thinking about blinking. But there is backup here for a Logic. So Saxa, yeah, they are going to jump in and commit. Quick burst. They do get the kill onto the Necrophos. Whitemon and Fleichu, they don't want to fight back. Without their Necrophos, they'll go. NIP just able to burst down a Logic a little too quickly to allow EVOS the chance to actually fight back. Arrow comes in, won't catch onto Ace. Ace still feeling very confident in this position, knowing that
they have Lift in a second and Laguna.
Ooh, that's a nice steal. He may just be able to go for the solo on Saxa if he wishes to do so. Blinks in, can't quite get the vision for the catch, does get caught out by the Light Strike Array, but Facehugger and Whitemon, they're in as well as Aviel. EVOS bringing in the boys down bottom to get the kill onto Saxa. Ace will be able to get out. Same time mid lane, PPD's got the army pushing him, taking a tier 2 away from EVOS, and they will claim it. So claiming good control of the mid lane, NIP pushing very, very strong.
Yep, another just well played PPD, very experienced captain. NIP, while they don't have what I would say is like your elite tier players that you see on squads like VP, Liquid, OG, etc. They do have that understanding of the game. They're all incredibly experienced players, and they're very willing to trade a support down bottom. Fada and PPD, they're not leaving mid lane. They're going to get those towers.
Look at this. They know where Ace is because of that ward that they laid down here just outside of this entrance to the Ancients. Hand of God, though, is that going to keep them alive? It is! Oh no! The Hand of God, just enough. EVOS, even with the stolen Laguna Blade, they couldn't quite burst him. It would have been a huge kill for them to find, but PPD was there with the global save. Now NIP, as well as making that evasive play mid, putting pressure on top, they'll instantly TP back as soon as EVOS start to wrap up towards there. Couldn't quite get that kill.
It's just a game of catch me if you can. It's so annoying. You have Soxa in one lane, Invoker in another, and AM just farming pretty much everything with the threat of the 3-3 Tiny, who's almost always off map as well.
Let's see if Faceoga can find this arrow from the trees. Goes for it. Doesn't get the arrow on target. Soxa's able to get away in same time up top. Ace and 33 are in, and on top of it, Logic. There is backup. Aviel doesn't have the prime Aurora though. So a hard kill to get ready. He'll summon up the army, but Ace is already out of there. 33 blinking deeper. Vlechu trying to hunt him down. They've got the vision with the Hawk. They'll find the Tiny at least as 33 is left behind. EVOS still keeping themselves ahead in kills, and net worth is very close. Less than a 1k difference between these two teams 23 minutes in. 18 to 11. We'll see this on the replay again, how close EVOS were to getting that kill on the AM. Perfect opening, everything thrown down, but the Hand of God comes through, and he gets out on about 50 HP.
That roar was about 0.75 seconds too early. Oh, and I don't know if I'd call that a flawless opening.
Well, they stacked it pretty much straight on top of each other, did they?
I mean,
there was the opportunity to have more to save.
Yes.
Bottom Vlechu. He'll be fine. Does also have VO by him. Primal Rolls online. They could go for a kill. They don't want PPD. They want something big.
They overlap again.
Is that going to cost them the kill? No, they'll get it. But you're right. They've got to be careful with this. Yeah, I saw it that time.
It does cost them the tower kill, though. The Alacrity Catapult.
They pop it both at the same time here. And oh! I feel like I don't see that every day. So 33 getting the Vanguard on the Tiny this game.
It's the way to go. You're playing against heroes that are going to have damage issues on the side of EVOS, and you have an Animage who's already going to have that innate tank ability going for the Ags. You know, this whole team understands, look, the enemy squad is going to run out of damage. They can only kill my Animage in a roar or a huge arrow.
Faceoga. It's going to be fine.
Oh yeah, they blow your cooldowns. No need to hang on to it. Mana Void, 70-second CD.
Can they punish this? He's got the blink stolen if he wants to come, but he's a little scared. They didn't have really any spot. They only had the Undying really by his side, so would not have had enough to get him. They need that roar or that arrow follow-up if they want any sort of chance of buying time to kill the anti-mage.
They need a Roche too, but at this rate, I'm very fearful that the new timing for EVOS to win the game might end up just being post-Animage 6 slot. That's really the two weaknesses of Animage are the early game and the hyper late game. Yes, you know, you think of it as the super hard carry, but realistically, if Beastmaster, Necro, Mirana all get to like that 4th or 5th item, they will be able to outscale the NIP lineup in this game, assuming that the Invoker doesn't get incredibly out of hand as well. But Fada's game so far, not quite what he would hope for, but that's the product of being ganked 3 times middle and Quaswex playing more of a space maker in this game.
And we'll see here, yeah, sort of Fada's movements around the map this game. A couple of deaths in the mid, a couple of deaths down bottom, but certainly has been all over the place here, Fada this game. Been very mobile and something that the panel were looking towards, you know, in terms of how much Fada would be able to offer in the early stages. And he's been around making sure that there was sort of space and action going on where the anti-mage wasn't opening up that opposite half of the map each and every time for Ace, who has now got that Aghanims complete on top of the Manta Stars, so incredibly tricky to catch. They have to find a way to pop that passive before following up with the Roar.
And they have a pre-sentry laid down up top, and they're just baiting it as 4. Fada's a fast connect.
33's in. Got the opening. Force is going to be there, but it's not going to save him. Too much burst. Allows them to get the kill. Dust is out. They've got the vision on Whitemon and Aviel. Aviel tries to turn to go for the Roar, but the mana's already being burnt. They've got the combo as they've lost 2 on EVOS. 33 forcing Whitemon away as he's still dusted. The Avalanche, Tree Toss, and a couple of punches to the back bring down the Undying. As NIP starting to come out clearly on top of the trades, on top of the team fights, and can now push onto that tier 2 top with no answer from EVOS.
Yeah, and yeah, you know, they're only 4K ahead, but still, there's so much dead worth on the Dire side. Like, 1,500 gold saved on the Rubik in a blink. That's not really going to impact an engagement. Same with the Beastmaster Shadowblade. These items are only effective if they can utilize the positioning advantage to find pickoffs. You have NIP who's just going to clump up and go fight as 5 with an Anti-Mage, now with an Aegis. They've itemized to win the game on this timing. The Crimson Guard's about to be picked up as well. There it is. And this is NIP just understanding their lineup. You're not playing for an AM6 slot. You're going to get this Aegis, maybe his next item, but realistically, you can starve the map now for a few minutes and potentially threaten tier 3s right after. The Abyssal AM is going to mean he kills anyone on map all by himself.
So there's not really any sort of answer or save for whoever gets jumped on at the moment. As EVOS, they are heading out again. Aviel not really going to find anything here and doesn't really want to. As NIP, they are grouped up. It's ready to make a movement with this Aegis and smoke. As EVOS a little too split up here. We'll see who gets caught out by this one. As Aviel, he's going to be spotted out. Shadowbladed. He's got to try his best for the Dukes here in terms of getting away from any sort of potential dust. He's blinking into the trees. Aviel making a good call. They won't quite find him there, so Aviel is able to get himself away. The rest of EVOS also able to keep themselves at a safe distance. So the smoke not able to find a kill.
Still a high-level smoke, though. They had pushed top so far that, yeah, Mirana can go catch it, but they're already in position now where they're ahead by about 20-30 seconds on this wave. So they're going to collect this tier 2 for free, and Mirana's going to be faced with a difficult decision. You have no teleport. Look at how far he is. AM could go tier 3, especially now that the Rubik's been picked off as well. You have 50 seconds of freedom.
Yeah, that sort of setup there from the power of the Lina with that cast range and the ether lens. A light strike from a mile away. Especially during this night time. Very hard to do anything about unless you've got perfect vision up. This bottom tier 2. Very likely to be taken. Basher on the AM. 20 seconds without the full roster of EVOS. Tier 2 tower taken by NIP. 6k advantage and ready to push for more with this Aegis. Looking to threaten the high ground and the base of EVOS.
I don't know how you stop this. You just can't kill any mage. Again, there's a Crimson Guard. Beastmaster's damage is negligible. It means the zombies do absolutely nothing for the duration, and Ace still has an Aegis.
Somehow killing twice. And it really is so hard to do. You pop the passive.
I like how they're playing. They're just slow and steady.
Got to do something here, EVOS. As they're slowly losing the racks, arrow comes through. Only going to hit onto an illusion. Combo from Fada with a Tornado EMP down towards Illogic. Forced to the side. Sunstrike's there though, and Illogic, he's gone. Perfect play from Fada to combo down the Necrophos, and Illogic's out without buyback for 50 seconds. He's still seeing the safe opportunity to continue pushing. 33 jumping in into the base behind the racks. Combos down another. Fada picks up the kill. As it's a double kill for Fada. No buybacks on the two members of EVOS. The full set of racks taken down on the bottom lane. As NIP, they can look to go for more, or they can look to play it safe. They'll back up, force back out top lane. But this game looking to get into a very tough situation for EVOS. They had a good showing at the start. They certainly came in with the plays, the rotations, they had the ideas. But as we sort of said, the anti-mage was definitely a we're better than you pick, and it certainly looks like PPD was right in that sense.
That's the exact point I was going to make. I mean, I would say that they did about as well as they could hope for in the early game, but it's just an uphill battle. You need to play flawlessly to win when you're this far behind in terms of being able to close out a game. And NIP, like, did it ever really feel like they were pressured? I mean, methodically, just farming lanes. I imagine Peter with like a straw hat and a little bit of hay in his mouth, just feet up on the desk thinking, you know what, guys, just chill. Wait for the harvest, and we're going to collect a victory.
Logic. Ooh, just be careful. See here, quick combo. Aunt of Late is going to heal by the Soul Rip. They do manage to surround 33. He's a pretty beefy brute, though. Can they actually finish him off? They've got the Reapers. And that will allow them to take him down. Immediate buyback from 33. Does not want to mess around with that long death timer. Fada's also down. They do get themselves a couple of nice picks.
I like it though. Now you have Tiny with this huge window. He's alive. Reaper Scythe is down. And how do you kill anything anymore?
I mean, Ace Quick jump in on top of Vleichu. Avil does have that level 3 Necro book, but still the problem really being on how they deal or catch out the Ace Anti-Mage. It's out of the base they go with the Moonlight, but Ace jumps forward. 33 as well, looks for the Avalanche, getting on top of a Logic. Logic does get the Ghost Shroud out in time, but still the Light Strike, Dragon Slaver Laguna bring him down low. Soul Rip and Force Staff keeps the Logic safe. Back towards the base, he'll get out. Facehugger trying to head forward, but the Light Strike comes out from Saxa onto the two of them. Dragon Slaver as well. Vleichu turns with the Stolen Laguna Blade, not enough to kill Saxa. Now the blinking from Ace. Instant bash of control onto the Rubik. Rubik's out for 70. As that was a dieback from Vleichu. Avil trying for the wraparound, maybe seeing if he can find a cheeky kill on the back. Saxa is pretty low at the moment. But Avil sending the army in. So Saxa does have the stun, but 33 is there with the Avalanche to disable the creeps long enough to keep Saxa safe. Ace does find Avil. Gets him after the Shadow Blade wears off, and Avil, he cannot run. It's Ace unstoppable on the Anti-Mage.
Just look at the net worth disparity. It's an exponential growth once you get this far ahead on an Anti-Mage. He was only about 1,000 ahead when he had 8k net worth, and now he's nearly doubling up the entire any player in the game.
Absolutely huge, Ace.
It's an easy game to play, though, to be fair. He made the right decisions, but when you can carry a game by simply rotating out of a lane as your like big play in the game, it's real nice.
Yeah, I'm sure he's having a lovely time.
So, dude, it's a stat booster. This is the sort of game you love.
Yeah, get your sort of your average GPM up, absolutely.
I mean, when you have an MVP, a Mercedes, you get a Mercedes for being MVP.
That's true.
This is big.
You know, Ace doing his part to get his hands on and take one of those cars away from VP. He's showing us the good stuff. But then again, a lot of this is just his team around him, setting up the map as they have and the space that Ace needs. But Ace, yeah, he's not been messing around. He's been doing everything needed in terms of farming and getting the patterns on point and being exactly where EVOS aren't. I believe we're only being caught out the once this game on the Anti-Mage. As yeah, 6-1-5 Ace this game. As EVOS, they are back by the base, ready to hold. He's very close to the 25, so I mean, NRP, if they want, they could chill out and wait for that one.
Oh yeah, no reason not to wait for Roche as well.
Yeah.
It makes the right now you probably got a 98% win probability, but I've seen that sort of game thrown a few times. Get the Roche and it's effectively 100%.
Oh, let's see what they can do, EVOS. They're going to try and fight before that situation arises. Can they get any sort of setup? The scan is going to be there from themselves on top, just in case anyone was invis around them. Making the long smoke wrap around from the bottom half of the map. They may bump into Fada. Fada's got a lot of his team by his side, and NIP, they're going to go for a smoke themselves. They're on the low ground, though. Gets dispelled. EVOS, can they go for the quick blink? They've got the opening. Frontal Roar and Reaper Sight down. That's going to be Invoker gone, but he'll buy back straight away. BKB from Facehugger. He's coming in. He's doing a good amount of damage here. He's taking down Saxa. The Cataclysm comes through. Ace has got the bashes onto Facehugger. Abyssal Blade down as well as he sees him. He's got the vision. Facehugger's gone. Vleichu playing around with 33, but he's so tanky. He has Ace by his side. Vleichu will go quick with the blink and TP out. Whitemon, trying to hide and escape from this as well, but Fada finds him with a tornado. Ace jumps in as they take 3. EVOS, though, they managed to get they got 3 kills in return. Fada had to buy back for that, and EVOS do have buybacks available. So still, despite being 13k behind, they're certainly able to put up a fight, but it's just not good enough to swing the game back around, as they need a lot more to really gain control of this.
That fight was pretty much 3v5, and they still lost pretty considerably. Obviously, Fada does buy back with the Cataclysm, but Ace is unstoppable at this point in the game. He does have a level 25.
Yeah, so all this and the evasion on that butterfly, absolutely. And again, it's this timing you talked about. They're brought back because they're pushing in. There's no threat of a Reaper's Scythe. Sort of the one guarantee that they've really had to rely on EVOS to kill off the cores each fight. Without that, very unlikely they'll find these kills.
Beastmaster, this TP's done for.
Be fine here. In fact, he can turn. I think Sax at the same time doesn't really mind this because, again, now there's no Reaper's Sight, now there's no Roar for this defense. And already the melee racks have been taken. They move in, they get the kills, the buyback's coming out from the two of them, toss back onto Vlechu, does have the stolen avalanche out onto Fada, but 33 moves forward, Sora to heal up Vlechu as well as the telekinesis onto 33, but it's so hard for them to kill these heroes without those two ultimates. Ace will blink away, but they've already got what they came for. They got that mid-melee racks. 33 being slowed down. Arrow comes through, but it won't connect. 33 getting focused. The damage from Facehugger is enough to take him out of the game. He's gone for 100 seconds. Does not have buyback for that time as well. As with the Moonlight Shadow, EVOS, they're trying to find more. Let's see if they can find it. The Invis sentry's already down, though. IP, I know what's up. In fact, Ace jumps in, looks to get the control onto Avil, the Cataclysm also onto Vlechu, causing issues. The Undying's gone. Ace will finish off the Rubik, as now they're in a situation. 2 dead, no buybacks. They have got Reaper's Sight back online. They're going to have the Roar as well again in a second. And they still don't have to worry about a Tiny for 70 seconds.
It's so hard to play against AM as a Rubik in this game. He lifted himself, and the AM's shield blocked it, so effectively he just stuns himself and dies. And you can't kill Ace anymore.
Logic goes in, sort of baits out the combo. It's going to mean Avil's in trouble, though. He just gets focused instead. Ace blinks forward. Facehugger back in. It's just the two of them. They'll try with a Reaper Sight, but it's an incredibly early one. The BKB is out, but the Abyssal Blaze down onto Facehugger. A leap again to keep the distance. Ace has the Mana Void down onto the Necrophos. As GG is called, NIP will take game 1 of this 2-game series against EVOS. As the anti-mage draft is a success, Ace and the boys get away with it. An incredible amount of farm and became that beast that we were always worried about if EVOS were going to be able to deal with. And as it came to be, they just couldn't.
Just like they drew it up, textbook. I mean, that game is hard for NIP to lose, and I think that that's the position Peter likes to be in when he drafts. It's the same thing we saw with Optic all of last season. The games Optic looked the best. You have Pycat on this win condition hero, more Fling, Terrorblade, etc., where it feels like if he doesn't throw or die 2 or 3 times in the early game, it's just going to be free. You follow the script.
I mean, considering that first game as well, obviously coming into it, we knew that EVOS were going to have a tough time. They are sort of the underdogs in this matchup. What do you take away if you're sort of EVOS looking at that game in terms of what was good? What you're saying, we did this pretty well, let's try this again in game 2.
I thought the rotations were excellent. It's just the 10th pick. Like, if you pick something that can address the Anti-Mage and actually be a threat, you know, when he rotates top, like something that can follow him around the map and kick him out of the lane. If you don't have that, you're going to lose, like 9 times out of 10, if not 95 out of 100. And I think if you run this back, just, you know, give your players a way to win. Have an answer to the, I almost said Optic lineup, but to the NIP lineup. And play like that, they did well.
They did. They had a good opening. Let's see if they can sort of patch it up and step out with something great in game 2, because they'll certainly need to. NIP looking very strong, taking game 1 in this 2-game series against EVOS.
Thank you very much, OD Pixel Car. We'll return, of course, to our commentators for game number 2 in this best of 2 series, the final series of day number 1 here at ESL 1 Hamburg. And NIP forge ahead after a tough battle, it has to be said. The first 20 minutes, EVOS, you know, held their own. They did what we said they would do, actually, Trent. They know how to play the lanes. They can do the simple stuff. When it really came to the big team fights, though, they started to lose quite heavily.
I mean, they came out swinging, though. They got all 4 of the first bounty runes, couple of kills to boot, and I was like, oh, okay. Maybe something could happen here. Maybe EVOS are actually going to do it. But fell apart pretty quickly.
It was kills that were so unpredictable that Pimp missed like at least 3 by like the first 5 kills. It was like, oh, we see Beast Smasher down to 20% health. No need to look there anymore. He must have got an arrow on aim or something like that. But yeah, it was really just that aim was uncountered. That game, once he got Ags, he was almost impossible to die. He just basically did whatever he wanted. It looked like the freest anti-mage game, and Ace was super up to the challenge, just won it all.
And that's something he's been very good at identifying in the past. I remember we were asking him questions about that in a previous tournament, but like, so why are you like, tell us about Lincolns versus Ags, and he's someone who like really looks at that in the drafting phase, and I think this is one of those games where that might have even been like one good reason to go for the anti-mage period, was because not only did they have a bunch of magic damage already lined up, but it was all single target. There was just no way to kill him.
Stats on the screen, which they kind of tell a story in a way. NIP obviously coming out on top, particularly highlight the ace stats. 13, 1, and 7 for the unkillable anti-mage on that particular team. EVOS, they did put up a few decent stats. There's a couple of good ones in their Facehugger in particular, 8, 2, and 7 on the Mirana standing out for his team. So they did have some highlights, Kevin.
Yeah, they all did really well, actually. I don't think I saw too many bad plays by any means. I agreed with Kyle that the Beast technically would have been better for it to be a different hero, something that could beat Anti-Mage, but they needed to do like roars into long distance arrows while killing that guy. I felt like that was one of their only solutions, and they did have like a medallion on Undying, but that was probably late, and they didn't really have that much physical damage. Myrna also got a Maelstrom. Maybe she should have gone for a physical damage item instead, for example, but it's hard to say she can farm as fast that way, so just like the aim pick was just so good. So good that game.
It was very good. And it's hard to... We're talking about like, oh, they should have picked a different hero, but like, I can't really tell you what
I was going to say, which one would it have
game.
been is the key, isn't it? Because that Beastmaster was still relatively effective throughout the game.
And I think the way they probably viewed it is like, to me, the way I saw winning that game, or at least having a good shot at, was some sort of an earlier push, or at least not necessarily ending the game early, but taking enough space off the map that Anti-Mage can't do his thing. And I think maybe they thought of that, and they thought like, but we also need like a stun, so it's like, oh, Beastmaster has like really heavy push early with creeps and stuff, and then we have like a single target stun, maybe we can hunt him down, we have vision with the Hawk. Like, that all kind of checks out, but the lane matchup was very poor.
I mean, we've spoken about this before, Kevin, numerous times, about when you have the last pick in the draft, the 10th pick, it's got to be a game-winning pick, isn't it?
Yeah, it helps a lot, for sure. If it's the one thing that your opponents don't anticipate. But once the AM pick was locked in, it already felt like the enemy lineup was screwed. Like, maybe I was a little biased because I know that Ninjas and Pajamas is going to be the better team, but it felt very clear to me that there's 4 heroes that do not deal with Anti-Mage super well. So the 5th one's got to be magical, and then they still get another pick after that to also make the AM even better than they want to. So it just felt like that with the Ags being so good against the single target abilities just really was a perfect AM game.
MVP, there's only really one MVP for the particular game, but that's the ace man himself. 13, 1 and 7 in this particular game. I can't really pick anything else in the game, can you?
You want to give credit for sure. Like, I think Fada bounced back quite a bit after being targeted so heavily on the Invoker and everything. But I mean, in the end, look at this guy. Like 66% kill participation, pretty good for an AM. Perfect itemization. Really can't ask for anything else.
Yeah, decent GPM. 895 is not up there with the 1100s of the world that we've seen in some of the games in the past. But you know, 895, we'll let him off.
Yeah, this time.
Good.
Over in the other streams, just to give you a quick update as well, because the other games are still going on. You can go and see VP versus Asta over on Stream B right now. That one is still in game 1. It's gone 40 minutes plus. In that particular game, I can see that no one is on a sniper in that game as well. You want to watch that. That's a lot of fun. Complexity, by the way, are ahead over on Stream C right now. They've taken the first game off 4 gaming. Now that throws the group into all sorts of consternation now because we don't really know who's got the advantage because of those 2 teams at 1-0. And even if it ends at 1-1, it's still a fantastic result for Complexity. They are in the draft right now over on Stream C. Let's just wrap up on this game right now, because in a way, and I don't want to be mean to EVOS because I think they put up a decent fight in that first game, but it's kind of have an inevitable kind of 2-0 written all over it before we started the series. Is that how you see it still, or have you got something from that game from EVOS that thinks, no, actually they've got something about them?
I think it was a pretty tough draft to play against with the Anti-Mage looking so good. And even early game, like with the Chen and stuff, I feel like they did better than I expected, honestly, at the beginning. So maybe if they have something a little bit more even draft-wise, then perhaps they could find the game. Of course, we're going to assume that NIP are going to win both games. There's not really much question there, but I'm more hopeful after that game.
I am as well. It just kind of looked to me like the 4 runes and the 2 deaths before rune spawn. It kind of felt like NIP was so confident that they just were kind of messing around a little bit. Be like, oh, we'll be a little bit more aggressive than normal, not go for these trades against better players. And they lost some heroes and they were behind in net worth for like 10 minutes, but eventually AM got to be AM. So it kind of felt like they knew they had the draft that was going to be fine. They just bought space appropriately, and then they just slowly outplayed their opponents. It just delayed the game by like 10 minutes.
A little bit of overconfidence, maybe?
I think there was some overconfidence, but I don't think it's a big deal in that case, because they still confidently won. It just might matter in time rating if there's like a crazy, super elongated tiebreaker that goes 5 levels down, but it's unlikely that it'll matter.
Yeah. All right. Thanks very much, gents. Let's head to a break then. Our last break of the day, of course. We're going to head into our final match of the day, the final game of the day between these two. Can EVOS claim a point from NIP? We'll find out very shortly.
Intel technology powers the best of esports, and the best demand a superior level of performance. So we're introducing the 9th Gen Intel Core i9 processors, designed for the world's best gamers. In celebration with our community, we're hosting the 9th Gen Intel Core i9 processor Dream Stakes. We want to bring you inside our world of esports for once-in-a-lifetime experience that only Intel can provide. Enter for a chance to win a trip to one of 9 world-class events across 3 sweepstakes. We're taking the winner and a guest behind the scenes for a one-of-a-kind VIP treatment. Winners will also get the latest 9th Gen Intel Core i9 processor and walk away with exclusive swag. Enter for your chance to win starting November 5th, 2018. Visit corei9.intel.com to sign up for more information.
Remember where it started. Your first experiences. Remember where you came from. The journey you traveled. The journey you love. Remember where it started. And imagine where it will go. Rise on.
Rover, here. Fetch. What are you doing? Oh, Rover.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Because it's forever. Because it's juicy. Because it's fresh. Because it's 2 patties of 100% premium beef. Legendary special sauce, crisp lettuce in a toasted sesame seed bun. It's the Big Mac.
Bitburger 0.0. Select your favorite. Containing vitamins, isotonic, and with unbeatable freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.
ESL 1 Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Alienware, Logitech G, and Pay Safecard.
A very warm welcome back to you. Welcome to ESL 1 Hamburg 2018. Day number 1 of 6 here as we head through the first part of the group stages in both Groups A and Group B. Both of the groups having 2 matches today, 2 series, both best of 2, of course, for all of the teams. Congratulations to Vici Gaming in Group A. They went 4-0 earlier today as we now turn our attention to Group B. It's the final game of the night as well. NIP in control in this particular series against the Indonesian qualifier EVOS. Can they come back? Put another 1 on the board, because they've already picked up 1 today against Complexity earlier on. There are other matches going on Streams B and Stream C right now, so make sure you're tuning into those. We were just keeping an eye on the Virtus Pro versus Asta game, which is over on Group B. Right now it's up to 53 minutes right now and it's still going. Asta had a 16k gold lead at one point. It's now down to just 1,000 gold. It's an insane game. You don't want to miss that. That's over on Group on Stream B. Forward versus Complexity is also going on Stream C right now. They're 1 to the good. They've already won the opening game and they're into that second game right now. That's what, 7 or 8 minutes in or so. With a Bloodseeker in that game on the side of Complexity. They've picked that into a Morphling, so that should be fun. We're going to turn our attention to the remaining game on this particular stream. In many ways, you kind of say EVOS has done okay. I know they lost the first game, and that's not what you want, but they did okay.
Yeah, they picked up 1 point versus Cole. They looked somewhat okay in their first game versus NIP, so see if they can find themselves another win here.
Has it changed either of your minds? Has it changed either of your minds in terms of we expect them to finish last in the group? Do we still expect them to finish in the bottom 2?
I would still expect them to be there, but that game, they looked pretty decent. I think they just got a little outdrafted. Maybe that won't stop happening for the rest of the tournament, which is, but that's a better barrier than like, oh, you're just not good enough.
Right,
which they seem good enough. They're just slightly off in draft and strategy, and it's giving them a little bit of a blockade.
And a couple of the team fights, I mean, they weren't perfectly clean, but there weren't massive mistakes throughout the game, were there?
They were not. They overchased a couple times, but that was maybe about it. They generally use their skills okay. It's just they had lackings in resources based on what they picked.
Okay. Heading into Game 2, Trent, what do you want to see from them? More of the same? Slightly better drafting?
I think they had a very good eye on their opponents' picks during the draft. I mean, obviously the Anti-Mage, that was a little bit out there, but I feel like they were kind of picking up on a lot of things that NIP players have done in the past. So maybe just continuing to try and keep at least some of that focus. They avoided a lot of those like cheesier picks, of course. It was, I mean, you can call Anti-Mage a little bit of cheese in itself, but it was just a very solid choice from NIP. They abused something that EVOS had done to themselves, but overall, I felt like EVOS were trying to like keep NIP in check. So trying to do that again at least.
Somewhere out there in the world right now, Black is just, you know, cursing the screen like, Anti-Mage, cheese! What are you talking about?
Cast for a while, the boy. He can't even play some Dota. But you know, he's got to get back on his Anti-Mage.
He'll be back. He'll be back soon. He'll be back doing some farming with his Anti-Mage. We've got a Lena Undying opening from EVOS. They obviously picked an Undying in the first game as well. NIP have come back with their Tiny once more. This time they've paired it with Mirana in round 1.
2 very good laning heroes. Those lane dominators. I feel like they've kind of taken the mantle from some of the other heroes we saw during TI.
They're so flexible too, like arrow combos just win so many different lanes depending on what you pick, so it's kind of just a carry threat. It's pretty good at laning, just covers a lot of bases.
I'm surprised none of the analysts picked Mirana as potential most popular here as well. She was the second most picked at PvP Esports.
Yeah, definitely see her being there for sure.
I feel like she's in every game today.
Feels like it, doesn't it?
Yeah. Not good enough to ban first phase, but definitely picked in first phase constantly. Just flexible, honestly.
Yeah.
She's a lot of good laning partners too. Like she can enable a lot of heroes. Like even like Mirana Earthshaker kind of a deal where it's like you can get away with certain heroes because, as you were pointing out, like the way that she can just set up with arrows and create kills from heroes that maybe aren't generally considered kill threats.
Is she easily counterable in the current meta?
No. You have to pick Slark and lose.
More like
so.
Bloodseeker or something. Bloodseeker's pretty good against
Yeah.
her, but you don't. She's not like so important to counter that you pick Bloodseeker. That's more of like a Weaver thing.
Once again, Liu's our TA, and then PL, we taking it too.
It's interesting that NIP have taken the TA out, but they haven't picked the Lena this time.
Could just be, again, EVOS, just like that idea of like, yeah, we don't really want to give them one of these like good snowballing, good... Templar Assassin is a hero that I would call like a good direction hero, because she's very formulaic, where she wants to stomp her lane, and then she takes Roche, and she's stacking Ancients, and she farms Ancients, and she gives your team very simple direction of just like, okay guys, I have a Blink Dagger and a Desolator, like every Templar Assassin has for the past 7 years. Let's just go start pushing.
The cheese car has been banned out by NIP. Sorry, the Husker. I got it right the first time. NIP have banned out the Husker.
Fada's mad after last game. He's like, guys, look, I didn't appreciate all this diving. Can we just like make sure the mid lane's gonna be nice and easy this time? Thank you very much. Just remove Huskar and TA.
Just take him out. Like you don't want to have to play against that and lose a lane harder than you need. It's just a lot safer.
He's also someone who can actually like shut down a Tiny. Not many people that can actually stop Tiny from doing whatever he wants and take away some of that flexibility of like maybe you want to send your Tiny mid.
You know, I've seen the cameraman zoom in on a lot of glasses. I think he genuinely wears glasses and is just curious what brands that the players wear. It's like, is this going to improve my game? Will this make me a better
these guys make millions. I wonder why.
See, here's another one. He's trying to. Oh, there we go. Focusing on the brand.
Focus. Oh, I can check those other glasses instead.
He got ace now. He needs to
get back.
check out photos. He's trying his best.
And there's the Ogre. The most popular hero still left in as we move into the second phase. Just so good. I think Ogre's like this hero that you don't care if you have double melee supports. He's not really a melee because he can just like get so close and still get his stun off.
That's Ogre.
It's no...
I like
dude, high straight pick, yo, let's go.
I really like the Pango prediction though. Like Pango against like Ogre, Lina, and Undyne, like just balling through those guys, it's a huge pain in the butt. Those are heroes that do not want to be stunned and want to be moving during teamfights.
Yeah, that's true. Especially Undyne. Every second that you're disabled is just like such a waste on that hero.
No Wyvern so far. I've seen a Wyvern in this series, I don't think.
That's a good one to point out. And there she goes.
There we go.
The hero of the current patch, I would say. She's the only 5 that you can reliably like win a team fight, even when you're down. There's no other support that can really do that.
This comes up a lot,
items.
by the way. Sorry to cut across you, Trent.
No, please.
Abaddon, Lycan, Pudge. I feel like SAP just want someone to play one of these 3 heroes.
SAP has been screaming about Lycan
Come
every
on,
game.
Don't you know?
Did you know this would be a great Lycan game? And then it's the other team. Did you know it's a... every time, Lycan is there.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about the Pudge one. I guess Pudge versus Wyvern. I don't know if that's what it's considering. Just like anyone tries to get cold embraced, T-ball, easy hook.
And it's with Undyne again. Like it predicted the same thing last game. It just thinks the pairing is solid, I guess. Keep them alive and then hook to safety or hook out of position and drop 2.
Do you know what I'm really interested in though, Kevin? It's whether the teams watch this back, because normally they watch the in-game stuff.
Guarantee you they don't watch the VODs unless they're.
But I wonder if they will now.
Like
they go, oh, we should have taken an Abaddon. Oh. And then tomorrow we're just seeing like Abaddon every game.
The only reason anyone would watch the VOD is for watching chat. That's it.
They like it when they won because they like watching the hype moments from casters too. I've definitely heard that from players.
Whoa, what is that? That's like a flying weaver that just landed on Trent's hand.
It's okay, he's gone now. See you, dude.
Don't like it.
What a classic moment. That was like, what was that? And it's like, I was like, oh, where did he land?
It just flew in and landed on your hand. I was like, oh.
You were like watching it fly around you, and I see it land on your hand.
I'm not even kidding you. It looked like a mini weaver.
Well,
maybe I've just played too much Dota.
Don't worry, I banned him, so he's gone now.
He's gone. All right, so he's been banned out by Trent. That's good. Not banned out in this game, by the way.
No, he is.
Oh, he is.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh yeah, now I see him. It was easier when it was on your hand. He was closer.
That's true.
You're the one that needs no glasses friends, Paul.
I think you're right.
This is where you take quite a while here. It looks like for all EVOS, they want to see it. All right, who are we revealing? Who are we hiding? What role do you guys want to give away? And what do we want to keep flexible? You'd assume you want to keep the mid flexible, and I told you that's what you do. You pick Slark and you lose. That's how you count a Mirana.
That's what we were saying earlier.
So when you leap and you're leashed by the Slark, you can't get away. So that's at least part of the logic there. But they already have one ground target in the Avalanche, and then a second technically with the Wyvern Curse 2. So Shadow Dance is looking a little...
Have they considered liking it?
Yes, but...
Pretty good, apparently.
Pretty good here.
I still like the Pango recommendation. I think that one's good.
You like the Pango?
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing. It's like if you're getting ran through and get stunned in the team fight multiple times, you do tons of AoE damage that hits them regardless.
Hey, you mentioned a hero. Bloodseeker.
Bloodseeker, yeah, it's in the other game. And it was picked into the Lina Morph Wyvern combo over there, so...
It could work with Wyvern setup. I mean, Wyvern ulti is great for arrow setups, but...
Void is the other classic that's actually kind of okay here, too. They don't have any good chrono saves.
Unless they pick Pudge.
Unless they pick Pudge. It knew all along.
See, it was ahead of us. Yeah. It was already countering the counters.
The problem is that the cooldown is just, it's so long, and they have enough like range disables with like Lina and Ogre that I feel like it's just not going to be that useful for a while. Or until Mirana gets lots of damage to benefit from it.
Another IM game.
Okay, Slark is literally useless at killing anti-mage.
Yeah. Well, he can deal with the Mirana, but that's it.
Yep.
I just want to quickly update you, for those of you following the groups, as you should be, to figure out where teams finish. Asta have won that game against Virtus Pro. It was a very narrow win after 55 minutes, so Asta have taken the opening point. Finished 33-33 in kills in that game as well.
That puts them undefeated.
It does make
matches.
their currently undefeated. They do have another game against Virtus Pro in that particular group, though. But that's a great start by the Chinese team, the Chinese all-star team, as many have been telling me.
I believe there's a rumor the Chinese like to call them the Tea Masters instead. It's like their little joke thing if you call Tea Masters instead of Team Master.
Yes.
You know how they are.
Yes.
They like the
Chinese memes, best memes.
Yeah.
It's China #1 memes.
Can't compete. Especially since we lost Jack. I mean, then it was just over.
No hope. I miss Jack. Like, I want Jack.
It's okay,
back.
he's here.
I know,
we had breakfast, we chilled.
On here.
I know. But you can say hi to him at least.
Yeah.
Maybe his team will lose in groups.
Yeah, then we get to
hey, we might get him. No, that's a bad thing to say.
Do you want $20 to come on the panel?
Yeah, well...
As long as he takes my slot, sure.
The other game, by the way, which is over on stream. See, right now is Complexity versus 4 Gaming. Complexity are winning by a game to 0 in that one, and I can tell you right now that they are behind in game number 2. That's 18 minutes on the board. They're 8k down as we await the last 2 picks.
So glad I'm not drafting for EVOS right now.
This is tough, isn't it? Like, I mean, okay, look, we've come up with a solution to deal with the Mirana. Oh, you've picked an anti-mage.
I will say, Nip just gave them like a shockingly long time there. Okay, they'll instantly pick after using all the reserve time. So just go right into the Enigma.
Yeah. Let's see what's suggested for EVOS. I'm interested. What's gonna get picked up here? Let's have a look. See, Baden, Pudge, and really? All right.
So is Bloodseeker for the last band for Ninjas in Pajamas? For
it's Bloodseeker for last pick.
That's funny.
Last band.
Yeah.
Sorry, yes, last band for NIP. Yes.
The one that you guys can't see. Yeah. Interesting.
You can see.
No, like
only Trent can see.
Stream viewers.
Yeah, only Trent can see. Well, let's go with the Pudge then, right? Or the Ember.
Okay. I
mean,
Ember
IM.
I kind of like it because it's difficult to gank. Nip doesn't have a lot of... They have like some like arrow setup stuff, but outside of that, they don't have very reliable disable stuff on him. He can interrupt and lock down anti-mage. He doesn't really kill anti-mage well because he's like all magic damage, but maybe it'll do something interesting. I'm not a fan.
And our pressure lane into an anti-mage. Maybe with the Ogre, maybe with the Undying, I guess. They'll probably send him down there. How much can they slow him down
like
this time?
some straws to clutch at? I think I have some around. It's looking pretty rough, isn't it, still?
I felt weird. It's supposed to be a Lycan or a Pudge.
No.
Okay, here, thank you. I need a little bit of assistance here.
Here's the synergistic view, as it were. 40% synergy on NIP. 0 synergy for EVOS' lineup right now. Although plenty of threat.
I'm very curious to see what the cores are for EVOS. Are they going to try and use like an Ogre core in combination with the Lina, and then like just pile a bunch of damage on him in the laning phase? That looks like it must be the plan, and then they secure the Slark with the Undying.
But it's like it's all magic harass against anti-mage anyways. Like,
well, I mean, in lane at least, it's the magic's still pretty effective there.
Until he gets level 2, then it's like done. It feels weird.
Do you know what? I'm just going to let these two carry on kind of figuring it out, because this one's a tough one. But we'll come back to them after this game instead. Let's head over to your commentary team. Kyle and Holy Pixel waiting for you to bring you the final game of the day.
Thank you very much, Red Eye. Yes, game 2 now coming up between NIP and EVOS. And we're seeing some new hit. We've got a Slark coming through from the boys on EVOS. They look to try and make that one work. And also, so far, looking at what the players are taking, it is indeed just the Pounds for the touch, but it's going to be a core Ogre Magi. We're going to see Avil playing on it, of course, I believe the Beastmaster in the last game. NIP, though, they're coming in once more. They're saying, Ace, you did well game 1. We're going to let you do it again game 2. They get that anti-mage into the draft. As the panel said, this is a hero that down the line, Slark's not going to have a lot of fun against.
Yeah. After they saw his Beastmaster performance, they're like, you know what? We're going to give him the two-headed monster, the Ogre Magi. Nah, I'm just kidding. It's good. It's good. I think that Tree and Ogre are those two heroes that can very easily become offlaners, even though they're traditionally cores. And this Ember Slark reminds me of, dare I say, like the C deck, the Wings, TI 5 and 6.
They were pretty good teams.
Yeah, you have this.
Did right with it.
Yeah, you have this support Lina, support Visage type hero, tons of lockdown with an Ember and a Slark to provide the reach. It's not an easy game for them to win, but they're at least in a position now where if they get ahead of the early game, take that advantage into the mid game, they can really just dominate the map. They didn't have any real reach or ability to find kills in the previous game. Now they have Ember Slark. It's a night and day difference.
Let's have a look, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ourselves into this one. Game 2 of NIP versus EVOS. In a match where already we saw EVOS certainly struggle against the anti-mage. I mean, sort of looking at the draft as a whole, do you feel that they have a better chance of dealing with the anti-mage, or would you say it's actually going to be a little bit harder this game?
I think it's gonna. They have a real stun at least. They have Ember, Lina, Ogre. Like until Manta, it's very easy for them to take out an anti-mage, and Ember specifically has got to go off. Very difficult to deal with him once he has Manta. And it's also a BKB game for the AM. When he gets those two items, it's near impossible to take him down with the EVOS lineup. They don't have that hard lockdown.
I'm talking about BKB games as well, of course, the Enigma as well. Once he gets it, nothing to cancel the black hole this game from EVOS's lineup through the BKB.
It's a very good point. This is one of the reasons I've been super high on Enigma coming into this tournament. Said he'd be a game winner, and so far I feel like I've seen him just win games, and it's because you need to adjust the BKB, or it becomes this scary win condition, and if you do, he can always just change to more of that team fight tempo based play with like the HOD or the pipe or something like that.
See how what sort of lane matchups we're getting. So as we say, with this core Ogre, he's going to head down bottom with the Lina, look to start to push some early game pressure onto the anti-mage, as they'll go straight in with the stuns, getting some good few hits onto Ace. Splinter Blast will come out onto Vlaichu, but a decent amount of damage done. Another Light Strike comes out onto PPD. Fire Blast as well, as the bullying certainly begins from Avil and Vlaichu, but Ace salves up, comes back in, and actually able to get the kill onto Avil, so a little unsuccessful with the aggression there, EVOS, as they give up first blood to NIP.
It's a lot unsuccessful. That's pretty devastating. They took way too much damage from creeps in the tower. That's like...
It's a rough start. It's a rough start, especially in this lane where you're taking these two down here to really sort of shut down Ace and just sort of allowing him to get involved with that first blood already. PPD hits level 2. He's got the curse and he starts, just really bullying him back. I bet that's already the Arctic Burn, and Vlaichu, just these constant Splinter Blasts coming out from PPD, keeping this Lina very, very low.
This is not...
Just if the lane couldn't get any worse. Ace gets a kill onto Vlaichu. I feel like this dual lane is already over.
Yeah, it is. You need to play this very differently if you're Lina Ogre. You want to ensure you don't trade auto attacks with AM. You want to kind of always have a little bit more pressure so that you can just stun lock him, hit him a bit, chill, pull creeps back, burn through his regen faster than your own. If you end up trading this many auto attacks, like Ogre is out of mana. What's he now? He's a creep. There's no pressure on the AM anymore. Peter gets a free pull. Top lane, it's Enigma against the Slark. There's nothing he can really do in this lane. 10-6 versus 7-0.
It's going to be rough for the levels on Logic. How's the mid lane looking though? 14 for 4 against 10 for 2. So this is the lane that they can look towards. Facehugger getting a good opening, and then, you know, he's an Ember. Once he sort of gets the 6 his first time, we can potentially see him make these rotations across the map. But he's got to hope that he keeps himself ahead. No, I fight mid. Farder. It's going to be fine. In fact, Facehugger, there's a leap available on Farder if he wants to go for it. He keeps the distance. Facehugger can't quite close the gap with the Flame Guard, but both the heroes will survive. Leap's going to be back up in a second if Farder wants to risk it and go back in after the Flame Guard finishes if the Ember doesn't start to heal up. But no, he's got the salve. He's able to regen up. So Facehugger will be fine, keeping himself good and strong in that middle lane.
It's such a hard Slark game, man. They picked 2 of the hardest counters in the game. It's one of the reasons we don't see this hero very often, let alone when there's 2 cores left for the other side to pick up.
Oh no. Not again. Bottom lane, Ace gets another kill onto Vlaju. Up top, Saxa's got the mango. One more punch on Whitemon would do it, but Saxa, he hesitated. Hesitated with the right click there, and that's actually going to be the Whitemon. He's going to be the one to take the kill out of the trade. Comes out on top, so nice bit of the gold going the way of Whitemon's undying. Still bottom lane, Ace's farm continues. 2-0-1 on this anti-major, 4 minutes in lane. Bit of a dream scenario for Ace. As Avil and Vlaju trying to do their best to deal with just PPD's Wyvern. Facehugger, he'd love that regen rune, but of course Farder is not going to let him take it. Sleight of Fist as well misses. So Farder's going to get the full benefit out of that regen rune as well.
And well played as well, gets the leap into the queue just to continue harassing down Facehugger, who I believe, yeah, he went for the bottle, so he'll be okay. You're going to have anti-mage problems again. You're going to have Enigma problems. You have nothing, once again, to address these 2 cores.
I mean, we'll see again this replay. Could Saxo have got this? I feel like he hesitated on the right click, or was I wrong? Gets one in. He backs away.
Yeah,
if he stayed, he punched him. I think he would have punched him before the Decay was down. You don't think so?
No.
Ah, okay.
He attacks just deceptively slowly.
Yeah, I guess with the backswing and sort of into factor as well, yeah. Ace stand bottom, comes across. Mana's already been burnt on Avil, so they won't have the damage to actually get the kill, but they do manage to get themselves that bounty down bottom. But overall, EVOS also able to find 2, actually able to find 3 themselves, so EVOS getting 3 of the 4 bounty runes at the 5-minute mark, and that will keep them level overall in net worth. They are only just less than 1k behind, so still keeping themselves pretty even across the map. And just sort of the fact that even is not going to cut it, as we saw last game. They were able to keep themselves on par, but it was with an anti-mage draft, and as we say, this game an anti-mage draft is even more scary.
3-3 is 250 gold away from a help with a Dominator. It's 5 minutes in. Slark has a hard enough time playing against just Eidolons and a Tiny. You're going to throw in, what creeps he got, a Skeleton? They're going to kill this tower by 10 minutes.
We see 33 just playing incredibly aggressive. Saxes there as well. Whitemon will come in. It's the 2 of them. They do have the Avalanche down. The Logic healed up by the Soul Rip. A TP coming in as well from the Lina to make sure the Sax and 33 can't go any deeper. Turn towards Whitemon. He's got the Decay, so a lot of strength. Light Strike Array comes out onto the 2 of them. EVOS forcing back both Saxa and 33. Saxa turns with the toss. The pounce is there from the Logic, jumping in. Light Strike Array is not going to connect onto Saxa. Doesn't matter though. Dragon Slave finishes off the kill. They get Saxa.
Bear in mind, that's not a core Tiny. No. Look at how many resources they had to expend to teleport. All the mana on Lina almost. And that was only possible thanks to a miracle pounce from my logic as well. Bottom lane, just an out of mana ogre. Suffering.
Not a lot this core ogre can do in this sort of situation. Not be too worried about dying, even when that level of mana void stairs. He has got a decent amount of HP to rely on. But in terms of actually slowing down Ace or causing any issues for the anti-mage, that's a bit of a different story. As he's going to struggle in that case. Mid lane CS continues to be pretty even between Farder and Facehugger. Slight lead for Farder in terms of those extra denies. He's going to give him that sort of extra level, but Facehugger quickly remnanting away as any sort of threat looks to come in from Farder's aggression.
Just feels like you're already in such a tough spot, EVOS. You need this Ember to just take over the game.
He's got to do something big.
He just desperately needs a rune, but he just hasn't been able to find one. They're doing a really good job, NIP.
Oh, Ace.
Not always top rune.
This could be a good break for them as Ace blinks into this. tries to use his TP to get out of it. It's not going to escape. Manavoy is not there in time, so hey, that's great. They kill the anti-mage, and he already used a TP, so he's going to have to make the walk back to lane. That's a good bit of time where they don't have to worry about that anti-mage farming.
But then you look up top, and this is a big issue for EVOS because once this tower dies, there's no real way to play against the Enigma, much like last game where the AM had a free game. Nothing can stand to an Enigma, especially if he hits level 6, and he's just going to live in this top area of the map, farm 3 of the dire jungle camps, and constantly pressure the lane. And where's Slark supposed to go?
Yeah, where does Slark go? I was just about to ask you that.
Home?
Where does he go?
Mid lane? I mean, he's just, this is a miserable Slark game. And
he's still not hit that level 6, and trying to farm this lane against a level 8 Mirana. It's not going to be a fun time. It's just trying to at least get that Shadow Dance online so he's got some sort of safety to rely on. Bottom lane, they're looking to collapse again. Good movement and control as they go on to Ace, change, light strikes down, and with a multicast Fire Blast, they'll get themselves the kill. So they are doing a good job of dealing with Ace, but as you say, this game there are certainly a lot of other issues that are going to arise. They can't keep control of those as well.
Nice juke from Peter, goes left. Expected him to go right. Oh, but they find him.
Fire Blast, lead in for Facehugger to come in. And indeed, so we talked about the importance of Ember getting stuff done, and we are starting to see the potential of Facehugger making these early moves. Top lane, Logi's got to be careful, does pounce away from the Avalanche.
They have Enigma ult too, so he does die if he gets caught there. Very, very close.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Regions are thinking about coming back in, but yeah, if Saxa catches him out with an avalanche from across the trees, he will suddenly be dead, or maybe, not even needed. 33 doesn't want to commit with the black hole though. A little bit worried that maybe there's a means to cancel it. But at the moment, Logic, he's purely on his own up top.
Really like this ward they've got at bottom. As well.
they'll pick up